Chapter 41. The dust has settled. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 41. The dust has settled. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This is impossible. At the same time, the life in Duan Wui's eyes slowly faded away. However, before he died, he managed to sense the extremely terrifying aura around Yi Xian's body. He had only felt such power once while he was alive. That terrifying aura he had felt back then belonged to the master of the Qingyun Sect. This guy had actually reached the Golden Core realm at the age of 20. All the cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty had been fooled. Such monstrous talent was unprecedented. Was the Qingyun Sect really going to be destroyed at his hands? However, Duan Wui had no way of knowing what the future would be like. After all, those were his dying thoughts. Whoosh! Gusts of strong wind blew across the surroundings, sweeping up the dust on the ground. Not far away, Baduluo witnessed this scene and his entire body stiffened. He looked at Yi Xian in shock. This guy dared to kill a cultivator from the Qingyun Sect. Was he crazy? Everything will soon be settled. At this moment, Yu slowly raised the sword in her hand and said those words with a cold expression on her face. No. I don't want to die. Baduluo's eyes were filled with fear. However, as a brilliant sword gleam flashed by, Baduluo's head was separated from his body. Before his last shred of consciousness dissipated, Baduluo seemed to recall the people who had died at his hands. They stood quietly at the end of a dark tunnel, staring at him calmly. Hoo-hoo. The strong wind in the surroundings grew stronger and stronger. The bangs on her forehead were pushed behind her ears. Her clothes, which were stained with fresh blood, fluttered in the wind. Yu, who was holding her sword in her hand, was in a daze. Everything was over. She had avenged all the villagers of Lincher village. Her parents, Grandpa village chief, Aunt Wang, as well as the rest of the villagers of Lincher village, their deaths had finally been avenged. However, the moment she killed Baduluo, her entire body crumpled to the ground, and she felt lost. Yu's vision blurred. She, who had slaughtered the bandits without displaying the slightest change of expression, was now sobbing on the ground. As she held her sword in her hand and knelt on the ground, the faces of her family from all those years ago kept appearing in her mind. Yu, sister Yu, little Yu, you seem to see those familiar faces waving at her. Those naughty children of Lincher village were playing with each other. Her old father had just returned from chopping firewood on the mountain, and her mother was washing clothes by the river. Clatter. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were emitting flashes of light, as thunder rumbled in the skies above. Raindrops started falling, painting a stark scene of dreary death. At the same time, the illusion in Yu's mind suddenly faded. A large and warm hand patiently rubbed her head. Teacher, Yu's body trembled. She could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart. She suddenly turned around and hugged Yi Xian. The hatred, pressure, and heartache that had been suppressed deeply in her heart over the past 2 years bubbled forth at this moment. She had finally taken revenge personally for the deaths of the almost 3,000 people of Lincher village. Back then, she often thought about her identity as the only survivor of Lincher village. Her one and only goal in life was to take revenge on those bandits, and she felt incomparable pressure because of it. Were it not for the hatred and desire for revenge in her heart, she would not have been able to persevere in the Qingyun Sect. She had once thought that if she really managed to take revenge for Lincher village in the future, then she would be able to die without regrets. Lincher village had not only been her hometown, but also her entire world. When the villagers of Lincher village fell at the hands of the bandits, her world collapsed. However, things were now different. She had a teacher. Yi Xian's appearance was like a candle, lighting up her dark life. Where that her teacher was, there was her world. Yi Xian gently patted Yu's head and transmitted a trace of gentle power into her body to calm her restless emotions. A moment later, Yu calmed down. Teacher, I want to go back to Linshur village to take a look. Yu wiped the tears on her face and said to Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian nodded gently, and then brought Yu over to Huangling and Xuemin. The very next second, Yi Xian waved his sleeve, and an extremely pure power enveloped them as they flew away. After Yi Xian and the others left, the sky rumbled with the sound of thunder, and a torrent of rain fell. It was like an outpouring of rain from the 9 heavens. It washed away all of the blood on the ground. The rescued villagers prostrated themselves. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. The villagers ignored the falling rain as they knelt in the direction where Yi Xian and the others had left. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. The boy whose parents had died in the hands of the bandits wiped the tears from his cheeks and kowtowed heavily in the same direction. Linshur village. The village that had once been filled with laughter and happiness was now a shadow of its former self. Walls were broken everywhere, which were covered with spider webs, and the villagers' furniture had long become moldy. The houses were also filled with rainwater, which passed through the ruined roofs. The weeds in the village were as tall as an adult's waist. Thunder continued to rumble as the dense clouds dispensed rain over the surrounding area. Yu quietly looked at the ruined village, her memories overlapping with the scene in front of her. She looked absent-minded as she slowly walked through the village. No matter how heavy the rain was, she toiled to find the villagers' bones and remains amidst the storm, and buried them. After spending half a day, Yu finally buried the villagers and her mother's bones in the village. Then, she went to the netherworld forest to look for her father's bones. After doing all this, Yu erected a memorial monument in their honor. Then, Yu slowly walked over to the grave of her parents and tearfully knelt down. The rain slowly dripped onto her face, intermingling with her tears. In Yu's mind's eye, she could still see and hear her parents' cheerful laughter. She could not help but immerse herself into the memories of the past. Yu. Sitting by her bedside, in a slightly dim room, her mother looked at her dotingly. Yu, remember to forget. You must live on. As long as you can live a safe and happy life, father and mother will have no regrets. As her words trailed off, the candle flame that dimly lit up the room was extinguished. Yu stayed in front of her parents' grave for a long time. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on Yu's face. Then, she kowtowed in front of her parents' tombstones again. Father, mother, you don't have to worry. You will definitely continue to be happy. Because Yu has met the best teacher in the world, the rainstorm came and went. After Yu paid her respects to her parents, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. However, Yu's clothes had been soaked in the rain, and they clung tightly to her body. Since Yu's cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the True Essence realm, she used the True Essence power in her body to evaporate the moisture from her clothes. Alright, let's go to Jiangqing City. Chapter 42. The Furiously Wuji. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 42. The Furiously Wuji Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian stretched out his hand and made a sweeping gesture with his hand. An incomparably huge demonic beast suddenly appeared from the void. This was the blazing plume that he had obtained from the system's feedback reward. The blazing plume's grade had reached level 5, and its strength was comparable to a core formation realm cultivator. Yi Xian also examined the blazing plume's strength briefly. This demonic beast's strength had reached the middle stage of the core formation realm. Its feathers were red, and the crown on its head was suffused with powerful fire elemental power. The blazing plume's claws were incomparably sharp, and its entire body was large enough to carry 7 or 8 cultivators. Could this be Elder Ye's new mount? Huangling and Xuemin, who were beside him, were shocked by the appearance of the blazing plume. They felt an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual pressure from this demonic beast. It was almost comparable to those elders of the Qingyun Sect. Elder Ye's mount was already a level 5 demon beast. From that, one could imagine just how powerful he was. It seemed like their speculations about Yi Xian back then were very likely to be true. Thinking this, the two could not help but look at each other. They saw the implied meaning in each other's eyes. Elder Yi Xian's strength had definitely surpassed the core formation realm. Moreover, there was a very high possibility that he was already a golden core realm cultivator. Even the leader of the Qingyun Sect did not possess such strength. Did this mean that Elder Yi Xian was already stronger than the leader? If the imperial family of the Great Qian dynasty knew of Elder Yi Xian's strength, perhaps the ranking and evaluation of the Qingyun Sect would also be raised. Most importantly, Elder Yi Xian was only 20 years old. It seemed that Elder Yi Xian's title as the strongest genius in the past 1,000 years of the Qingyun Sect needed to be changed. It was probably more apt to call him the strongest genius since the founding of the Qingyun Sect now. If Yi Xian was a genius from another sect, Huang Ling and Xue Min would have definitely felt immense pressure, but he was an elder of the Qingyun Sect, so they only felt excitement at this revelation. At this moment, Yi Xian did not know about what his two fangirls were thinking. Instead, he waved his hand with a calm expression, and the surging spiritual power in his body flooded out, enveloping Blazing Plume, as well as you and the others, inside. It isolated them from the scattered raindrops outside. "Let's go," Yi Xian said, and then got on top of the Blazing Plume. You and the others saw this and quickly followed suit. Screech. The Blazing Plume flapped its huge wings, and then flew toward Jiangqing City. The Xianin Sect. As the second-ranked sect in the Great Qian dynasty, the Xianin Sect had 20 elders, and each elder had their own independent palace. At this moment, an angry voice could be heard from the palace of one of the elders. BL.net, damn it. Who was it? A white-haired old man with a beard could be seen inside. A furious expression was on his face, and powerful spiritual power fluctuations were gushing out of his body. If he had not hung on to the last bit of rationality left in his mind, this magnificent palace would have been turned into dust in an instant. Who had the guts to kill my disciple? The old man's pupils were filled with anger, and his long beard quivered. This old man was the 9th elder of the Xianin Sect, Li Wuji. In less than 3 days, 2 of his disciples had died, and they were his 2 most valued disciples too, Duan Wujie and Duan Wui. In order to prevent any accidents from happening while they were out on assignment training, he had given both of them a trump card to protect their lives. They would be able to escape unscathed even if they were faced with a peak-level core formation realm cultivator. Even if they did encounter a core formation realm, who would dare to offend them once their identities were revealed? Yet their soul lamps had been extinguished. Someone who was able to kill his disciples even though they had their trump cards would at least be in the 9th or 10th level of the purple spirit realm. In the entire Great Qian dynasty, someone capable of killing his personal disciples without fearing the Xianin Sect. Could it be? Could it be that the Qian Gate has made a move? Thinking this, Li Wuji's expression changed. The Qian Gate was the #1 sect in the Great Qian dynasty. One could already tell the relationship between the Qian Gate and the Great Qian dynasty from its name. The leaders of the top sects all knew that the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty stood behind the Qian Gate. When the Great Qian dynasty was established, so was the Qian Gate. The two had a common history on this continent, and the latter had always been the #1 top sect in the Great Qian dynasty. Even after thousands of years, the Qian Gate remained in the same spot. This was the terrifying power of the Great Qian dynasty. It was also because of this that, even though the Xianin sect wanted to collect the power of qi and blood essence, they could only do so in secret without letting the Great Qian dynasty know. Come here. Li Wuji took a deep breath and calmed himself. This subordinate greets elderly. As soon as he called out, a black-robed cultivator hurried in and bowed to Li Wuji respectfully. This cultivator was the supervisor of the Xianin sect, and he was responsible for handling the elders' matters. I want you to find the Duan Wujie and Duan Wui's murderer at all costs. Li Wuji said with a cold expression. Yes, Elder Li. The black-robed cultivator nodded and disappeared in a flash of black light. At the same time, the gates of the palace were shut tight, and Li Wuji sat on the throne with his legs crossed, his expression uncertain. If the murderer was really someone from the great Qian dynasty or the Qian gate, he would have to swallow this humiliation. However, if it was another sect, then they would have to face the terrifying anger of the Qingyun Sect. Someone who dared to kill the personal disciples of an elder of the Qingyun Sect obviously did not care about the Qingyun Sect. Brother Li. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the grand hall. At the same time, an invisible force pushed open the gates of the palace, and a white-haired old man walked in with his hands behind his back. This old man was the 8th elder, Guda. Brother Gu, what's the matter? Seeing this, Li Wuji could not help but ask. It's related to Yi Xian. Guda looked at Li Wuji with a strange expression. Chapter 43. Yi Xian is still alive. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 43. Yi Xian is still alive. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Yi Xian. Li Wuji squinted his eyes as his gaze fell on Guda. Is the Qingyun Sect looking for revenge because of Yi Xian's death? No. Hearing this, Guda shook his head. That's true. How could a mere Qingyun Sect become our enemies for Yi Xian's sake? Li Wuji smiled indifferently. Qingyun Sect's ranking was far lower than the Qingyun Sect, and its overall strength lagged behind theirs as well. How could they have the courage to challenge the Qingyun Sect? Even if the Qingyun Sect wanted to investigate Yi Xian's matter, they could simply say that there were many cultivators fighting for the 7-colored Chaos Lotus at that time, and that it was inevitable that some casualties would occur. Since ancient times, treasures were obtained by those capable of obtaining them. If they possessed sufficient strength, they would naturally obtain these treasures. If they did not have the strength, then they could only blame themselves. Even though Yi Xian was surrounded and poisoned, it could be explained away as an accident, and it simply meant that the other party did not possess the strength to fight for these treasures. If the Qingyun Sect really wanted to pursue the matter, the only viable method of resolution was to send one representative to duel the representative of the Qingyun Sect in the arena. However, the overall strength of the Qingyun Sect far surpassed that of the Qingyun Sect. Every Qingyun Sect elder was no weaker than the Qingyun Sect elders, only stronger. Whether it was a 1-on-1 or a group battle, the Qingyun Sect was not afraid at all. The Qingyun Sect isn't looking for revenge, but that's because I have received news that Yi Xian is very likely to be fine. He is still alive. Guda looked at Li Wuji and said slowly. What? That guy is still alive. Seeing this, Li Wuji's facial expression changed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. That guy had been poisoned so deeply that his meridians and dantian had been damaged. How could he survive? I'm not sure either, but my men recently spotted him riding a firebird and leaving the Qingyun Sect. Guda took a deep breath as he said all this with a solemn expression. Impossible. That guy was poisoned by the 5 poisons powder. How could he have survived? Li Wuji said doubtfully. The 5 poisons powder was not an ordinary poison. It was a top-tier poison refined by a top-tier 4th-grade poison master. In terms of lethality, it was almost as strong as a 5th-grade poison. The most crucial point here was that the core ingredient of the 5 poison powder was the poisonous liquid from the mouth of a level 6 demonic beast. The so-called poison master could be considered a type of alchemist. However, the pills and concoctions refined by poison masters were all highly toxic items. They were not like alchemists who refined medicinal pills. This fellow is only a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator. How could he possibly resist 5 poison powder? Moreover, he was seriously injured at that time. Normally, other than a 6th grade alchemist or pill king, no one can cure or treat the 5 poisons powder. For a moment, Li Wuji's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a mere Qingyun Sect have the connections or resources to hire a 6th grade alchemist? It was also unlikely that Yi Xian had the good fortune to stumble upon one. I can't guarantee it either, but there are still many witnesses other than my men. But, based on the information I have on hand, there is a very high possibility that Yi Xian is still alive. Gouda said. When he had learned the news earlier, his face had also been full of disbelief. Yi Xian, who had been deeply poisoned by the 5 poisons powder, should have died long ago, and his corpse should have rotted away. This matter cannot be taken lightly. We must determine whether he is alive or dead. If the strongest genius of the Qingyun Sect in 1,000 years has really fallen, the remaining few old fellows there will not be able to stop our Xianing Sect's plans. But if Yi Xian is really still alive, then the Xianing Sect will be in trouble. Li Wuji scratched his chin and fell into a state of deep thought, his face full of solemnity. Gouda would never joke with him about such an important matter. Although Yi Xian might not be alive, he had to consider the possibility of this news being true. If Yi Xian really had such monstrous luck, perhaps he could really resolve the 5 poisons powder. Most importantly, not only was Yi Xian the strongest genius of the Qingyun Sect in the past 1,000 years, he was also the strongest genius among the younger generation of cultivators of the great Qian dynasty. He was someone worthy of their attention. Facing such a monstrous talent, it was only normal for them to be somewhat flustered. There's no need to rush. Gouda stroked his beard and said with a smile. Brother Gu, what do you mean? Li Wuji frowned. We both know the terrifying lethality of the 5 poisons powder. Even if Yi Xian was lucky enough to survive, it would have caused irreparable damage to his cultivation foundation. Now, let alone whether he can increase his cultivation level, it's even hard to say whether he can maintain his original cultivation. Gouda replied confidently. When he learned that Yi Xian was still alive, he had indeed been shocked, but when he remembered the lethality of the 5 poisons powder, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The 5 poisons powder was so deadly that, even if Yi Xian was lucky enough to neutralize the poison, its sequelae would definitely cause permanent damage to his cultivation. I was indeed too anxious. Many thanks for Brother Gu's reminder. The 5 poisons powder is not only known for its lethality. The after-effects of being poisoned by it are nigh incurable. Hearing this, Li Wuji's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. It's a pity that no one killed such a genius with their own hands. Given Yi Xian's monstrous talent, the qi and blood essence contained in his body must be very rich. What a pity. At that moment, Li Wuji could not help but recall the time when he fought for the 7-colored chaos lotus. Many elders of the Xianing sect had joined hands and killed a core formation realm cultivator while the other experts were fighting for the treasure. They had absorbed his qi and blood essence into the blood stone. The qi and blood essence contained in the body of a core formation realm cultivator had been beyond their imagination. The greedy elders then set their eyes on Yi Xian. Of course, the most important reason for this was that the 7-colored chaos lotus had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. In addition, Yi Xian's talent was too monstrous. If he was allowed to grow and develop, it was very likely that he would become a threat to the Xianing sect. Moreover, at that time, the leader of the Qingyun sect and the other elders were already being tied down elsewhere. No matter how strong Yi Xian was, he was not a match for the combined efforts of these elders. They would definitely be able to kill him within a short period of time. However, what made them feel rather regret was that when the elders of the Qingyun sect saw that Yi Xian was in danger, they threw aside their opponents at the cost of incurring injuries and directly gave up the fight for the 7-colored chaos lotus in order to save Yi Xian. Chapter 44. The Qin Family and Mad Saber Sect. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 44. The Qin Family and Mad Saber Sect. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If Yi Xian is really alive, it's impossible for him to reveal himself openly. Moreover, there's a high possibility that he's secretly planning to take revenge on our Xianin. At this moment, Guda spoke up again. That's right. It seems that it's necessary for us to. Hearing this, Li Wuji nodded in agreement. However, the next second, his expression changed drastically. If Yi Xian was really alive, he would definitely think up ways to take revenge on the Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian's current strength would definitely not be able to return to its previous peak, and the Qingyun Sect's strength could not be compared to the Qingyun Sect's, so the other party would definitely not choose to take revenge openly. As such, how would he take revenge on the Qingyun Sect? The only method was to eradicate the fundamental foundation of the Qingyun Sect. It was obvious that the best choice was to eliminate the talented cultivators of the Qingyun Sect. Damn it! Thinking this, Li Wuji retracted his gaze, his face alternating between shades of purple and green. He suddenly understood why Duan Wujia and Duan Wui had fallen. Given the strength of the Qian Gate, it was impossible that they would target the personal disciples of the elders of the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, if the royal family of the great Qian dynasty learned that they were collecting qi and blood essence, this matter would not have ended with the mere death of two personal disciples. Other than the Qian Gate and the royal family of the great Qian dynasty, the other top sects did not dare to offend the Qingyun Sect. However, the Qingyun Sect was different. If Yi Xian had survived, then the murderer who killed Duan Wujia and Duan Wui was very likely to be Yi Xian. This guy was taking revenge on the Qingyun Sect. Although Yi Xian's strength would indeed regress, it was impossible for him to regress below the core formation realm. A core formation realm cultivator would easily be able to kill a true essence realm personal disciple. Damn it! We have to confirm whether Yi Xian is still alive or not as soon as possible. If this guy is still alive, my two disciples very likely died at his hands. Not only that, the lives of our other genius cultivators are also in danger. Li Wuji looked at Guda with a serious expression. Guda's expression changed greatly when he heard this. He had indeed overlooked this serious problem. I will order the genius cultivators who are training outside to return to the sect as soon as possible. Moreover, if Yi Xian is really alive, we definitely can't let him find out that the Qingyun Sect is collecting qi and blood essence. At that moment, Li Wuji and Guda's expressions were extremely solemn. The situation was more serious than they had initially thought. If Yi Xian discovered that they were collecting qi and blood essence, he would definitely report this to the royal family of the great Qian dynasty in order to take revenge. At that time, the Qingyun Sect would have to bear the fury of the royal family of the great Qian dynasty and the Qian Gate. These two figures suddenly turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, the elders of the Qingyun Sect emerged from their palaces in full force. It could be said that Li Wuji had learned who the real murderer was by accident. However, what he did not know was that, not only did Yi Xian's strength not regress, but he had also broken through to the Golden Core realm, and could kill him easily with a wave of his hand. Most importantly, Yi Xian did know that the Qingyun Sect was collecting qi and blood essence. It was just that he did not intend to tell the royal family of the great Qian dynasty about it. Instead, he wanted to purge the Qingyun Sect himself. Yi Xian knew very well that even if the royal family of the great Qian dynasty knew about this, in order to maintain the balance of power between the other top sects, they would not directly destroy the Qingyun Sect. Just as Li Wuji, Guda, and the others were making their move, Yi Xian had already arrived at Jiangqing City with the others. His purpose here was also very simple. He came here to examine Li Qingyun's character and see if she had the qualifications to become his disciple. Of course, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to do this. Instead, He chose to bring you and the others to an inn in the city to stay, and then chose to secretly observe Li Qinyan's behavior. Other than that, he was also thinking of inquiring about other people's evaluations of Li Qinyan in the city. After all, Li Qinyan was the eldest daughter of the Li family, which was the strongest family in Jiangqing City. The people of Jiangqing City would certainly be familiar with her. In a luxuriously decorated restaurant, Yi Xian was seated quietly in a private room as he listened to the conversations of the cultivators in the restaurant with a calm expression. I heard that Chen Ping of the Chen family successfully joined the Mad Saber sect and became the personal disciple of the sect master. I wonder if this news is true. Brother, your news is too outdated. This matter has long spread throughout the whole of Jiangqing City. Oh my God, isn't the Chen family going to rise up then? With the Mad Saber sect as their backer, I'm afraid that they will soon become the strongest family in Jiangqing City. Not only will they become the strongest family, but I don't think there will be 3 big families in Jiangqing City in the future. I'm afraid that the Li and Zhu families are doomed. There's nothing we can do about it. The sect master of the Mad Saber sect is a top-notch expert at the early stage of the virtual core realm. With the Chen family under his protection, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for the Chen family to become the strongest family in Jiangqing City? I've heard of the core formation realm, but what's the virtual core realm? Brother, you should know that the core formation realm is divided into 3 realms. From low to high, they are the virtual core realm, the true core realm, and the gold core realm. The king of our great Qian dynasty is a super expert at the gold core realm. I didn't expect that the core formation realm was further divided into 3 realms. Does that mean that the leader of the Mad Saber sect is only slightly weaker than our king by 2 realms? I guess you can say that. Sigh. Let alone the core formation realm, if I have the chance to step into the true essence realm in my lifetime, my ancestors would rise from their graves. How could I dare to aim for the invincible core formation realm? However, the Li family is indeed quite unlucky. The leader of the Li family finally killed that demonic beast, but he was ambushed by his enemies on the way back. It is said that the leader of the Li family's injuries are extremely serious. If he wants to fully recover from his injuries, he will have to pay a huge price. Exactly. In order to heal her father's injuries, the young miss of the Li family traveled thousands of miles to Jiaohe City for their auction to buy healing medicine. I wonder if she managed to buy anything useful. Isn't it obvious? When they came back, they looked like they were in a daze. They definitely didn't get anything. Whether Li Xingyang's injuries recover or not, the ending of the Li family is already set in stone. No, the Li family still has a chance of survival. What chance of survival? It's very simple. A marriage alliance with the Chen family. What? A marriage alliance? That's right. The young master of the Chen family, Chen Ping, has long admired Li Qinyan. Unfortunately, Li Qinyan doesn't like Chen Ping, so it's been unrequited love on his part all this time. But now, if the Li family wants to survive in Jiangqing City, they can only choose to marry her off to the Chen family. Chapter 45. Dilemma. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 45. Dilemma. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Over the past 2 days, Yi Xian visited every corner of Jiangqing City. By disguising himself as a customer in a tea house, or a common person in the market, he had pretty much figured out the situation in Jiangqing City. There were 3 big families in the city, namely the Li family, the Chen family, and the Zhu family. Among these 3 big families, the Li family was the most powerful. Even if the Chen family and the Zhu family collaborated, they could barely resist the Li family. The most crucial reason behind this was that the head of the Li family, Li Xingyang, had reached the 7th level of the Purple Spirit realm. In contrast, the heads of the Chen and Zhu families had only reached the 6th level of the Purple Spirit realm. As everyone knew, once a cultivator entered the purple spirit realm, the gap between each minor realm was huge. Although it was not as exaggerated as the core formation realm, it was not something that lower-level cultivators could deal with. Under normal circumstances, two 6th-level purple spirit realm cultivators working together would be able to barely fight against a 7th-level purple spirit realm cultivator. In addition, Li Jingyang had reached the peak of the 7th level. It was due to this that the Li family had become the most powerful family in Jiangqing City. However, Li Jingyang had been surrounded by his enemies and heavily injured. This was undoubtedly the best chance for the Chen and Zhu families to deal with him. The two families had planned to join forces and directly eliminate the Li family. However, at the critical moment, no one expected that the young master of the Chen family, Chen Ping, to actually successfully join the Mad Saber sect and become the sect master's personal disciple. Now that they had the core formation realm cultivator as their backer, there was no longer any reason for the Chen family to join forces with the Zhu family. They decisively abandoned the Zhu family and planned to use the power of the Mad Saber sect to directly eliminate the Zhu and Li families, thereby becoming the most powerful family in Jiangqing City. Faced with an extremely powerful core formation realm cultivator, what awaited the Li and Zhu families was destruction. Rumor had it that the Mad Saber sect's master would arrive in Jiangqing City in 2 days. Okay, now that I've figured out the basic situation, it's time to visit the Li family. Yi Xian slowly put down his wine cup, after which his figure suddenly disappeared from the restaurant without even causing the slightest movement. Young Master Yi, the braised beef you ordered is here. Why don't I see anyone here? By the time the waiter brought over the braised beef made from the 2nd-level demonic beast, Red Bull, Yi Xian had already disappeared. You're so generous, young master. Please come again next time. The waiter looked at the bright gold coin on the table and could not help but smile. He immediately expressed his gratitude with an apologetic smile. For this young Master Yi to be able to leave a closed room without making a sound, he had to be a powerful cultivator. Throughout these 2 days, Yi Xian had not only figured out the situation in Jiangqing City, but he had also gained a good understanding of Li Qingyun's character. Although the Li family was the strongest family in Jiangqing City, their reputation was excellent. They did not bully others with their power. Instead, they treated others with respect. Other than that, they also set up a place to provide welfare relief to people in need. This place was under Li Qingyun's management. Although many cultivators praised Li Qingyun's character, they could not change the fate of the Li family. As such, they could only sigh in their hearts. In Yi Xian's eyes, kindness and talent were not the most important things when it came to accepting disciples. The most important thing was loyalty. He hated people who were fickle and ungrateful the most. After all, with the system's feedback rewards, he was not the sole beneficiary. His disciples would also receive huge benefits. Based on these 2 days of observation, Yi Xian had already approved of Li Qingyun from the bottom of his heart. Jiangqing City, the Li family's residence. In the Li family's hall. Now there's only one way out for us. Why are you still hesitating? I don't want to sacrifice Qingyun's happiness either, but for the sake of the thousands of people in our Li family, and the future of the Li family, we have to marry Qingyun to Chen Ping. Family head, why are you still hesitating? The first elder's gaze fell on Li Jingyang. I naturally know this. Li Jingyang, who was seated in the foremost position in the hall, looked extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. However, he still raised his head and interrupted the great elder's words. Regarding the survival of the Li family, I have my own considerations. Everyone, stop discussing this matter further. Everyone can leave. Li Jingyang raised his head and looked at the elders as he said those words. Family head, we do not have much time left. You must not be muddle-headed. Before he left, the first elder looked deeply at Li Jingyang meaningfully. When Li Jingyang heard this, he narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. When the first elder saw this, he could not help but pause. He sighed helplessly and turned to leave. He naturally knew that this was undoubtedly a great humiliation for the Li family. Even if they could ensure the Li family's survival through marriage, the Li family would not be able to raise their head in front of others in the future. However, they had no other options. Were they really going to watch thousands of Li family members die in vain? The strong preyed on the weak in the Tianyuan continent. The fights between the big families were extremely cruel. No one would pity you just because you were weak. What was even more cruel was that, the weaker you were, the more people wanted to bully you. The Li family was indeed very strong previously, but with Li Jingyang heavily injured and Chen Ping joining the Mad Saber sect, the situation surrounding the Li family was now extremely dire. The Qin family's wild ambitions had been completely exposed. It was obvious that they wanted to use the power of the Mad Saber sect to completely eliminate the Li family. Previously, the two families were often in conflict. Although the Li family was extremely powerful, they were unable to completely suppress the Qin family. Moreover, because the Li family was too powerful, the Qin family and the Zhu family usually formed an alliance. Hence, they could do nothing about either one. However, as time passed, the grudges between the Qin family and the Li family had piled up. Now that the Qin family had a core formation realm cultivator as their backer, there was no way they would be lenient to the Li family. The Li family only had two choices left. First, the Li family could leave Jiangqing City. However, the Li family had been rooted in Jiangqing City for hundreds of years, and their family's properties and assets were all in Jiangqing City. How could they bear to move out of Jiangqing City so easily? Moreover, if the Li family really wanted to leave Jiangqing City, the Qin family would not let them leave easily. Most importantly, how could the rulers and families of other cities allow the Li family to move in? Chapter 46. It would be great if I could become his disciple. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 46. It would be great if I could become his disciple. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The second choice was to marry Li Qinyan into the Qin family. However, if they made such a choice, the Li family would become a subsidiary of the Qin family. As long as the Mad Saber sect was the backing of the Qin family, the Li family would never be able to rise again. Although such a choice was indeed shameful, the Li family had no better way out. As everyone knew, Chen Ping greatly admired Li Qinyan, but the latter was not interested in the former. Most importantly, because of some of Chen Ping's actions, Li Qinyan actually disliked him. Li Jingyang was also very much against it at the beginning. First of all, his own daughter hated Chen Ping very much. Secondly, he also did not like Chen Ping's character. This guy was a true playboy. He loafed around all day, and was constantly on the prowl for girls. How could he let his daughter be sullied by this piece of cow dung? Was the leader of the Mad Saber sect blind? How could he accept such a B***** as his disciple? Sigh. Li Jingyang sat alone in the hall. Looking at the empty hall in front of him, he sighed deeply. The first elder was right. He could not be so selfish. Besides being a father, he was also the head of the Li family. He had to think about the future of the Li family. Then, Li Jingyang walked out with a pale face. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, he saw Li Qinyan walking toward him. Qinyan. Li Jingyang took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his pale face. Father. Seeing this, Li Qinyan also smiled. Seeing this scene, Li Jingyang's heart ached. His daughter's smile was too precious, and he was really unwilling to let things end this way. The family council has already. Li Jingyang looked at his darling daughter, but he still could not bring himself to say the words out loud. Father, I understand. And I have already thought it through. Although I really hate his character, for the sake of our Li family, I will Li Qingyun looked at her pale father. She originally wanted to convince him that she was all right with this, but she could not hold herself back. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and tears filled her eyes. If possible, she really did not want to marry that playboy who was always looking for women. However, she was no longer a willful child. After her mother passed away, Li Qingyun became very mature and took up many of the family's responsibilities. Moreover, Li Qingyun was very clear in her heart that the law of the jungle reigned supreme on the Tianyuan continent. The weak were destined to suffer in silence. Originally, Li Qingyun would rather die than marry Chen Ping. However, if she died, then what would happen to the thousands of people in the Li family? They would definitely be buried with her. A few days ago, the second elder had brought this brother and sister pair to Jiaohe City to bid for the soul-returning pill. Unfortunately, the soul-returning pill ultimately fell into the hands of the deputy leader of the Shadow Tower, Lin Yu. At that time, Li Qingyun deliberately stayed a few days longer there to see if she could find some healing medication in the smaller scale auctions held there. Unfortunately, things backfired and she did not get what she wanted. After all, the soul-returning pill was a top-tier third-grade pill. Even cultivators who had reached the core formation realm could hardly bear to use it. How would it be possible for one to appear frequently in Jiaohe City's auctions? However, without the soul-returning pill, her father's injuries would not be able to recover. In fact, even if she did manage to obtain the soul-returning pill, it would not be able to change the current situation of the Li family. After all, in front of a core formation realm cultivator, even if Li Xingyang's cultivation had reached the 10th level of purple spirit realm, he would still be instantly killed. There was simply no way for him to resist a core formation realm cultivator. Father, you don't have to say it. I know what needs to be done. Li Qingyun turned around and tried her best not to cry. However, her delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. Sigh. When Li Xingyang saw this, he opened his mouth but did not know what to say. He could only sigh deeply. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palm. This only happened because he was useless. If he was a little stronger, the Li family would not be in such a grim situation. Then his precious daughter would not have to sacrifice her happiness to this useless playboy. At this moment, Li Xingyang's heart was filled with hatred for himself. However, when he thought about the terrifying core formation realm's strength of the Mad Saber Sect's master, his face revealed a look of despair. The difference between a core formation realm cultivator and a purple spirit realm cultivator was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, he was still heavily injured. The Li family stood no chance against the Mad Saber Sect. Li Qingyun was also clear about the terror of a core formation realm cultivator. Back then, when she was at the Jiaohe City auction house, she had personally witnessed the terrifying strength of a core formation realm cultivator. That incomparably arrogant vice-commander of the evil blood sect had been turned into ashes with a wave of that person's hand. That scene back there greatly moved Li Qingyun's heart and gave her a deeper understanding of the core formation realm. Even now, when she recalled it, her heart yearned for that power. If she possessed that terrifying power, then she would be able to avert this tragedy. At that time, even though the Mad Saber Sect's master was also a core formation realm cultivator, she would not need to be afraid. After all, that young man at the core formation realm had used absolute power to force the master of the auction house to alter the rules. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. At that time, Li Qingyun also had some guesses about Yi Xian's identity. She had also guessed that he was most likely the elder of the Qingyun Sect, Yi Xian, but she was not 100% certain. Sigh. Even if my strength will never be as strong as that senior's, it would be a blessing if I could become that senior's disciple. Thinking this, Li Qingyun could not help but sigh deeply. If her teacher was as powerful as that young man, even the leader of the Mad Saber Sect would have to back down, right? BVEC, huh? At this moment, Li Qingyun's body felt like it had been struck by lightning. She was stunned senseless. Someone, unbelievable had indeed appeared in front of her. A handsome, sharp-eyed young man with starry eyes had suddenly appeared in the Li family's courtyard. More importantly, if she had not seen him with her own two eyes, there was no way she would know he was there. It would be impossible to detect the other party's presence using spiritual sense. He was like a ghost. The reason why Li Qingyun was so shocked was that she recognized this young man. He was the top-tier powerhouse who had killed the deputy commander of the evil blood sect, Fengyitai, in the Jiaohe city auction house. Why is he here? Li Qingyun's eyes were filled with shock. Why did this top-tier powerhouse appear in the Li family's residence? Did God hear my prayers? Did he fulfill my wishes? Or was this just an illusion? Li Qingyun immediately rubbed her eyes to check if what she was seeing was real. She then looked at him again. The handsome young man was really still there. It's really him. At that moment, Li Qingyun's heart could not help but beat rapidly. She knew that the young man's cultivation had reached the core formation realm. However, why did he come to our Li family's residence? Chapter 47. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 47. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, who are you? Why have you come to the Li family's residence? By this time, Li Zhengyang had noticed Yi Xian, and his expression immediately turned solemn. Family head, did something happen? Li Zhengyang had deliberately raised his voice just now, and it immediately attracted the attention of the family elders. Soon, many elders of the Li family appeared in the courtyard. Who are you? When the elders' eyes fell on Yi Xian, they narrowed their eyes and immediately became vigilant. Although the Li family was not as powerful as before, not many people could bypass their defensive perimeter so easily, especially this silently. Father. At this moment, Li Qingyun also reacted and quickly stopped Li Zhengyang from doing anything rash. Her father and elders were not aware of this young man's strength, but she had witnessed his power a few days ago. If the other party was unhappy, he could destroy the entire Li family in an instant. Even if he wanted to destroy Jiangqing City, it would not be a difficult matter. No matter what his goal was, at the very least, they should not provoke him. Yi Xian first looked at Li Qingyun, and then slowly said, Qingyun Sect, Yi Xian. What? Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian. How is this possible? Hearing this, Li Zhengyang and the elders were stunned, and their expressions changed greatly. Although Jiangqing City was located in a remote region, they were still familiar with the name Yi Xian. His widespread fame was hard to miss as long as you were in the territory of the Great Qian dynasty. The Qingyun Sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Great Qian dynasty, so how could they not know of them and him? Li Qingyun trembled. He was really Yi Xian of the Qingyun Sect. Li Qingyun did not doubt the authenticity of Yi Xian's words. After all, a core formation realm cultivator would not waste his time deceiving them. Moreover, in the entire Great Qin dynasty, who else could have reached the core formation realm at such a young age? Only Yi Xian of the Qingyun Sect could do this. Seeing this, Li Zhengyang immediately became nervous. Why would the strongest genius of the Qingyun Sect appear in a remote place like Jiangqing City? What was his purpose in coming here? Li Qingyun. Yi Xian's gaze fell on Li Qingyun and he called her name. That's me. Li Qingyun nervously responded to his inquiry. She quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Yi Xian nodded and got straight to the point. Ah! Li Qingyun was stunned when she heard this. She was completely dumbfounded. Not far away, Li Zhengyang and the elders were petrified. F***ck. Is there something wrong with my hearing? Did Yi Xian really want to take Li Qingyun as his disciple? This was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the great Qian dynasty they were talking about here. His cultivation level had even reached the core formation realm. Did he really want to take Li Qingyun as his disciple? For a moment, they felt their souls leave them. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Their hearts and minds were filled with disbelief. Why would a super powerhouse like Yi Xian want to take Li Qingyun as his disciple? Was there anything special about her? If they were to talk about their family background, Jiangqing City was just a remote city in the great Qian dynasty, and Li Qingyun was just the eldest daughter of a big family here. Perhaps in the eyes of the citizens of Jiangqing City, Li Qingyun was an amazing genius, but in the eyes of the Qingyun Sect, she was nothing special at all. In terms of talent, although Li Qingyun's talent was above average, it was not particularly outstanding. Given Yi Xian's current strength and status, if he wanted to take in a disciple, the genius cultivators of the entire great Qian dynasty would probably line up for miles, right? If one were to look at her appearance, Li Qingyun could indeed be considered a beauty, but she could not be considered as a beauty that could draw crowds and cause the downfall of nations. Yi Xian was a super powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the core formation realm. As long as he beckoned slightly, countless beautiful women would immediately throw themselves into his arms. Just like that, Li Zhengyang and the other elders eliminated all the possibilities of why he would want to take her as his disciple. So, just why? I wonder what merit Elder Yi Xian sees in my daughter for Elder Yi Xian to come personally. Li Zhengyang immediately suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Do I, Yi Xian, need a reason to take in a disciple? Yi Xian said lightly. Li Zhengyang's eyes trembled. *CK Was this the attitude of a super powerhouse? He did not even need a reason to accept a disciple. He was totally doing this on a whim. However, not only did Li Zhengyang and the elders not feel that there was anything unusual about this, they even felt that this was the normal attitude of a super expert. I am willing to become Elder Yi Xian's disciple. Li Qingyun's delicate body trembled. Her face was filled with excitement, and she was very close to crying. To her, being chosen by Yi Xian was probably due to some sort of blessing or karma from her past life. Li Qingyun immediately knelt down respectfully in front of Yi Xian and greeted him as her master. Well, very good. From today onward, you are my second disciple. Seeing this, Yi Xian smiled. A dual spirit physique with fire and wood attributes made her a natural alchemist. As long as he could help Li Qingyun become an alchemist, then through the system's feedback reward, he would naturally become a powerful alchemist himself. Rise. Yi Xian gently took a step forward. Everyone felt their eyes blur and, the next second, Yi Xian's figure appeared in front of Li Qingyun. Now that you are my disciple, I will naturally not sit idly by and do nothing about the Li family's predicament. Don't worry. I will wait for the master of the Mad Saber sect to show up at your Li family's residence. I would like to see what ability he has in daring to target my disciple. Yi Xian said all this indifferently. His words seemed to imply that this was an extremely trifling matter. However, Yi Xian did have the qualifications to back up his attitude. The strength of a mere virtual core realm cultivator was like an ant in his eyes. I thank teacher on behalf of the Li family. Hearing this, Li Qingyun was immediately moved to tears. She did not expect that she would really become the disciple of a core formation realm powerhouse. With her teacher as her backer, she did not have to sacrifice her happiness and marry Chen Ping. Chapter 48. Vermilion Mountain Fruit. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 48. Vermilion Mountain Fruit. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. You're welcome. Seeing this, Yi Xian waved his hand indifferently. To him, it was normal for a teacher to protect their disciples, so there was no need for such thanks. Also, as his disciple, how could he bear to see her bullied? "Thank you, Elder Yi. Thank you, Elder Yi." Hearing this, Li Zhengyang and the other elders trembled in excitement and bowed to Yi Xian gratefully. Now that Elder Yi Xian was backing up the Li family, why should they be afraid of the leader of the Mad Saber sect? Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect was also a top-tier core formation realm powerhouse, how could he compare to Yi Xian? Yi Xian was both monstrously powerful and monstrously talented. In fact, just the mere mention of the Qingyun Sect that he belonged to was enough to suppress the leader of the Maid Saber sect. One had to know that the elders of even the lowest-ranked top-tier sects were at least in the virtual core realm. The sect leaders were mostly true core realm cultivators to boot. Compared to the Qingyun Sect, the Mad Saber sect was insignificant. The leader's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the virtual core realm. Although his strength was enough to crush the Li family, he was an ant in the eyes of the Qingyun Sect. This is a fruit that grows on Vermilion Mountain. It is very effective in treating injuries. As long as he completely absorbs its energy, your father's injuries will naturally heal. At this moment, Yi Xian waved his sleeve. A fruit the size of a fist suddenly appeared in front of Li Qinyan. The fruit exuded extremely mysterious red power. This can also be considered as my welcome gift to you. Thank you, teacher. Li Qinyan, who had just calmed herself down, felt moved once again. Her heart was filled with gratitude toward Yi Xian. Although the effect of the Vermilion Mountain fruit could not compare to the soul-returning pill, it could at least heal her father's injuries. Such a treasure was very precious, but her teacher gave it to her without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, the meaning of her teacher's words was also very obvious. This treasure was specially prepared for her father. Yi Xian could have directly given the fruit to Li Zhengyang, but he was not stupid. Only by giving it to his disciple could he receive a reward from the system. "Father, you can eat it later." Without the slightest hesitation, Li Qinyan accepted the Vermilion Mountain fruit and handed it to her father. "Thank you for saving my life, Elder Yi. I will never forget your grace." Seeing this, Li Zhengyang could not help but tremble, and his eyes were full of gratitude. Although he did not know what the Vermilion Mountain fruit was, he could tell that its effect was not much weaker than the soul-returning pill. He had originally given up hope when his precious daughter failed to successfully bid for the soul-returning pill. He consigned himself to being crippled for the rest of his life. Yi Xian's appearance here had given him a new lease on life. Moreover, not only did the other party take his precious daughter as his disciple, but he also gave away the extremely precious Vermilion Mountain fruit. This was the strength of a core formation realm cultivator. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the holy healing medicine, Vermilion Mountain fruit, the host has received a randomized 10x critical reward. Congratulations, the host has obtained the holy healing medicine, Spirit Fruit. At the same time, the sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind, and he smiled. Then, a fruit filled with white mysterious power suddenly appeared in his system inventory. This is the benefit of taking in a new disciple. You should leave with me first to go and pay your respects to your senior sister. After that, I will teach you the cultivation methods and martial techniques of the Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian said. Yes, master. Li Qinyan quickly nodded. Yi Xian then waved his sleeve, and the true qi in his body gushed out. It then wrapped itself around Li Qinyan, and they both turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. After the two of them left, Li Zhengyang and the elders were still in shock. After some time, an elder spoke. Qingyun Sect, Yi Xian. I didn't expect that my Li family would receive the favor of the Qingyun Sect. Qinyan even became a disciple of Elder Yi Xian. Ha ha ha. The elder's face was full of excitement, and his body trembled with joy. They had thought that there was only one way out for the Li family, which was to marry Li Qinyan to Qin Ping. From then on, although the Li family could survive, they would become a subsidiary family of the Qin family and eke out an ignoble life. They had never imagined that this situation would be overturned in such spectacular fashion. A super powerhouse who had reached the core formation realm had come to their Li family's residence, and even accepted Li Qinyan as a disciple. The moment Li Qinyan truly became Yi Xian's disciple, the Li family knew that they no longer had to fear the Qin family. So what if Qin Ping had become the personal disciple of the leader of the Mad Saber sect? How could he compare to Li Qinyan becoming the disciple of elder Yi Xian? The name Yi Xian already represented the pinnacle position in the great Qian dynasty. He was a tragedy in the eyes of countless young cultivators, a terrifying monster that could never be surpassed. Not only was Yi Xian a super genius that the younger generation of cultivators could not surpass, even the older generation of cultivators could not surpass him. Although Yi Xian's current strength could not be compared to the sect master of the Qingyun Sect, given his monstrous talent, it would not be long before he surpassed the sect master of the Qingyun Sect and became the strongest cultivator ever since the founding of the Qingyun Sect. All the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty had heard of Yi Xian's deeds and viewed him as an existence who would be equal to the master of the great Qian dynasty in the future. How could a mere Qin Ping be compared to Li Qinyan? Good, good. Li Zhengyang clenched his fists tightly and said good twice in succession. His originally pale and powerless face turned rosy. Compared to everyone else, he was undoubtedly the most excited one here. Ever since he was heavily injured, his strength had dropped drastically. The Li family had fallen into an unprecedented predicament. How could an injured tiger withstand the siege of a pack of wolves? Although he felt helpless inwardly, as the head of the Li family, he could only choose to endure the pain and sacrifice his daughter's happiness. However, no matter what, his heart was extremely pained. He even regretted becoming the head of the Li family. Even if he was the head of a family, he did not have absolute power. He could not even protect his own daughter. What a sad father he was. Was he even worthy of being a father? Moreover, the Li family had been about to become someone else's subordinate family in his hands. Was he really worthy of being the head of the family? However, just as he was despairing, Yi Xian appeared and brought renewed hope, like the dawning of a new day. He was like the sun, whose brilliance rescued the Li family from their dark and desperate plight. In the eyes of Li Zhengyang and countless Li family members, Yi Xian was their savior. Chapter 49. It was time to reap rewards again. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 49. It was time to reap rewards again. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the strength of the Li family was insignificant in the eyes of such a terrifying expert like Yi Xian, Li Zhengyang had already made a decision. He wanted to engrave Yi Xian's kindness into the Li family's ancestral records. Every member of the Li family must always remember Yi Xian's kindness. After the various elders learned of Li Zhengyang's intentions, they all agreed. You, come and have a look. You now have a junior sister. Yi Xian brought Li Qinyan to meet you. Qinyan greets senior sister. Li Qinyan bowed respectfully to you. Of course, it was not their first time meeting. They had met each other in Jiaohe City. However, Li Qinyan was very shocked. Compared to that time, Yu's temperament had already undergone an earth-shaking change. Previously, Li Qinyan thought that her appearance was above average, but compared to Yu, it was nothing worth shouting about. Yu was so beautiful that she could overshadow a beauty like Li Qinyan. Nice to meet you, junior sister Qinyan. Yu nodded with a smile. In terms of age, Li Qinyan was almost 18 years old, which made her 3 years older than Yu. Of course, on the Tianyuan continent, the relationship between disciples was not based on age, but rather on the order in which they entered their teacher's tutelage. Beside them, Huang Ling and Xue Min surrounded Li Qinyan with curious gazes, secretly trying to guess what was so special about Li Qinyan that caught Elder Ye's fancy. Moreover, their eyes were filled with envy. When Li Qinyan saw this, her face flushed red and she inexplicably felt like she was being watched like an animal on display at the zoo. However, girls were strange creatures to begin with, so after a brief greeting, the girls soon became very familiar with each other. Li Qinyan then decided to play host and invited everyone to the Li family's residence as guests. After learning that Yi Xian was coming to visit, Li Zhengyang and many elders came out to welcome him personally and gave him a reception of the highest standards. However, Yi Xian was not particularly fond of the fanfare and chose to borrow one of the Li family's cultivation rooms. Of course, Li Qinyan was also in the cultivation room with him. Yi Xian looked at the natural treasures in his storage space, and then said to Li Qinyan, "Qinyan, I will now teach you the cultivation methods and martial techniques of the Qingyun Sect. In addition, I will give you all kinds of medicinal pills, natural treasures, and weapons." "Thank you, teacher." Li Qinyan was excited when she heard this. The Qingyun Sect was one of the top sects of the Great Qian dynasty. Its cultivation methods and martial techniques were naturally not something the Li family's resources could compare to. "I will teach you the Thunder Sword Control Technique. Its rank is low-grade earth rank." What Yi Xian said next stunned Li Qinyan. "What? Earth rank and earth rank technique?" Li Qinyan's face was full of disbelief. Even the most advanced technique the Li family possessed had only reached low-grade black rank. Was this the strength of a top-tier sect? A technique that was casually taken out had already reached low-grade earth rank. "Qinyan, the cultivation technique that I'm teaching you is not from the Qingyun Sect. Instead, it is a technique that I am currently using. It is much stronger than the Qingyun Sect's sword spirit technique. If you cultivate it to completion, you will be able to summon the power of heaven and earth from the void." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's index finger shone brightly. Then, he tapped it on Li Qinyan's forehead, and the relevant information about the Thunder Sword Control Technique suddenly entered her mind. Since he was going to earn the system's reward from his disciple, he would definitely choose the most top-notch cultivation method and martial techniques to impart to her. If he chose to teach her the sword spirit technique, the technique that the system would reward him with would not even be as good as the Thunder Sword Control Technique. What a powerful technique! Li Qinyan was stunned after examining the huge amount of information that suddenly appeared in her mind. Ding! As the host has imparted the Thunder Sword Control Technique to his disciple, low-grade earth rank, the host has randomly received a 20x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the 3000 Thunder Sword Technique, middle-grade earth rank. At the same time, the sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Immediately, all of the mysteries of the 3000 Thunder Sword Technique appeared in his mind. The critical multiplier this time is pretty good. Seeing the system notification, Yi Xian could not help but smile. If he took in a third disciple and imparted the 3000 Thunder Sword Technique to them, he would be able to obtain an even better reward from the system. Perhaps he might even have a chance of obtaining a legendary heaven rank technique if this cycle continued. As long as I have enough disciples, won't I be able to continue getting better rewards? Won't the techniques I practice become stronger and stronger? Thinking this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, Yi Xian did not dwell on the matter. After all, he only had 2 disciples at the moment. Then, Yi Xian taught Li Qinyan the sword spirit technique as well. After all, given Li Qinyan's current cultivation level, it was difficult for her to master the Thunder Sword Control Technique. The sword spirit technique was more suitable for her at this stage. However, because the 2 techniques belonged to the same category, Yi Xian did not receive a reward from the system. Also, given Yu's current cultivation level, the sword spirit technique was enough to support her cultivation. After she made a breakthrough, he would teach her the Thunder Sword Control Technique or the 3000 Thunder Sword Technique. Alright, I will teach you martial techniques next. At this moment, Yi Xian's index finger once again shone brightly, and then he gently tapped it onto Li Qingyun's forehead. Windstorm Slash, High. Grade Black. Rank. 3. Feet Sword Defense, High. Grade Black. Rank. After learning these two martial techniques, she would have both offensive and defensive techniques, and that was enough for her right now. Of course, Yi Xian also had many more offensive and defensive techniques, but the quality of these was lower than these two. Moreover, these two martial techniques were obtained from the system's reward after he had taught you the Windstorm Sword Technique and Rampart Sword Technique. Ding! As the host has taught his disciple the Windstorm Slash Technique, High. Grade Black. Rank, the host has received a 9x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the Star Slash Technique, High. Grade Black. Rank. Ding! As the host has taught his disciple the 3. Feet Sword Defense Technique, High. Grade Black. Rank, the host has received a 15x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the Endless Sword Technique, High. Grade Black. Rank. Two system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind simultaneously. Soon after, two extremely mysterious martial techniques suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, Yi Xian once again picked out some of the more suitable martial techniques and taught them to Li Qingyun. However, because the martial techniques he taught later were of the same category as the previous ones, he did not receive the corresponding reward from the system. Your comprehension ability is outstanding. It won't take long for you to completely master these techniques, but given your current cultivation, you are still unable to unleash the power of Windstorm Slash and 3. Feet Sword Defense techniques. The most important thing for you now is to completely comprehend the basic martial techniques. When your cultivation reaches the True Essence realm or the Purple Spirit realm, you can practice Windstorm Slash and 3. Feet Sword Defense techniques. After Yi Xian finished imparting the martial techniques, he gently reminded Li Qingyun. Chapter 50. Teacher's Gifts. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 50. Teacher's Gifts. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Qingyun's comprehension value was very high, much higher than Yu's. I will heed teacher's instructions. When Li Qingyun heard his reminder, she nodded respectfully. Her eyes shone. She was still immersed in the joy of obtaining those high-grade martial techniques. One had to know that even though the Li family was the strongest family in Jiangqing City, most of the martial techniques in their repository were yellow-rank ones. She had never seen such a large number of black-rank martial techniques. Moreover, each martial technique was a high-grade one. The most advanced martial technique in the entirety of the Li family was only a low-grade black-rank technique, while the Thunder Sword Control technique that her teacher taught her was at low-grade earth-rank. The difference between the two was not small. Even the Sword Spirit technique of the Qingyun Sect was far superior to the Li family's best martial technique. For cultivators, having wealth was undoubtedly extremely important. However, wealth had two aspects to it. One aspect was quantity, while the other was quality. No matter how bad a cultivator's talent was, as long as he or she had sufficient heavenly treasures and cultivation resources, they would be able to become a powerhouse of sorts. However, without the quality aspect of wealth, their cultivation would have an upper limit. If Li Xingyang's original cultivation method had been the Sword Spirit technique, his strength would have definitely surpassed his current strength. Although he might not necessarily be able to reach the 10th level of the Purple Spirit realm, he would have at the very least reached the 9th level of the Purple Spirit realm. Li Qingyun had obtained so many martial techniques at once and was slowly digesting them. Yi Xian was not in a hurry to examine Li Qingyun's comprehension of these martial techniques. Instead, he examined the cultivation method and martial techniques he received from the system. The mid-grade earth. Rank 3000 Thunder Sword technique was much stronger than the low-grade earth. Rank Thunder Sword technique. Moreover, the boost to its user's cultivation speed was even greater. Most importantly, after cultivating the 3000 Thunder Sword technique, the cultivator's body would contain the power of heaven and earth lightning, which was extremely tyrannical. The 3000 Thunder Sword technique was said to be able to summon the power of heaven and earth lightning from the void when it was cultivated to completion. Its wielder would then be able to summon 3000 extremely terrifying bolts of lightning to strike their enemies. The high-grade black. Rank star slash was a martial technique that evolved from the windstorm sword technique and the windstorm slash technique. The user's sword chi would be transformed into an incomparably sharp slash which could even tear apart the void. As for the endless sword technique, which was high-grade black. Rank, it was a martial technique evolved from the rampart sword technique and the 3-feet sword defense technique. It had extremely potent defensive capabilities. When it was fully mastered, the tip of one sword would burst forth with endless streams of water, like rain, creating a defensive barrier around its wielder. If Yi Xian could train these two martial techniques to complete mastery, it would undoubtedly provide a great boost to his own strength. Most importantly, as the strongest genius of the great Qian dynasty, Yi Xian's comprehension value was even more terrifying than Li Qingyun's. It would not take long for him to comprehend these newly acquired cultivation methods and martial techniques. After a short period of secluded cultivation, he would be able to reach the small success stage. It would not take long for him to break through to the large success stage. If Yi Xian's comprehension value could increase further, it would take even less time. Moreover, before he left the Qingyun Sect, he had learned from Elder Lin Qing that the three great sects were about to hold a competition, so he had been keeping an eye out for it. The prizes offered by this competition could increase a cultivator's comprehension value. Such treasures were extremely rare. However, the three great sects were willing to pay such a price. The comprehension value boost that the treasure could provide was probably limited. However, that did not matter. After all, Yi Xian had the system. As long as he personally gave the heavenly treasure to his disciple, would he not receive a better one from the system? Well, it's time for me to give you some pills and heavenly treasures. While Li Qinyan was immersed in the comprehension and digestion of her newly acquired cultivation method and martial techniques in her mind, Yi Xian spoke up again. What? Hearing this, Li Qinyan was stunned. To be able to receive such a high-level cultivation method and martial techniques from her teacher was already something beyond her wildest dreams. After all, any one of the cultivation methods and martial techniques that Yi Xian had given her could cause a sensation among countless cultivators in the outside world. Now, her teacher was actually going to give her heavenly treasures and pills. While Li Qinyan was lost in a daze, Yi Xian waved his sleeve, and a few pills emitting rich spiritual energy suddenly appeared and fell into Li Qinyan's hands. Ding! As the host has given his disciple an origin erosion pill, grade 2, the host has received a randomized 8x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the spirit cleansing pill, grade 2. Ding! As the host has given his disciple an origin erosion pill, grade 1, the host has received a randomized 4x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the blood fusion pill, grade 1. Ding! As the host has given his disciple, after Li Qinyan accepted the pills, system notifications kept popping off in Yi Xian's mind. Then, Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then took out a jade-white liquid from his storage ring. It was the mountain chalcedony he had obtained from the system back then. At that time, after he had given you the dark glacial frost, he had received this heavenly treasure from the system. It could increase a cultivator's innate bone value to a certain extent. It was an extremely rare heavenly treasure. This item can increase your innate bone value. I will give it to you. In the future, when the time is right, I will help you refine it. Yi Xian stretched out his hand and lightly flicked it toward her. The mountain chalcedony landed in front of Li Qingyun. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the mountain chalcedony, one person's portion, the host has received a randomized 6x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has received the dark glacial heart, one person's portion. Obviously, the dark glacial heart was also a heavenly treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate bone value. In terms of quality, it was even more powerful than the previous mountain chalcedony. The most important thing was that the dark glacial heart had some similarities with the previous dark glacial frost. However, the former contained the profound patterns of heaven and earth. What? Mountain chalcedony. Li Qingyun felt her head buzzing. She was engulfed by a huge sense of happiness. She felt that everything that was happening around here was so incredible. It was like a dream. She was afraid that it would all disappear the moment she woke up. Chapter 51. Master's Spiritual Power Infusion. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 51. Master's Spiritual Power Infusion Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As the saying goes, when a teacher takes a disciple in, that the disciple's cultivation would still depend on themselves. She had just become a disciple, and yet had received such precious gifts. She was filled with disbelief. As everyone knew, even if the relationship between teacher and disciple was good, most teachers would only give guidance to their disciples in their spare time. The disciples would only receive treasures that the teacher no longer wanted or needed. However, Yi Xian had given her extremely rare and precious treasures. His generosity exceeded Li Qingyun's imagination. Li Qingyun hurriedly closed her eyes. In the end, she shook her head around, and tried to pinch herself. What are you doing? Seeing this, Yi Xian did not know how to react. Then, he gently flicked Li Qingyun's forehead. Girl, do you think you are dreaming? I told you earlier, I rarely accept disciples, but if you become my disciple, you will definitely not be treated unfairly. Teacher, hearing this, Li Qingyun felt very touched. To be able to become Yi Xian's disciple was really her great fortune. Li Qingyun touched her forehead that had been flicked by Yi Xian, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face. The mountain chalcedony can strengthen a cultivator's innate bone value. Innate bone value refers to a cultivator's. Then, Yi Xian explained the meaning of innate bone value to Li Qingyun. This was because he discovered that many cultivators often confused their innate talent and innate bone value. Strictly speaking, innate bone value was only a part of their innate talent. A cultivator's innate talent was divided into innate bone value and comprehension value. After Yi Xian's explanation, Li Qingyun revealed a glint of understanding. She also came to understand that her comprehension value was actually the highest her teacher had ever seen, and even higher than senior sister Yu's. Of course, there was still a big gap between her comprehension value and her teacher's. However, although her comprehension value was very high, Yu's innate bone value far surpassed her own. However, all of this was not a problem. After all, Li Qingyun had a dual-spirit physique. As long as she awakened her special physique, her innate bone value would naturally be greatly strengthened. Yi Xian then gave her a 50 cubic meter storage ring. He then received a randomized 3x critical reward, and obtained a 155 cubic meter storage ring. Your comprehension value is indeed not low, but you can't slack off because of this. You still need to persevere and work hard on the path of cultivation. Don't let me down. Yi Xian said. I understand. Li Qingyun nodded very seriously. In fact, even without Yi Xian's reminder, Li Qingyun would not slack off in her cultivation. After all, her experience with the Li family's predicament had taught her that only strength mattered in this world. The Li family's martial techniques were basically all yellow. Rank, and Li Qingyun had mastered them. Now that she had gotten her hands on high-grade martial techniques, she naturally would not slack off. After practicing the martial techniques that I got from my teacher, my cultivation speed will definitely be much faster. I might be able to advance to the true essence realm by next year. Thinking this, Li Qingyun could not help but reveal an excited expression. Although her comprehension value was not low, due to the restriction of the quality of the cultivation method she was practicing, she had only reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Reaching such a realm at the age of 16 could only be considered average in the Great Qian dynasty. However, in such a remote place like Jiangqing City, she was already a rare genius cultivator. Currently, most of the cultivators in the city her age were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm. Moreover, there were many cultivators who were stuck in the body refinement realm. However, compared to the cultivators in the entire Great Qian dynasty, Li Qingyun's achievements were relatively mediocre. The population of the Great Qian dynasty was 1.7 billion, and Li Qingyun's talent could only be ranked in the middle or upper range. She was a long way from the top. Only genius cultivators like Huang Ling and Xue Min could be considered as geniuses among the young cultivators. The two girls were only 1 year older than Li Qingyun, but their cultivation levels had reached the 4th and 5th level of the true essence realm respectively. This was the true strength of a top sect's personal disciple. Of course, thanks to the existence of a monster like Yi Xian, Huang Ling and Xue Min's radiance was overshadowed. As for you, her achievements were due to Yi Xian's spiritual power infusion and her awakening of the sword jade physique, which caused her cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds before finally reaching the 5th level of the true essence realm. In addition, Yu's comprehension value was not low. She learned quickly in combat, and could quickly adapt what she learned and apply it to increase her own strength. It was precisely because of this that Yu was able to compete with Huang Ling and Xue Min. If Huang Ling and Xue Min were placed among the cultivators of the younger generation of the Great Qian dynasty, they would already be considered as geniuses with top-tier talent. However, there was nothing they could do. The two of them had encountered Yi Xian, who was a cheater. Aided by the system, the disciples that he had taught were naturally extremely talented. The most urgent thing for me to do now is comprehend the sword spirit technique. Given my current comprehension value, it shouldn't take too much time. After I enter the true essence realm, I can try cultivating the thunder sword control technique. Yes, the path of cultivation shouldn't be rushed. I have to take every step carefully and completely master the sword spirit technique first. I can't disappoint teachers' expectations. I'll strive to advance to the true essence realm before next year. Soon, Li Qingyun secretly made up her mind. However, what Yi Xian said next immediately stunned Li Qingyun. Her mouth opened so wide that it was large enough to swallow an egg. These are the heavenly treasures I have given you for now. There will be more later. Sit down and regulate your breathing. I'm going to irrigate your spiritual power. Yi Xian said. What? Spiritual power infusion. Hearing this, Li Qingyun widened her eyes. Her expression was full of shock. It was the same as Yu's back then. Although Jiangqing City was located in a remote place, she also knew what spiritual power infusion was. This was the same level of kindness as parental love. Even her father, who loved her very much, had never thought about spiritual power infusion. After all, this was a matter of self-interest, and it was very exhausting. Normally only those on their deathbeds would make such a choice to strengthen their juniors. Teacher, you. Li Qingyun's eyes were full of shock. She was afraid that she had misheard him. Don't doubt it. Spiritual power infusion is the fastest way to help you break through. Yi Xian said. Yi Xian understood the change in Li Qingyun's expression. Honestly, if he did not have the system, he would not do such a stupid thing. Luckily, in his case, spiritual power infusion would not only help his disciple break through, but he would also get the corresponding system reward. In this way, not only would he be able to break through himself, but he would also receive the gratitude of his disciple. This feeling was simply too good. Teacher, when Li Qinyan heard this, her nose started sniffling, and her pupils turned red. At this moment, the emotions in her heart were the same as you back then. She felt immense gratitude toward Yi Xian. Chapter 52. Ascending to the Heavens in One Step. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 52. Ascending to the Heavens in One Step. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Okay, silly girl, quickly adjust your breathing. I'm going to start infusing you with spiritual power. Yi Xian smiled and habitually patted his disciple's head. This woman was very sensitive. She knew how and when to be grateful. The way she cried really made him feel helpless. Yes, teacher. Just as the 2 drops of tears were about to fall, Li Qinyan quickly wiped them away. Li Qinyan, this is a good thing. Why are you crying? Be happy, okay? How much virtue did I accumulate in my previous life to be able to meet such a good teacher? That nose sniffled a little, after which she finally composed herself. How could I cry like that? I embarrassed myself in front of teacher. Still, teacher's hands are really warm. Okay, get ready. We're going to start. Yi Xian withdrew his hand and signaled to Li Qinyan to sit down with his eyes. Li Qinyan nodded, and then quickly went over to the mat in the cultivation room. She sat down cross-legged and slowly adjusted her breathing. Li Qinyan had originally thought that with the high-grade cultivation method given by her teacher, as long as she practiced hard, there was a good chance that she would be able to step into the true essence realm in under a year. However, she did not expect her teacher to perform spiritual power infusion for her. Her teacher was a core formation realm cultivator. She was worried that she might even advance to the true essence realm right after this process was complete. She was also curious, and wondered how far her cultivation would break through after receiving her teacher's spiritual power infusion. Would it be the 2nd, or perhaps the 3rd level of the true essence realm? The so-called spiritual power infusion, in layman's terms, was akin to a charitable donation. The funds, or spiritual power in this case, that he had painstakingly accumulated would be infused into his disciple's body. However, there were many limitations to spiritual power infusion. The most obvious one was related to the recipient's strength. If the recipient's cultivation level was too weak, and their foundation was unstable, even if they underwent the spiritual power infusion process, the spiritual power that their bodies could accept would be limited. If the recipient forcefully withstood it, the infusion of spiritual power would greatly damage the recipient's body and, in the worst-case scenario, the recipient's cultivation foundation might even be destroyed. Yi Xian was a core formation realm cultivator, while Li Qinyan was only a 7th-level Qi transformation realm cultivator. The difference in strength between the two was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Li Qinyan did not know much about spiritual power infusion. From her perspective, if she could reach the 2nd or 3rd level of the true essence realm after being infused with spiritual power, that result would already be extremely heaven-defying. Most importantly, Li Qinyan did not think that Yi Xian would waste too much spiritual power on her. After all, if the degree of spiritual power infusion was too great, it would greatly affect the former's cultivation. Buzz. A wave of spiritual power like a vast ocean suddenly appeared, completely enveloping Li Qinyan. This power is so majestic, is this teacher's true strength? At that moment, Li Qinyan could not help but tremble, and her eyes were filled with shock. Compared to this overwhelming spiritual power, she was like a small boat, tossing and turning in the vast ocean, in danger of being overturned by the magnificent waves at any time. Channel your qi into the dantian, and use it to contain your true essence power. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice rumbled. Li Qinyan immediately circulated her cultivation method to stabilize the chaotic power in her dantian. Just like the spiritual power that had been poured into you previously, Yi Xian chose to slowly decompose the gold core power in his dantian, transforming them into streams of warm current that slowly flowed into Li Qingyun's dantian. This power is so pure, as the streams of warm current flowed in, Li Qingyun felt as if she was bathed in holy light. Her face could not help but reveal an expression of pleasure. At the same time, the aura around her body rose steadily. 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. 10th level of the Qi transformation realm. Under Yi Xian's precise control, the decomposed gold core power entered Li Qingyun's dantian and slowly condensed into true essence power. If Li Qingyun were to refine it alone, it would take her at least half a month to complete. However, for Yi Xian, who was in the gold core realm, it was a piece of cake. As the spiritual power in Li Qingyun's dantian slowly transformed into true essence power, her realm also advanced, and she stepped into the true essence realm. First level of the true essence realm. Second level of the true essence realm. Not only did Li Qingyun advance a major realm, but thanks to Yi Xian's precise control, the true essence power contained in Li Qingyun's dantian was also extremely strong, and the stability of her cultivation realm far exceeded that of other cultivators. Before Yu's sword jade physique had awakened, her physique was much weaker than that of ordinary cultivators. However, even under such harsh conditions, Yi Xian still successfully helped Yu break through to the Qi transformation realm. Li Qingyun's cultivation foundation was far sturdier than Yu's, so the improvement of the former would naturally far surpass that of the latter. 5th level of the true essence realm. 6th level of the true essence realm. 7th level of the true essence realm. When Li Qingyun's realm reached the 8th level of the true essence realm, Yi Xian gradually stopped the spiritual power infusion process. Given Li Qingyun's current cultivation foundation, the 8th level of the true essence realm was already the limit. If she was forcefully pushed into the 9th level of the true essence realm, it was very likely that it would affect her cultivation foundation. I reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Is this for real? Am I really not dreaming? After the magnificent power slowly faded away and dissipated, Li Qingyun's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. When she sensed the powerful true essence power contained in her dantian, her eyes were filled with disbelief. To her complete surprise, she had not only advanced to the true essence realm, but her cultivation had also reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Now, looking at the river of true essence power circulating in her dantian, the spiritual power she had just a while ago seemed like a gentle stream. Moreover, after truly reaching the true essence realm, Li Qingyun finally understood how big the gap was between the true essence realm and the Qi transformation realm. Advancing a minor realm in the true essence realm was equivalent to advancing 3 or 4 minor realms in the Qi transformation realm. While there was an evident difference in numbers, the difference in the nature of the spiritual power was even more obvious. Ding! As the host has infused his disciple with 73 days' worth of cultivation, the host has received a randomized 13x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained 949 days' worth of cultivation. As soon as the system finished speaking, the aura around Yi Xian's body started to surge. Ha! Li Qingyun, who had been immersed in her cultivation breakthrough, squinted her eyes when she sensed this terrifying power. She was both shocked and surprised. Why does teacher's spiritual power feel even more powerful after infusing his spiritual power into me? Right now, your cultivation has taken a huge leap. The most urgent thing for you to do now is to completely adapt to the power in your body and consolidate your foundation. Once you've completely stabilized your 8th level true essence realm, then you can start practicing the cultivation method and martial techniques that I taught you previously. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's words interrupted Li Qingyun's thoughts. Chapter 53. Reaching the true essence realm in the blink of an eye. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 53. Reaching the true essence realm in the blink of an eye. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation, yes, teacher. Li Qinyan nodded respectfully, and then said goodbye to Yi Xian. After Li Qinyan left, Yi Xian slowly examined his gains. Through the spiritual power infusion process just now, he directly obtained close to 1,000 days worth of cultivation from the reward. Subtracting the 73 days worth of cultivation he had expended for the infusion process, he had still earned more than 2 years worth of cultivation. Even so, Yi Xian's cultivation did not show even the slightest signs of breaking through. If a cultivator at the true core realm wanted to advance a small realm, and the spiritual power required to do so was like a lake, then for a cultivator at the gold core realm to advance, it would require spiritual power that was akin to a vast ocean. As cultivation realms went higher, the gap between the cultivators within the same major realm also gradually widened. Even if the gap between the cultivators was only a single minor realm, the strength difference was extremely obvious. Although the spiritual power infusion this time did not allow Yi Xian to break through, he had already reached the peak of the early stage of the gold core realm. Most importantly, he still had the 7th grade Nirvana Pill in his possession. The 7th grade Nirvana Pill contained extremely pure spiritual power and had a great effect on cultivators' breakthroughs. As long as Yi Xian went into secluded cultivation to absorb the pure spiritual power of the Nirvana Pill, he would be able to advance into the middle stage of the gold core realm. Cheating feels so good. A smile hung on Yi Xian's face, and then he directly chose to enter secluded cultivation. If he did not have the system rewards, and did not have the 7th grade Nirvana Pill that he had previously obtained, even if he was monstrously talented, it would still take him at least 4 to 5 years to enter the middle stage of the gold core realm. Moreover, this was also under the premise that he had awakened the Sword Overlord physique. If he had not awakened the Sword Overlord physique, it would have taken him even longer to break through. Ever since Li Qinyan became Yi Xian's disciple, the oppressive atmosphere within the Li family had dissipated. Li Zhengyang and the elders had bright smiles on their faces, but when their clansmen saw this scene, they felt that something very strange was going on. However, they did not dare to pry into the matter and could only make some guesses in their hearts. Could it be that the Li family had already resolved the crisis? Was the Qin family that merciful? Would they really let the Li family off? This was unlikely. The two families had a deep grudge. How could things be resolved so easily? Could it be that the Li family was going to seal themselves off? This was even more unlikely. Could it be related to those young people who had visited the Li family's residence previously? At this moment, the Li family members were constantly guessing. However, the family head and the elders did not announce anything, as they did not know how Yi Xian wanted to handle the matter. They did not dare to spread the news for fear of provoking Yi Xian's dissatisfaction. Therefore, the Li family head and elders simply chose to remain silent. In the Li family's hall, Li Zhengyang and the elders were having a heated discussion, but the topic today revolved around Li Qinyan. When they thought of Li Qinyan's discipleship under Yi Xian, their faces were filled with bright smiles. Were it not for Yi Xian's appearance, the Li family would be at their wits' end. Moreover, there was a high possibility that they would have chosen to sacrifice Li Qinyan's happiness and become a subordinate family of the Qin family. However, although Li Zhengyang and the elders were full of laughter, some of them were also feeling slightly guilty. After all, they had advocated for Li Qinyan to marry Chen Ping to resolve the Li family's crisis. The Li family was indeed facing a life-and-death crisis at that time, so, as elders, it was understandable for them to make such a decision. Still, disregarding all of that, the bottom line was that they were forcing a girl to sacrifice her happiness. Although Li Qinyan was a sensible child, it was inevitable that she would bear a grudge in the face of such a fate. Therefore, the elders only hoped that Li Qinyan would not take this up with them. Now that Li Qinyan had successfully become Yi Xian's disciple, her future was limitless. In the future, she might become a top-tier expert in the great Qian dynasty, and the Li family would also reach new heights. At that time, the elders who had persuaded Li Zhengyang to sacrifice Li Qingyun's happiness might not be overtly punished, but there was also a high possibility that they would not be able to get important positions. Qingyun has become a personal disciple of the Qingyun Sect. She might be able to reach the true essence realm soon. Thinking this, the first elder spoke up. Under normal circumstances, a personal disciple of a top-tier sect was definitely qualified to cultivate the sect's high-grade cultivation method. The Qingyun Sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Great Qian dynasty. Its cultivation method naturally far surpassed the Li family's cultivation method. The combination of Li Qingyun's talent and the high-grade cultivation technique, her cultivation speed would naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Originally, it would have taken her at least a year for her to advance from the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm to the true essence realm. Now that she had become a personal disciple of Elder Yi Xian, this timeline would be cut in half. Qingyun is a smart kid. In the past, her cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people. Now that she is cultivating the high-grade cultivation method of the Qingyun Sect, I think she will be able to master it in a short time. Maybe before next year, this child will really be able to advance into the true essence realm. The second elder was also optimistic about her chances. The other elders nodded in agreement when they heard this. Li Qingyun's talent was obvious to everyone. Be calm, I don't know how that kid managed to win the favor of the leader of the Mad Saber sect, but after he joined, he actually broke through from the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm to the 10th level of the Qi transformation realm. I wonder how pompous the Chen family is now. They've been spreading the news about Chen Ping everywhere. An elder chimed in midway, changing the tangent of the discussion. A sneer hung on his face as he spoke. Humph, how can a mere Mad Saber sect compare to the Qingyun sect? That kid Chen Ping was just lucky. If our Qingyun obtained her opportunity earlier, her cultivation realm would have definitely left Chen Ping's in the dust. Another elder also said with a smile. Clang! 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 At this moment, the sound of swords clashing against each other could be heard in the distance. The sound seemed to be coming from the training ground. Wait, the aura fluctuations are quite strong. It seems to be the work of a true essence realm cultivator. Could it be one of those young people that Elder Yi brought with him? It's very possible. Why don't we take a look? Those elders looked at each other before standing up. Li Zhengyang also revealed a curious expression. He also wanted to see just how strong those genius cultivators of the Qingyun sect were. Soon after, Li Zhengyang and the other elders arrived at the training ground. When their gazes landed on the two figures fighting each other in the training ground, they were completely dumbfounded. Qingyun. They could not help but stare, their eyes were full of shock. They had not expected that the two people fighting in the training ground were actually Li Qingyun and Yu. They saw two beautiful figures exuding powerful auras. The long swords in their hands clashed against each other repeatedly as they fought. Moreover, the aura fluctuations indicated that both had reached the true essence realm. Li Qingyun was a true essence realm cultivator. Also, the aura she was exuding was extremely powerful. As unbelievable as it sounded, she seemed to have reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Was this a joke, right? How did this happen? Chapter 54. Other people's teacher. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 54. Other people's teacher. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Li Zhengyang and the elders were all stunned, and their eyes filled with shock. If they remembered correctly, a few hours ago, Li Qingyun was still a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator. F***ck. Even if she soared to the heavens, she still should not have been able to break through so quickly. Were they hallucinating? Was this an illusion array set up by some expert? However, Li Zhengyang and the elders were all purple spirit realm cultivators. Collectively trapping them all in an illusion array would require the strength of a true core realm cultivator at the very least. Moreover, this should not be the case. Why would such a true core realm expert attack the Li family? Dang! 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 The intense sounds of swords clashing against each other kept ringing out in the training ground. Li Zhengyang and the other elders came back to their senses when they felt the intense battle fluctuations from the fight. It seemed to be real. This is unbelievable. The first elder could not help but swallow his saliva when he saw this scene. He suspected that he was seeing things or dreaming. Li Zhengyang narrowed his eyes as he watched the fight with a shocked expression. Just a few minutes ago, they had been discussing when Li Qingyun would be able to break through to the true essence realm. Everyone agreed that there was a high possibility that she would break through before next year. However, Li Qingyun had actually broken through from the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm to the 8th level of the true essence realm in the span of a few hours. Was this even F*King something that a human could achieve? Even Yi Xian had not been so abnormal back then, right? Wait, Yi Xian. Right, it had to be Yi Xian's doing. Only a monstrous figure like him could help Li Qingyun advance to the 8th level of the true essence realm within a short period of time. Although they did not know what method Yi Xian used, if this matter were to be publicized, it would definitely cause countless cultivators to be shocked. Li Zhengyang and the various elders forcefully suppressed the shock in their hearts and watched the battle in the training field with solemn expressions. It was obvious that Li Qingyun was not familiar with her newfound strength, but that was normal. Anyone who advanced that quickly would find it difficult to completely stabilize their cultivation and strength within a short period of time. Therefore, even if Li Qingyun's cultivation was 3 minor realms higher than Yu's, she was still unable to resist Yu's attacks. After all, Yu had not only completely stabilized her own cultivation realm, but she had also skillfully grasped the martial techniques that Yi Xian had taught her. Huang Ling and Xue Min had been her sparring partners before and, after that, she had participated in actual combat against the bandits. Yu's actual combat experience was no longer lacking. Although Li Qingyun's cultivation level was higher, if she wanted to surpass Yu in terms of strength, she still needed a certain amount of time to familiarize herself with her newfound strength, as well as the martial techniques. Whoosh! A sharp sword gleam flashed past, and a clear crack suddenly appeared on the hard granite of the training ground. Since Li Qingyun was unable to properly control her own power, the true essence power in her dantian overflowed. Yu, on the other hand, had achieved a level of control that was hard to believe. She could almost maximize every part of her power. The windstorm sword technique and the rampart sword technique that she used were deployed skillfully. So powerful. Although that girl is only at the 5th level of the true essence realm, her control of true essence power is extremely fine-tuned. Moreover, the spiritual power in her dantian is much richer than cultivators of the same realm. When Li Zhengyang and the other elders saw this scene, their expressions turned serious. At the same time, they were inwardly questioning themselves. If they were also in the 5th level of the true essence realm, would they be a match for you? However, the outcome was obvious. Yu's strength had long surpassed ordinary 5th level true essence realm cultivators, and her combat experience was no longer her weakness. There was no way they could beat her at all. Of course, Li Qingyun's performance was not bad either. After all, Li Qingyun's comprehension value was higher than Yu's. As the fight progressed, Li Qingyun gradually became more and more familiar with her current strength, and the gap between her and Yu slowly narrowed. These two people are both freaks. Although Li Zhengyang and the elders had reached the purple spirit realm, when they watched the fight between Yu and Li Qingyun, who were two true essence realm cultivators, they still felt shocked. At the same time, they gained a new understanding of the strength of the personal disciples of top-tier sections. They were very familiar with Li Qingyun's previous strength, but after just a few hours of Yi Xian's tutelage, she seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. This was especially true for her fighting spirit, which greatly impressed them. Qingyun's talent is not bad. Fortunately, she met Elder Yi Xian, so she will be able to fully display her full potential. It's all our fault that the Li family's strength is limited. We almost buried this girl's talent. Seeing this scene, the second elder could not help but sigh. Unfortunately, Li Qinyan was still young and had successfully become Yi Xian's disciple. As night fell, the battle between Li Qinyan and Yu gradually came to an end. After the two swords collided with each other for the last time, their figures slowly separated. Thank you for your guidance today, senior sister. Li Qinyan put away the long sword in her hand and said to Yu with a smile. Junior sister's comprehension value is far higher than mine. With a little practice, you will be able to completely control the power in your body. By then, senior sister won't be able to defeat you. If you want to train in the future, you will have to look for teacher. Yu spoke humbly, her starry eyes shone mysteriously. Senior sister, you are too modest. I am extremely clear about my own abilities. Moreover, it is all thanks to teacher that I was able to reach such a level. Otherwise, I would still be a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator. Thinking of Yi Xian, Li Qingyan's eyes shone as well. That's right. It is all thanks to teacher that I am able to reach my current level of cultivation as well. Yu smiled. Every time she thought of her teacher, she could not help but smile. Her otherworldly fairy-like temperament was suddenly showcased, stunning everyone. Not far away, Huang Ling and Xue Min saw this scene and looked at each other. The corners of their mouths twitched. Seeing their peers become so outstanding, they were undoubtedly extremely jealous. This was the feeling of being able to see something, but not being able to obtain it. It was too depressing. However, they could not do anything about it. After all, they were Elder Lin Qing's disciples, not Yi Xian's. Chapter 55. The drastic change in Jiangqing City. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. Chapter 55. The drastic change in Jiangqing City. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In such a short time, Li Qingyan's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. They naturally knew the reason behind this. This could only be explained by spiritual power infusion. After all, Li Qingyan had just become Yi Xian's disciple. Somehow, the latter had already made such a huge sacrifice for her. Was this guy sure that he was recruiting disciples? Why did it feel like he was raising daughters? Although Huang Ling and Xue Min were very close to Yi Xian's age, if conditions allowed, they also wanted to become Yi Xian's disciples. Thinking this, their hearts were filled with envy. Back then, an impulsive decision had caused them to miss out on becoming the disciple of the best teacher on the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, this teacher was so handsome and powerful, but they were not fated with him. Could this be any worse? However, although they could not get him in reality, they could at least dream about him, right? Huang Ling and Xue Min could only comfort themselves in this way. When Li Qingyan stepped out of the training ground, Li Zhengyang and the elders quickly surrounded her. The elders' eyes fell on Li Qingyan, and they could not help but feel a little awkward around her. No one would expect these purple spirit realm elders to lower themselves so much in front of an 8th level true essence realm cultivator. Of course, this was the benefit of being powerful. Not only had Li Qingyan's strength suddenly skyrocketed, the most important thing was that the person behind Li Qingyan was the most powerful elder of the Qingyun Sect, Yi Xian. Moreover, they had also overheard the conversation between Li Qingyan and Yu just now and understood that the change in Li Qingyan's strength was indeed related to Yi Xian. It was obvious that Yi Xian loved his disciples very much and was not stingy when it came to nurturing his disciples. In other words, as long as Yi Xian existed, Li Qingyan and Yu's future was limitless. Qingyan, I wonder if Elder Yi, among the many higher-ups of the Li family, only Li Zhengyang's expression was quite natural. Even so, when Li Zhengyang's gaze fell on his daughter, his expression unconsciously became somewhat reserved. Teacher is still in secluded cultivation in the cultivation room. Li Qingyun said with a smile. In that case, I'll immediately send out an order that no one is allowed to disturb Elder Yi Xian's cultivation room. Li Jingyang said quickly. The other elders nodded in agreement. Time passed quickly and, soon, 2 days had passed. During this period, you had been Li Qingyun's sparring partner. It had to be said that cultivators with high comprehension value were different. Within just 2 days, Li Qingyun had almost completely grasped her newfound strength. Now, she was fighting on equal terms with you. Moreover, even if you used all of her strength, she could not gain any advantage. The cultivation of these 2 disciples had been improved by Yi Xian's spiritual power infusion. The spiritual power in their dantian far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, and they were both very strong. Therefore, now that Li Qingyun could make full use of her 3-minor realm advantage, you was unable to defeat her. If Li Qingyun properly mastered all of the martial techniques that Yi Xian had imparted to her, then you would lose to Li Qingyun in a head-on fight. However, Yi Xian would perform spiritual power infusion monthly, which would narrow the gap between them. Now that the sword jade physique in Yu's body had been completely awakened, her innate bone value had been greatly improved. Naturally, she could now withstand more spiritual power infusion. However, Yu had always remembered Yi Xian's instructions. She did not slack off in her cultivation at all. Now that her huge grudge had been resolved, she was no longer obsessed over revenge. She only wanted to be by her teacher's side. She also hoped that she could become stronger quickly and catch up with her teacher as much as possible. She also hoped that one day she could fight alongside her teacher. Although she knew that she might never be able to catch up with Yi Xian in this lifetime, she still chose to give it her all. At least this way, if her teacher needed her in the future, she could be of use. Junior sister. You have properly grasped your newfound power. With my current strength, I can no longer be your sparring partner. If you want to gain some actual combat experience, you will have to wait for teacher to come out of seclusion. The rampart sword technique was activated. The long sword in Yu's hand filled the sky with sword chi. After blocking Li Qingyun's attack with great difficulty, she stopped the fight. Senior sister is too modest. Although I have an advantage in terms of my cultivation realm, I still have a lot to learn from senior sister in terms of cultivation methods and martial techniques. Li Qingyun said with a smile. Immediately after, Li Qingyun asked you for advice on cultivation methods and martial techniques. You did not hide anything. She imparted all of her experience and insights to Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun's comprehension value was extremely high. She quickly understood the insights that you had imparted to her. Although there were some parts that she was still confused about, after Yu's explanation, she immediately understood them. Of course, you did not slack off. She worked extremely hard to improve her cultivation level. The comprehension value of these 2 women far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. By helping each other, they further improved their cultivation speed. However, just as the 2 of them were wholeheartedly cultivating, a huge change occurred in Jiangqing City. The Qin family finally could no longer suppress their ambitions and made a move against the Zhu family. The Qin family wanted to subdue the Zhu family, but the Zhu family members had already seen through the Qin family's intentions. Moreover, the Zhu family was different from the Li family, so there was no possibility of a marriage alliance. If they really chose to submit, the Qin family would certainly borrow the power of the Mad Saber sect and directly eliminate the Zhu family's upper echelons. After that, the Qin family would definitely completely erode the Zhu family's strength bit by bit. At that time, the Zhu family would be completely annihilated. Moreover, the Zhu family had previously cooperated with the Qin family, so the 2 families were very clear about each other's intentions. It was precisely because of this that the Zhu family decisively rejected the Qin family's conditions. If the end result was destruction either way, then why not take the opportunity before the Mad Saber Sect's leader arrived to directly lead their entire family to evacuate Jiangqing City? Unfortunately, the Chen family had also seen through the Zhu family's plans. The moment they received the news from their spies, the Chen family did not hesitate to make their move. Not only did they interfere with the Zhu family's plans in the city, they even sent people outside the city to kill the members of the Zhu family. The alliance between the two families was shattered. The Zhu family had actually been considering cooperating with the Li family, but, unfortunately, the Li family had rejected them. Even if the two families joined hands, their combined strength would be insufficient to deal with the Mad Saber Sect. Moreover, at that time, the Li family was thinking of forming a marriage alliance with the Chen family to protect the family, so they rejected the Zhu family's request for cooperation. Chapter 56. Marriage Alliance. Sorry, we don't need one. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 56. Marriage Alliance. Sorry, we don't need one. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Now that Li Qinyan was Yi Xian's disciple, the Li family did not need to work together with the Zhu family. Of course, the Zhu family had also considered seeking refuge with the city lord's mansion of Jiangqing City. However, although the city lord's mansion was powerful, it would not interfere with the conflict between the three families. Moreover, the conflict between the families was unavoidable. Even the imperial family of the Great Qian dynasty did not interfere much in such matters, let alone the city lord's mansion. As long as the conflict did not affect the general populace, the city lord's mansion would definitely not take action. Hence, the Zhu family had to face the Chen family alone. If the Chen family was their only opponent, the Zhu family would naturally not be afraid. However, much to the Zhu family's surprise, the Maid Saber Sect had actually sent a powerful elder to take charge of the Chen family's forces. This elder's strength had reached the 9th level of the Purple Spirit Realm. Thanks to the presence of this elder, the Zhu family's plan to escape completely failed. As everyone knew, in the absence of a core formation realm cultivator, a 9th level or 10th level Purple Spirit Realm cultivator would be an invincible existence. Qin Juanhao, are you really going to exterminate my Zhu family? Outside Jiangqing City, a furious roar suddenly erupted from inside a dense forest. The Zhu family head's face was filled with despair. They could have moved a portion of their clansmen to escape, but they had not expected the Mad Saber Sect elder to actually intervene. A 9th level Purple Spirit Realm cultivator was extremely powerful, and his presence alone was sufficient to suppress the entire Zhu family. Humph, seeing that our two families have cooperated before, I gave you a chance. It's a pity that you didn't cherish it. Qin Juanhao, the head of the Chen family, said this with a mocking expression. When the head of the Zhu family heard this, he was almost angered to death. What kind of F***king chance did he even give them? It was clearly an attempt to annex the Zhu family. However, in consideration of our past relationship, I will give you one last chance. This morning, Chen Ping returned to Jiangqing City. Chen Ping wants to fight with your Zhu family's Zhu Peng. If Zhu Peng wins, I will let your Zhu family leave. Qin Juanhao looked at the leader of the Zhu family and said indifferently. The leader of the Zhu family clenched his fists when he heard this. He felt extremely humiliated. Not only was Zhu Peng his son, but he was also the strongest cultivator of the Zhu family's younger generation. However, his strength had only reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Now that Chen Ping had already entered the 10th level of the Qi transformation realm, this was not a fight, it was clearly torture. Moreover, he also heard the hidden meaning implied by Qin Juanhao's words. If Chen Ping had returned to Jiangqing City, it meant that the leader of the Mad Saber Sect had also arrived in Jiangqing City. The Zhu family was doomed. What? Are you still hesitating? Do you think you have any other choices? Seeing this, Qin Juanhao sneered. Nav om, I can agree, but you must give me 2 hours to prepare. The Zhu family head's fingernails dug into his palms. He gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. He, do you think that with your Zhu family's strength, you have the qualifications to negotiate with us? Qin Juanhao mocked him. However, he soon revealed a strange smile. Forget it. How about 4 hours? I hope that when the time is up, your Zhu family will be at the city's arena on time. Otherwise. He. When the Zhu family head heard this, he took a deep breath. It was obvious that the Qin family intended to force their Zhu family into a dead end this time. Very good. Since that was the case, even if our Zhu family dies trying, we won't let Chen Ping have it easy. Isn't Chen Ping very strong? Isn't he the greatest pride of your Qin family? Then I'll have Zhu Ping destroy him at all costs, even if they perish together. At the thought of this, the Zhu family head's expression revealed a trace of the viciousness in his heart. Now, with a 9th level purple spirit realm cultivator present, he had absolutely no chance of escaping. He could only bring his remaining clansmen back to Jiangqing City. Moreover, he only had 4 hours left. However, the current Zhu family head had completely given up on escaping. He was thinking about how to kill Chen Ping. Why would Qin Juanhao give them such a chance? The Zhu family head knew very well that this was due to Qin Juanhao's vanity. Chen Ping was not only the pride of the Qin family, but also the pride of Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao had always been ambitious. Now that Chen Ping had become the disciple of the leader of the Mad Saber sect, he no longer had to hide his ambition at all. Now, he even wanted Chen Ping to stomp on Zhu Peng in front of all the cultivators in the city. To him, this was a form of pleasure. Most importantly, the Chen family could use this chance to announce to all the cultivators in the city that, from today onward, there would only be one strongest family in Jiangqing City, which was the Chen family. From Qin Juanhao's perspective, how could Chen Ping lose? A 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivator facing a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator. Was that not the perfect recipe for a thrashing? Moreover, the Zhu family was doomed. They were only given 4 more hours to live. Soon, not only would Chen Ping kill Zhu Peng, but he would also marry Li Qingyan. From now on, the Chen family would become the largest family in Jiangqing City. Since the Zhu family was monitored by the elder of the Mad Saber sect, Qin Juanhao did not stay idle. He directly brought Chen Ping to the Li family's residence. It was time for the marriage between the two families to be finalized. After this marriage was settled, he could bring Li Qingyan to the arena to watch Chen Ping's heroic fight. Although the Li family was somewhat hesitant, after seeing the Zhu family's outcome, they would naturally have no choice but to agree. However, when he brought Chen Ping to the Li family's residence, he was almost kicked out of the residence. The members of the Li family did not afford them the slightest courtesy. They even made it clear that the marriage alliance proposal was rejected. When Qin Juanhao saw this, he could not help but laugh furiously. Good, very good. Since you refuse to accept our good intentions, then don't blame our Qin family for being merciless. He did not expect that the Li family's attitude would change so drastically within such a short period of time. He was immediately filled with anger. However, when he saw Li Zhenyang, he could not help but squint his eyes slightly. The aura around Li Zhenyang's body was extremely majestic. There were no signs of his previous injury at all. It was obvious that this fellow had made a full recovery. No wonder they dared to reject our Qin family's marriage alliance. However, did he really think that our Qin family was still the same pushover from before? Not only did the Mad Saber sect send a 9th level purple spirit realm elder to oversee things, Chen Ping had even personally brought the leader of the Mad Saber sect into Jiangqing City today. He was currently resting in the Qin family's residence. So what if Li Zhenyang's injuries had completely healed? Although Qin Juanhao was not his match, as long as the leader of the Mad Saber sect made a move, he would be able to completely destroy the Li family in an instant. Li Jingyang, have you really thought it through? Do you really want to consign the Li family into eternal damnation? Only by choosing to marry Li Qinyan to Qinping can your Li family continue to survive in Jiangqing City. If you change your mind now, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will be like the Zhu family, and will be completely wiped out from Jiangqing City. Chen Juanhao said coldly. Were it not for the fact that Li Zhenyang had recovered his strength, and that he was no match for the other party, he would have led his clansmen into the Li family's residence and kidnapped Li Qinyan. His precious son only had eyes for Li Qinyan. The rest of the Li family clansmen were of no value at all. Chapter 57. If you lose, you will become my slave. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 57. If you lose, you will become my slave. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Why did he have to choose to marry someone from the Li family? Chen Juanhao was just worried that Li Qinyan would choose the extreme option to avoid marrying Qinping. If the Li family was really stubborn, then they could only use absolute means to suppress them. First, they would kidnap Li Qinyan. Then, they would completely destroy the Li family. Qinping is just a playboy. He's not worthy of my precious daughter. Li Zhengyang looked at Qinping with disgust. Everyone in Jiangqing City knew of Qinping's reputation as a playboy. He had used the Qin family's power and influence to ruin the innocence of countless women. Now, someone was asking him to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Was this something he could tolerate? At the same time, Li Zhengyang's heart was filled with lingering fear. He had been too muddle-headed at that time. He had actually considered sacrificing his precious daughter's happiness. This kind of person was really unworthy of his daughter. Of course, were it not for Yi Xian's appearance, he would not have had the courage to speak to Chen Juanhao like this today. Perhaps, for the survival of the Li family, he might really have had to sacrifice his precious daughter's happiness. I am too incompetent as a father. Li Zhenyang's heart was filled with self-blame. His previous choice would have been one that he regretted for the rest of his life. If his precious daughter really married such a flirtatious and immoral person, how would he live with himself in the future? And even if he survived the inevitable purge afterward, he would spend the rest of his life in guilt. Thinking this, Li Zhenyang's heart was filled with gratitude towards Yi Xian. You said that I'm not worthy of Li Qinyan. Chen Juanhao had not spoken yet, but Qinping could not help but interject. He took a step forward, his facial expression was as cold as ice. The vigorous spiritual power in his dantian gushed out as he said, Li Qinyan is lucky to be able to marry me, Qinping. I, Qinping, am the strongest cultivator of the younger generation in Jiangqing City. I have now joined the Mad Saber Sect and become the personal disciple of the leader of the Mad Saber Sect. I am already a 10th level Qi Transformation Realm cultivator. Within a few months, I will definitely advance into the True Essence Realm. Yet you think I am not worthy of Li Qinyan. How ridiculous. As he spoke, Qinping's face was filled with pride. With his talent and cultivation, it was obvious that Li Qinyan, that B*TCH, was benefiting from this arrangement. Okay. Chen Juanhao, who was beside him, also sneered. He puffed out his chest, and his expression was full of pride as he looked at Qinping. The thing that made him the proudest in his life was that he had given birth to such a talented son. At such a young age, his son had already reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm. He was the youngest and strongest cultivator in Jiangqing City, and perhaps even in the regions beyond. When Li Zhengyang saw this, he could not help but laugh. Although Qinping said that his talent was not bad, did he really think that his arrogance was warranted just because he joined the Mad Saber Sect? Although the leader of the Mad Saber Sect was powerful, how could he be compared to an elder of the Qingyun Sect? How could he be compared to Yi Xian? Their teachers were not on the same level, let alone their disciples. Did he really think that his 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivation was very powerful? Did he really think that he could suppress the prodigies of this era? Had he ever met Elder Yi Xian? He had raised his disciples' realm from the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm to the 8th level of the true essence realm in just a few hours. That was what it meant to be King awesome, okay. Never in my lifetime have I seen such a feat. Seeing the smile on Li Zhenyang's face, Chen Ping could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Qin Juanhao, who was beside him, was also so furious that his whole body was trembling. If Li Zhenyang's strength had yet to recover, he would have already made a move. Very good. Didn't you say that I am not worthy of Li Qinyan? Why don't you ask Li Qinyan to come out and compete with me? I will be waiting for her in the arena in the city in 2 hours. If she can withstand 3 moves from me, I, Chen Ping, will never mention marriage again. But if she loses to me, not only will she marry into my family, but she will also have to be my slave. When I kill Zhu Peng, I will definitely slow it down for her to watch. I will let her know who is the real strong one. Chen Ping's eyes were filled with coldness. He had never been looked down upon so much. He was only 17 years old, and had already reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Even the geniuses of the county's main city, which was even bigger than Jiangqing City, could not compare to him, what more a mere 7th level Qi transformation realm girl. What gave them the qualifications to look down on him like this? Where did Li Zhenyang get the confidence to say that he was unworthy of Li Qinyan? Li Zhenyang, I'll see you in the city arena in 2 hours. Qin Juanhao looked at Li Zhenyang coldly. Without waiting for a response, he took Chen Ping and left. If Li Qinyan did not come, then things would be very simple. After the Zhu family's matter was settled, he would bring his people to destroy the Li family. Li Zhenyang looked at the retreating backs of Qin Juanhao and the others leaving and could not help but shake his head. This fellow was courting death. How could a mere 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivator withstand an 8th level true essence realm cultivator? Qin Yan probably did not even need to use a weapon. I'll inform Qin Yan about this right now. Although Elder Yi Xian is in secluded cultivation, given Elder Ye's strength, he is definitely aware of the changes happening in Jiangqing City. Moreover, Elder Yi agreed to help my Li family settle this matter. Why should I be worried about it? Thinking this, Li Zhenyang could not help but smile. Then, he walked toward the training ground in the courtyard. Whether or not she agreed to the Chen family's duel request was not something he could decide. It would depend on Li Qinyan's decision. Over the past few days, Yu and Li Qinyan had been sparring in the training ground and exchanging pointers. However, when Li Zhenyang told Li Qinyan about Chen Ping, she could not help but frown. He said that if I can withstand 3 of his moves he would never mention marriage again. And that if I lost I would be his slave. That guy is so arrogant. I wonder how he would react if he knew my current strength. Still, it made sense. Even within the Li family, only father and the elders knew about teacher. The outside world did not know that teacher was here in Jiangqing City. Moreover, even if Chen Ping knew that I had already become teacher's disciple, he would never have imagined that I had already advanced to the 8th level of the true essence realm. Should I accept the challenge? Thinking this, Li Qinyan looked toward Yu. She was not worried about the Chen family or Chen Ping, nor was she afraid of the so-called Mad Saber sect behind them. She was just thinking about her teacher. Her teacher was currently in secluded cultivation. If she defeated Chen Ping now and caused the leader of the Mad Saber sect to attack in advance, it might interfere with her teacher's cultivation. Chapter 58. Rules of the Martial World. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 58. Rules of the Martial World. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Go. Defeat him. Just as Yu was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out in their ears. Teacher. Hearing this, Qingyun revealed a pleasantly surprised look. She quickly looked around, but did not see the figure of her teacher. However, she also knew that although her teacher was still in secluded cultivation, he still paid great attention to her and her senior sister. It seemed that he could divide his consciousness while cultivating, which allowed him to still observe the situation outside. How terrifying was her teacher's strength! As everyone knew, if a cultivator was in secluded cultivation, it was extremely taboo to disturb them. After all, it was very likely to cause a distraction and lead to cultivation deviation. However, if a cultivator was still able to divide their consciousness and observe the situation outside while in secluded cultivation, it meant that the cultivator's spiritual sense was extremely powerful and that they were not afraid of any interference from the outside world. Now that she had received her teacher's instructions, Qingyun no longer hesitated. Father, let's accept the challenge. It's also time for them to witness the true strength of our Li family. Qingyun took a step forward. Her aura was domineering, and was somewhat similar to Yi Xian's. When she saw Yi Xian make a move at the auction house back then, Qingyun had long been attracted by his terrifying strength and domineering aura. Her heart was filled with yearning to someday possess such capabilities herself one day. When Yi Xian had said, "Who are you? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" she felt tingles run up her spine. In addition, now that Qingyun was his disciple, it was inevitable that her style of doing things would be somewhat similar to Yi Xian's. At the same time, the news that Chen Ping and Zhu Peng were about to fight in the arena spread throughout Jiangqing City. Everyone saw the changes taking place in Jiangqing City over the past few days. It could be said that the Chen and Zhu families had been constantly fighting these few days. Moreover, the news of the Chen family slaughtering the Zhu family outside the city made them even more fearful. They did not dare to discuss the matter between the two families, afraid that it would bring disaster upon themselves. Although the city lord's mansion had a rule that the fights between families could not affect the commoners, who could guarantee that the other party would not do something crazy when they were cornered. Therefore, even if many people wanted to watch a good show between the Chen family and the Zhu family, they did not dare to get too close. They could only watch from afar. Now that they knew that Chen Ping and Zhu Peng were about to have a decisive battle, many cultivators were extremely clear about one thing. This was not an ordinary fight, but a life-and-death battle. Once the cultivators entered the arena, they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, curiosity was part of human nature. After learning that the two cultivators were about to have a life-and-death battle, countless cultivators gathered at the arena. The arena was not located in the center of the city, but in the north. It was said that the arena was built by the first city lord of Jiangqing City. After that, every generation of city lords would strengthen the arena, and there was a powerful defensive array formation covering the arena. Cultivators below the fifth level of the Purple Spirit Realm were unable to break through the defensive array formation, so this array formation could also effectively protect the spectators. The arena was originally used to host competitions between cultivators. Sometimes, if there was a huge conflict between cultivators, or if there was a deep grudge between the two, under the agreement of both parties, they could choose to duel to the death in the arena. Although the final battle had not begun, the audience seats in the arena were already full of cultivators. They were all prepared to watch a good show. Those cultivators who could not afford the tickets chose to watch the fight from outside the arena by finding a spot in or atop a nearby building. Half of the cultivators in the audience seats were only in the body refinement realm, and a small number were in the Qi transformation realm. The number of true essence realm cultivators among them was pitifully few. A small handful of them had reached the purple spirit realm. Most of the cultivators were just here to watch the show. Of course, there were also many cultivators who wanted to use this opportunity to learn. Sigh, what a pity. After the arena battle ends, the Zhu family will be completely eradicated. So be it. The Zhu family were not particularly good people to begin with. Brother, you are too simple-minded. Once the Zhu family is destroyed, the next in line will be the Li family. At that time, the Qin family will completely control Jiangqing city. We cultivators will also have a hard time. Didn't the Li family and the Zhu family choose to enter a marriage alliance? How could they be destroyed? The marriage alliance is just a means for Qin Ping to get Li Qingyun. After the marriage alliance, the Qin family will definitely think of ways to slowly erode the Li family's strength and then destroy them. According to the rumors, the Li family seems to have rejected the Qin family's marriage proposal. F***CK. Are you sure you are not joking? What gives the Li family the confidence to reject the marriage proposal of the Qin family? What is there to joke about? My family lives near the Li family's residence. My father heard the conversation between Qin Juanhao and Li Jingyang with his own ears. Li Jingyang said it himself, that Qin Ping is not worthy of marrying his daughter. At that time, Qin Ping was so angry that he directly proposed to fight with Li Qingyun. If Li Qingyun can survive 3 moves from him, the marriage will be cancelled. What? Qin Ping wants Li Qingyun to withstand 3 moves from him. That's right. If Li Qingyun loses, she will become the Qin family's slave. Then what did the Li family say? The Li family did not give a response. Qin Ping left directly after delivering that ultimatum. Moreover, the agreed battle time is after the duel between Qin Ping and Zhu Peng. I have no idea as to whether Li Qingyun will show up, sigh. What's the use of coming here? The outcome has long been decided. How can a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator defeat a 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivator? However, if Li Qingyun doesn't come, the Qin family might directly lead their clansmen to kill their way into the Li family's residence. At this moment, the cultivators in the audience seats were having a heated discussion. Among the current younger generation of cultivators in Jiangqing city, Qin Ping is the strongest. Now that he has become the personal disciple of the leader of the Mad Saber sect, how can Li Qingyun and Zhu Peng possibly defeat him? Do you think that Zhu Peng will go to extreme measures because he knows that he will lose? He might resort to some suicidal means. This is indeed possible. If this was a normal situation, Zhu Peng might have been able to perish together with Qin Ping, but it is absolutely impossible today. What do you mean? Don't forget that the leader of the Mad Saber sect has already arrived in Jiangqing city. With a top-tier core formation stage powerhouse watching over things, what can Zhu Peng hope to achieve? Zhu Peng might not be able to do it, but if the master of the Zhu family were to fight to the death, there might still be some possibility. Damn, brother, I suddenly understand why you are standing in such a remote place in the audience stand. It turns out that you are worried that the master of the Zhu family will overhear you and get rid of you. Get lost. Don't you know the rules of the martial world? If you see through a scheme, you naturally want to expose it. Chapter 59. Oh my God, it's a fairy. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 59. Oh my God, it's a fairy. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as countless cultivators were discussing things amongst themselves, the atmosphere in the distance suddenly turned quiet. When everyone noticed this, they revealed puzzled expressions. However, when they directed their gazes to the front, they discovered the reason for this. The people from the Chen and Zhu families had arrived. Everyone immediately stopped their discussion. The people from the Zhu family who came to the arena were basically the remaining top-tier forces they had. Besides the Zhu family head, only Zhu Peng and 2 family elders were left. The rest of the forces had been killed off by that elder from the Mad Saber sect. In contrast, on the Chen family side, almost all the top-tier forces of the family were sent out. Of course, that elder from the Mad Saber sect did not appear. Obviously, he was constantly monitoring the Li family's movements. He was worried that the Li family would take this opportunity to withdraw from Jiangqing City. As expected, the Li family didn't accept the challenge. Chen Ping looked around and discovered that the beautiful figure he was thinking about did not appear. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Humph, Li Zhengyang is quite bold. When Qin Juanhao saw this scene, he revealed a cold smile. He also did not expect the Li family to ignore him even though he had the backing of the Mad Saber sect. Was there a hole in their brains or did they really want to fight to the death? No matter what, in front of a core formation realm cultivator, all resistance is futile. Although Qin Juanhao appeared unfazed on the surface, he was inwardly displeased. Wait, it's the Li family. The Li family has appeared. As expected of the number one beauty of our Jiangqing city. Let alone Chen Ping, any other cultivator would probably also be tempted, right? Wait, who is the woman next to Li Qinyan? Why is her appearance more outstanding than Li Qinyan's? Oh my god, she's like a fairy that descended from the heavens. I have never seen a woman so beautiful. All of a sudden, the cultivators in the audience stand were thrown into an uproar. Seeing this, Chen Juanhao and Chen Ping could not help but look as well. They saw Li Zhengyang and the elders of the Li family slowly walking over with Li Qinyan and the others. In addition to the people of the Li family, there were also 3 unidentified young girls. When Chen Ping's eyes fell on Li Qinyan, his eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. However, when he noticed you, who was even more beautiful than Li Qinyan, he was stunned. Who was this woman? Why was she so beautiful? What a fairy! Chen Ping was shocked. Li Qinyan had been the number one beauty in his eyes, but now she was relegated to second place. I told you that Li Zhengyang wouldn't have the guts to refuse our request. Seeing this scene, Chen Juanhao sneered. He thought that Li Zhengyang did not dare to come over initially. Presumably, the other party had detected the presence of the elder of the Mad Saber sect and had no choice but to come. Now that everyone is here, it's time for the arena battle to begin. Chen Juanhao looked indifferently at the cultivators in the audience stand and then spoke in an arrogant tone of voice. Humph, my Chen family deserves respect and adulation. Zhu family head, this is your only chance. You all must cherish it. Chen Juanhao's gaze turned toward the Zhu family as he spoke in a mocking tone. The Zhu family head's expression did not change in the slightest when he heard those words. He stood motionless with an expressionless face. Zhu Peng, who was beside him, immediately understood. He did not reply to the Chen family's taunts. However, his eyes contained a monstrous hatred. Chen family, even if my Zhu family is completely destroyed, I will make your entire family pay a heavy price. The two people slowly walked into the arena. At the same time, the defensive array formation around the arena was activated. Make your move. Chen Ping looked at Zhu Peng indifferently. The large saber in his hand emitted a sharp gleam. The power of a peak-level Qi transformation realm cultivator suddenly erupted. However, what surprised everyone was that Chen Ping actually chose to hold the saber with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. This guy was really arrogant. However, he had reached the 10th level of the Qi transformation realm at such a young age, so he indeed had the right to be arrogant. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but think to themselves. Previously, when Chen Ping had been in the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, Zhu Peng was not a match for him. Nothing could have possibly changed since then. After making what he thought was a very heroic pose, Chen Ping's gaze fell proudly on Li Qinyan. At the same time, he sized up you without any scruples. In his opinion, after he displayed his 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivation, the two girls would definitely have grave expressions and be extremely shocked. However, what made his expression turn ugly was that the two girls were not paying attention to him. Instead, they were smiling at each other and talking about something. When Chen Ping saw this, his face turned green with anger. You piece of trash, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? Chen Ping could only vent his anger on Zhu Peng. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhu Peng did not respond. Instead, he slowly gathered all of the spiritual power in his body. The next second, a ball of spiritual power hidden within Zhu Peng's body shattered. Zhu Peng immediately leapt forward. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he charged toward Chen Ping. Be careful. When Chen Juanhao saw this, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted a warning. The power that erupted from Zhu Peng's body was extremely powerful. This was not something that a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator should possess. Die. However, by the time Chen Juanhao opened his mouth to speak, Zhu Peng had already arrived in front of Chen Ping. Chen Ping had just turned around when Zhu Peng's resentment-filled face suddenly appeared in his field of vision. He saw that power was surging from Zhu Peng's hand, which was clutching a jade slip, which suddenly shot towards Chen Ping. That jade slip contained the full power strike of a 6th level purple spirit realm cultivator. No matter how powerful Chen Ping was, he would not be able to block it, and his body would definitely be reduced to ashes. However, Chen Ping's expression did not display the slightest bit of panic. Before entering the arena, he had already expected that the other party would very likely fight to the death, so how could he not have a backup plan? In the next second, a jade slip in Chen Ping's arms suddenly shattered, transforming into an invisible energy barrier that enveloped him within. This was the jade slip that his teacher had given him. It was strong enough to block the power of a purple spirit realm cultivator. He still had 3 or 4 such jade slips. Chapter 60. Stay out of the juniors fight. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 60. Stay out of the juniors fight. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Boom. The jade slip that Zhu Peng was holding suddenly shattered, releasing an extremely powerful force. It was almost as if a small meteorite had exploded. That resplendent and destructive force caused everyone's hearts to shudder. At the same time, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, and cracks appeared on the arena's array formation. It seemed like the array would shatter at any moment. Fortunately, these were only the energy fluctuations from the jade slip. If that terrifying attack was to directly hit the array formation, the array would have been destroyed. The cultivators closer to the arena saw this and heaved a sigh of relief. They had survived a disaster. F*CK isn't this 2F** King exciting? This daddy came to watch a good show, and almost died. Before the crowd could react further, Chen Juanhao angrily shouted, "You guys are courting death." The crowd quickly came back to their senses and discovered that the Zhu family head and the 2 elders in the audience seats had disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in front of the nearly broken array formation. They wanted to use this opportunity to kill Chen Ping. Chen Ping relied on the protective power of the jade slip to withstand the full power attack of the 6th level purple spirit realm expert stored the jade slip earlier. However, Zhu Peng, who activated the jade slip, had been reduced to ashes. With 3 powerful purple spirit realm cultivators attacking together, even if Chen Juanhao took action, he would definitely not be able to stop them. This was the Zhu family's final plan. If Zhu Peng failed, they would kill Chen Ping at all costs. The 3 of you, this is a battle between juniors. You guys should just stay put obediently. Just when everyone thought that Chen Ping was about to die, laughter broke out. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly swept over the arena. When everyone felt it, their expressions changed drastically. Sweat dripped down from their foreheads like raindrops, and their bodies trembled. This is the terrifying spiritual pressure of a core formation realm cultivator. Although they had never seen a core formation realm cultivator before, at this moment, this single unified thought flashed through their minds at the same time. This overwhelming pressure and terrifying power was as vast as the sea could only belong to a core formation realm cultivator. When Chen Ping was about to die, this terrifying pressure happened to appear. It was obvious that this core formation realm cultivator was the leader of the Mad Saber sect, who was also Chen Ping's teacher. When the Zhu family head and the two elders saw this, their expressions changed. Their gazes landed on a building not far away. There they saw a middle-aged man in a long green robe standing indifferently on top of the building. He then raised his eyelids slightly, and his gaze seemed to contain monstrous pressure. The Zhu family is done for. When the three of them saw this scene, they revealed expressions of despair. Under this incomparably powerful pressure, the purple spiritual power in their bodies was suddenly frozen, and their bodies were unable to move. Is this the power of a core formation realm cultivator? At this moment, the three of them had bitter expressions on their faces. They originally thought that the three of them would be able to suppress Chen Ping by going all out, but they did not expect the gap between the core formation realm and the purple spirit realm to be so large. The middle-aged man took a step forward, instantly crossing several hundred meters. He then appeared in the air above the arena. Family head, please don't interfere in the battle between juniors. The middle-aged man looked at the Zhu family head and the two elders with a smile. I dislike people who don't follow the rules the most. You guys. Why don't you just die? As soon as he finished speaking, a giant palm smashed down toward the Zhu family head and the other two elders. Rumble. The incomparably powerful force of the attack turned the three of them into a bloody mist. When everyone saw this scene unfold, they trembled, and their hearts were filled with fear. Some of the more cowardly cultivators were even frightened to the point of peeing their pants. No matter what, those were still three powerful purple spirit realm cultivators, and the Zhu family head was one of the three strongest cultivators in Jiangqing City. However, he was unable to withstand a single palm strike from a core formation realm cultivator. Was this the true strength of a core formation realm cultivator? It was actually even more terrifying than the rumors. It could be said that the appearance of the leader of the Mad Saber sect had left an indelible and terrifying impression on the countless cultivators of Jiangqing City. No wonder the Chen family was so arrogant. If they had such a backer, they would probably be the same. It seemed that Jiangqing City was really going to change. Among the countless cultivators, only Yu, Li Qingyun, Huang Ling and Xuan Min remained unaffected. They naturally knew very well how terrifying a core formation realm expert was. However, they had been by Yi Xian's side for quite some time. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect terrified the cultivators of Jiangqing City, to these four, it was obvious that there was still a huge gap between him and Yi Xian. Teacher's strength definitely far surpasses the leader of the Mad Saber sect. Li Qingyun thought to herself. When they were at the auction house previously, Yi Xian had once released a terrifying pressure. The suffocation brought about by that terrifying pressure was far greater than the pressure that the leader of the Mad Saber sect was exuding. Ha! After casually killing the leader of the Zhu family, the leader of the Mad Saber sect narrowed his eyes as he looked at you and the others. Seeing that they were mostly unaffected, a tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, what surprised him the most were the cultivation levels of you and the others. They were all very young, but the weakest among them had already reached the true essence realm. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect's cultivation was not as high as Yi Xian's, mere true essence realm cultivators could not hide their cultivation levels from him. Unless you and the others had learned an aura concealment technique, there was no way for them to hide their cultivation levels from a core formation realm cultivator. Obviously, these people came from some sort of prestigious background. Could they be the personal disciples of some top sect who are out training in the outside world? Seeing this, the master of the Mad Saber sect could not help but think to himself. Then, he took a step forward and instantly arrived on a rooftop not far away. He paid little attention to you and the others. He had just arrived at Jiangqing City. As a core formation realm cultivator, he naturally could not be bothered to research what was going on in Jiangqing City. Therefore, he did not even know Li Qingyun, let alone you and the others. Continue. The leader of the Mad Saber sect said to Chen Ping with an indifferent expression. Chapter 61. One move is enough to kill you. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 61. One move is enough to kill you. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The reason why the leader of the Mad Saber sect came to Jiangqing City was for the sake of his disciple. This remote city did not interest him at all. Then, he entered a meditative state on the rooftop. As you command, Master. Chen Ping bowed to the leader of the Mad Saber sect and responded respectfully. When he noticed the envious looks from the crowd, he felt very conceited. Then, Chen Ping's eyes turned to Li Qingyun. However, when he found that the eyes of the other party remained indifferent to the presence of the leader of the Mad Saber sect, he narrowed his eyes. Humph, pretend all you want. When I defeat you later, you will be a member and slave of my Qin family. I will trample upon you. And those 3 little girls, I will not waste them and take them all as my concubines. At the thought of this, the long saber in Chen Ping's hand shone. The tip of the saber was pointed in the direction of Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun, our battle is next. Don't forget our agreement. As soon as those words were spoken, some cultivators who did not know what was going on revealed puzzled expressions. An agreement? When did these 2 parties have an agreement? Could it be the marriage agreement? Ridiculous. I have never made an agreement with you. The reason why I came here is to let you know that you are not qualified to marry me. Li Qingyun raised her eyelids slightly and then said those words loudly. Then, she jumped up and stepped onto the arena like a swallow. Ha ha ha, this is really ridiculous. I am the strongest genius in Jiangqing City. If I don't have the qualifications, then who does? Do you really think that with your strength, you can withstand 3 moves from me? If I use my full strength, you won't be able to even withstand 1 move from me. Moreover, I can kill you with 1 move. Chen Ping laughed angrily. His face alternated between shades of purple and green. A mere 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator actually dared to look down on him. Was she not courting death? 1 move. That makes sense. Indeed, I can finish you off in 1 move. Li Qingyun slowly raised the long sword in her hand. The sword flickered with sharp sword qi. You are courting death. Hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes turned completely cold. Originally, he wanted to play with Li Qingyun. Now, he only wanted to stomp Li Qingyun under his feet in the shortest possible time. He wanted to let Li Qingyun know who was the strongest genius in Jiangqing City. The long saber in Chen Ping's hand released a half-moon-shaped saber qi. Slicing through the air, it flew toward Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun's expression did not change at all. She waved her long sword, and her 8th-level true essence realm cultivation surged forth. When Chen Ping saw this, his facial expression changed drastically. This is true essence power. How is this possible? At that moment, his eyes were full of disbelief. This was definitely an illusion. Li Qingyun was supposed to be in the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. How could she have stepped into the true essence realm? This woman must have used some sort of illusion to trick him. Yes, it had to be like this. Chen Ping's gaze turned ruthless. The half-moon curved saber qi released a bright light as it slashed toward Li Qingyun. No, at this moment, the leader of the Mad Saber sect who was meditating frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly opened. Li Qingyun, was this woman the Li Qingyun that Chen Ping mentioned? In the intelligence report, it was stated that she was only at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Why did she reveal the strength of an 8th-level true essence realm cultivator now? Could he have remembered that wrongly? That was impossible. He was a top-tier core formation realm expert. How could he have misheard this sentence? No, this was very wrong. For a moment, the eyes of the leader of the Mad Saber sect were filled with doubt, and his heart was extremely conflicted. Ever since he stepped into the core formation realm, he had never felt such emotions. He had no choice. The shock that Li Qingyun had given him was too great. How could a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator turn into an 8th level true essence realm cultivator within such a short time? Chen Juanhao had clearly told him earlier that Li Qingyun and Chen Ping were about the same age, but that her strength was slightly lower than Chen Ping's, having only reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Moreover, in the previous genius competition held in Jiangqing City, Li Qingyun had been defeated by Chen Ping. However, at this moment, Li Qingyun was clearly displaying the strength of an 8th level true essence realm cultivator. How could such a talented genius lose to Chen Ping? What exactly had gone wrong here? The leader of the Mad Saber sect frowned and fell into a state of deep thought. Chen Juanhao was also stunned. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the purple spirit realm, so when Li Qingyun released her true strength, he suddenly realized that her cultivation was indeed at the 8th level of the true essence realm. At that moment, Chen Juanhao was at a loss. He did not know what had happened at all. Wasn't she supposed to be in the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm? How did she reach the 8th level of the true essence realm in just a few days? Could this be any more ridiculous? Although the two of them felt that this was incredulous, they did not think of spiritual power infusion as the cause behind this. Crack. Boom. Chen Juanhao only reacted when the long saber in Chen Ping's hand was suddenly cut off, and his son spat out blood onto the arena floor. Son. Chen Juanhao's facial expression changed greatly when he saw what had happened. The aura around Chen Ping's body had become extremely faint. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was holding the remaining half of the long saber in his hand as he kneeled on the arena with difficulty. Damn it! Seeing this, Chen Juanhao's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. His distraction had actually caused his precious son to be heavily injured. It was not surprising though. Li Qingyun's 8th level true essence realm cultivation was just too shocking. It was unbelievable that she had reached the 8th level of the true essence realm at such a young age. Most importantly, he clearly remembered that a few days ago, Li Qingyun was still in the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. How did she increase her cultivation to such an extent? This overload of information and disbelief had stunned him for a few seconds. Swoosh! A gleam of light flashed past. Chen Juanhao's fist, which was full of terrifying power, suddenly smashed into the arena's defensive array formation. He then hurried over to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, on the other hand, was kneeling on the arena floor with a pained expression. His body trembled, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. One move. This woman actually cut off his long saber with just one move. The violent power from her attack was wreaking havoc inside his body. He thought that the true essence power that Li Qingyun was exuding was just an illusion, but it was real. It was also due to his carelessness that he did not use the protective jade slip on his body. That was why he was severely injured by Li Qingyun's one move, and was even on the verge of death. How? How was this possible? This woman had really stepped into the true essence realm. What exactly happened? How did her cultivation increase so much within the span of a few days? Although Chen Ping was unable to determine Li Qingyun's exact cultivation level, the true essence power in her body could not be faked. Son, father is here. Quickly. Take this healing pill and stabilize your mind. I will start healing you now. Chen Juanhao said anxiously. His hands trembled, and his eyes were filled with worry. Chen Ping's current situation was extremely precarious. He had one foot into the netherworld. If things were not handled properly, it was very likely that he would never recover from this. Chapter 62. Who do you think you are? How you are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 62. Who do you think you are? How dare you even think of touching my disciple? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, damn *tch, how dare you injure my precious son. After feeding Chen Ping the pill, Chen Juanhao stood up slowly. His eyes were filled with anger and his body was bursting with purple spiritual power. At this moment, his mind was filled with anger. He no longer cared about the fact that Li Qinyan was the woman that his precious son had been longing for. He did not even care about why Li Qinyan's cultivation had increased by so much. He just wanted to slap Li Qinyan to death. How could this be? How could this be? Chen Ping, who was lying unconscious on the arena platform, muttered those words to himself in a daze. His expression was filled with unwillingness, and streams of blood slowly flowed out of his mouth. Seeing this, Chen Juanhao's facial expression changed. He quickly gave up on the idea of killing Li Qinyan and rushed over to Chen Ping's side. Son, don't think too much now. That *tch must have relied on dumb luck to have been able to break through to the 8th level true essence realm. Faced with such a realm gap, it's understandable why you couldn't defeat her. It's not your fault. Chen Juanhao quickly patted Chen Ping's back and slowly comforted him. Puff. Hearing this, Chen Ping widened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? She's reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Chen Ping's body trembled violently, and his eyes filled with despair. In the next second, a slight cracking sound could be heard. He suddenly felt that something in his dantian had shattered. This was not some bodily organ, but his Tao heart. Not only had she reached the true essence realm, but the 8th level of the true essence realm. This was truly beyond his wildest imaginations. So the clown was me. Me and my big mouth. Chen Juanhao could not help but curse when he saw this. It was all his fault for being too anxious. He had wanted to comfort his precious son, but he did not expect his words to backfire on him. Chen Ping, calm your mind. At this moment, a deep voice rumbled. The leader of the Mad Saber sect had appeared in front of Chen Ping at some point in time. Sir, I'm begging you to save my son, I'm begging you. When Chen Juanhao saw the leader of the Mad Saber sect appear, his eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise and joy, and he hurriedly pleaded with the latter. Don't worry, I will do my best. The leader of the Mad Saber sect nodded. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force immediately helped Chen Ping up. The hands of the leader of the Mad Saber sect were suffused with a gentle white force, which gradually adhered itself to Chen Ping's back, gradually restoring his vitality. Although Chen Ping's current situation was indeed precarious, it was not difficult to resolve for a core formation realm cultivator like him. In just a short while, Chen Ping's injuries had stabilized. Damn *tch. You actually dared to injure my precious son. Today, I will cripple your cultivation. In the future, you will be my Chen family's slave and serve my son well. After seeing that Chen Ping's injuries had stabilized, Chen Juanhao stood up and stared at Li Qinyan with a fierce gaze. Father, not only do I want Li Qinyan to be my slave, but the women beside her must also come and serve me. Once Chen Ping's injuries had stabilized, he quickly looked at you and the others. Not only did he want Li Qinyan, but he also wanted you, Huang Ling, and the others as his concubines. Just now, his Tao heart had been completely crushed by Li Qinyan's strength. Now, he wanted to enslave Li Qinyan and the others to restore his Tao heart. Okay, son, I will capture them now. Chen Juanhao saw that his precious son's face had become a lot brighter, so he quickly agreed to do it. You are so young, yet you are so ruthless. Today, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your teacher. After the leader of the Mad Saber sect stabilized Chen Ping's injuries, he took out a pill and got the latter to consume it. Then, he slowly stood up and looked at Li Qingyun with an ice-cold gaze. Although Chen Ping's character was not good, he was still his disciple. Now that someone had personally injured his disciple in front of him, if he did not seek justice for the latter, what would happen to his reputation if the news got out? Of course, this was indeed an accident. After all, Chen Juanhao also did not expect that Li Qingyun's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect had already noticed Li Qingyun's cultivation level earlier, he did not know her identity. After all, according to the information Chen Juanhao gave earlier, Li Qingyun's cultivation had only reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, Chen Ping's current injury could be said to be related to their combined negligence. However, how could they admit that it was their fault? They would let Li Qingyun take the blame. Not good, we're doomed this time. Although we don't know why Li Qingyun cultivation increased by such a huge margin, regardless of whether she is a true essence realm or a purple spirit realm cultivator, there is no way she can resist a core formation realm powerhouse. The leader of the Mad Saber sect seems to be really angry too. It's over now. An 8th level true essence realm cultivator who is not even 18 years old. She is truly a monster. Is she really going to die today? When the cultivators in the stands saw this scene, a complicated feeling arose in their hearts. They could sigh inwardly as they did not dare to confront the leader of the Mad Saber sect head on. The strength that Li Qingyun displayed had indeed shocked everyone. No one had expected the former to have actually stepped into the 8th level of the true essence realm. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, and also the favored daughter of the younger generation of Jiangqing City, Li Qingyun's strength had always been the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, Li Qingyun's strength on the surface had indeed only been at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Now that she had revealed the terrifying strength of an 8th level true essence realm cultivator, it naturally shocked everyone. Moreover, when they saw that Li Qingyun had heavily injured Chen Ping with one sword strike, many cultivators could not help but secretly cheer. However, what made everyone feel regret was that Li Qingyun had offended a core formation realm super powerhouse because of this. However, the moment the leader of the Mad Saber sect finished speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Who do you think you are? How dare you even think of touching my disciple? Although the voice was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. Who is it? When the leader of the Mad Saber sect heard those words, his expression changed drastically. A sense of vigilance arose in his heart. This was an expert, an absolute top-notch expert. Moreover, it was an existence whose presence he could not even sense. Who is acting so sneakily? Hurry up and come out. Chen Juanhao's expression also changed when he saw this, and his body tensed up. Everyone looked around in confusion, but found nothing. Teacher. Teacher. However, the next second, two voices filled with pleasant surprise suddenly were heard from the direction of the Li family's group. A young man with an extraordinarily handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes suddenly appeared beside you. Among the cultivators present, only the leader of the Mad Saber sect had sensed Yi Xian's aura. If the others had not heard his voice, they would not have been able to react. Chapter 63. So what if I'm arrogant? Got a problem with that? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 63. So what if I'm arrogant? Got a problem with that? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Teacher. Could it be that this person is Li Qingyun's teacher? Wow. He's so handsome and so young. F***ck. I feel a little jealous for some reason. When everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian, they could not help but be amazed. Were it not for Li Qingyun and you calling him teacher, they would have noticed Yi Xian's presence. When Li Qingyun and you saw Yi Xian appear, they revealed brilliant smiles, which were like blooming flowers, stunning the crowd. However, the crowd was not in the mood to admire the beauty of Li Qingyun and Yu. Their gazes were all focused on Yi Xian. When they realized that they could not sense any aura fluctuations from the latter, their expressions changed drastically. He was Li Qingyun's teacher. How could there be no aura fluctuations? Was this even possible? This undoubtedly meant that the latter could easily escape the detection of their spiritual sense. After Yi Xian appeared, Li Qingyun and Yu's slightly nervous expressions loosened up. Although they knew that their teacher would definitely appear, when their teacher was not by their side, they could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, the leader of the Mad Saber sect was not a minor character, but a true top-tier core formation realm powerhouse. Most importantly, the other party was only a few hundred meters away from them. If the other party wanted to kill them, he could probably do so in an instant. In fact, the reason why Yi Xian had not arrived in advance was because he was refining the 7th grade Nirvana Pill in the cultivation room. However, just now, he had completed the refining another portion of the medicinal effects of the 7th grade Nirvana Pill. His cultivation level had advanced to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and he was only half a step away from reaching the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Of course, even though he was in secluded cultivation, he split a portion of his spiritual sense to keep an eye on the situation outside. He was very clear about what had happened on the arena platform. Moreover, he had long since known that the leader of the Mad Saber sect had arrived in Jiangqing City. However, when he discovered that the latter had arrived in Jiangqing City, he had already entered secluded cultivation, and thus could not be bothered to pay attention to it. After all, for Yi Xian, the most urgent thing was to reach the middle stage of the Golden CPRE realm. Of course, if the leader of the Mad Saber sect really attacked Li Qingyun and the others during this period, Yi Xian would not have hesitated to give up on breaking through and save them. However, luck was on his side. He had already exited secluded cultivation before the leader of the Mad Saber sect even attacked Li Qingyun and the others. Whoosh! Yi Xian stepped forward slightly and appeared in front of Li Qingyun in an instant. Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect could not help but narrow his eyes. This guy was so fast. His strength must have far surpassed his own. Was he at the middle stage of the Shudan realm or the advanced stage? You. Who are you? Chen Ping's gaze fell on Yi Xian on the ring as he asked that question. However, because of this, his injuries worsened and he spat out a mouthful of blood while grimacing. From Chen Ping's perspective, no matter how strong this young man was, there would still be an upper limit. After all, he looked to be only around 19 years old. It was impossible for him to be a top-tier core formation realm expert, right? As long as he was not a core formation realm expert, his master could kill him with a single slap. In the entire Great Qian dynasty, there was only one genius cultivator who had become extremely famous for his monstrous achievements at such a young age, and that was Yi Xian of the Qingyun Sect. There could not be a second one, right? Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect's face changed drastically. You little B*****, what nonsense are you spouting? If I had known earlier, I would have slapped you to death myself and would not have bothered to save you. However, Yi Xian did not even pay attention to Chen Ping. Instead, his gaze fell on the leader of the Mad Saber sect as he continued speaking with an indifferent expression. You, were you trying to discipline my disciple just now? May I know who you are? After learning of the other party's terrifying strength, the leader of the Mad Saber sect's expression turned vigilant, and he cautiously inquired. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but stare with their eyes wide open, their pupils were filled with shock. Had this fellow not been acting very arrogantly just a moment ago? The incomparably terrifying spiritual pressure of a core formation realm expert had even enveloped the entire arena, scaring everyone to the point that they did not even dare to release a fart. Even that incomparably powerful 6th level purple spirit realm cultivator had been directly slapped to death by the other party. Yet now this guy was actually behaving so subserviently to a young man. He even cupped his fists and saluted toward the young man. Did this mean that the other party's strength was at least the same level as the leader of the Mad Saber sect? I was asking you a question. What gave you the gall to reply to my question with another question? Seeing this, Yi Xian's gaze turned cold. This fellow had just wanted to make a move on his disciple, but now he was backtracking and did not dare to admit it. Don't be too arrogant. Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect also felt a little angry. So what if your cultivation is at the middle stage of the Xuan realm? Although I'm not your match in terms of strength, cultivators below the true core realm might not be able to kill me. No matter what, I'm also a top-notch expert at the early stage of the Xuan realm. I have my own sense of dignity and pride. This young man even shouted at him in front of so many cultivators. Was he not clearly disregarding him? Was he not clearly disregarding the Mad Saber sect? Although he was slightly surprised by Yi Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to lower his head because of this. I am arrogant. Is that something you have a problem with? Yi Xian smiled. His incomparably strong spiritual pressure gushed out and instantly enveloped the leader of the Mad Saber sect. Hee, so what if you called me arrogant? I can kill you without lifting a single finger. Boom. The expression of the leader of the Mad Saber sect contorted. It felt like a mountain weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds was weighing down upon him. The next second, his legs started trembling, and then he crashed into the arena platform. At the same time, cracks appeared on the extremely hard arena platform, and then it broke into pieces. How is this possible? The leader of the Mad Saber sect had a shocked and dumbfounded expression on his face. He had been wrong. How could the opponent be a mere middle-stage Xuan realm cultivator? Someone with such terrifying strength had at least reached the true core realm. Moreover, it was very likely that the opponent was only half a step away from the peak of the true core realm. Only such a terrifying expert could use mere spiritual pressure to suppress him. Chapter 64. He's Yi Xian. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 64. He's Yi Xian. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The leader of the Mad Saber sect gritted his teeth as he tried to use his core formation realm cultivation to resist the spiritual pressure. However, just as his spiritual power started to surge forth, he was suddenly strangled by an invisible hand, forcefully stuffing his spiritual power back into his dantian. Do you think you can resist? Seeing this, a sneer hung on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. Waves of power like a vast ocean suddenly swept out. The power of a golden core realm cultivator was displayed. After a cultivator stepped into the core formation realm, the Xuan in the dantian would turn into a real core. When that real core turned into a golden core, the cultivator's strength would undergo a qualitative change. In short, the gap between a golden core realm cultivator and a Xuan realm cultivator was even more terrifying than the gap between a Xuan realm cultivator and a peak purple spirit realm cultivator. Boom! In an instant, the arena platform under the leader of the Mad Saber sect's feet was turned into dust. At the same time, the mountain-like spiritual power engulfed him. The leader of the Mad Saber sect suddenly felt his bones cracking. Puff! Under Yi Xian's terrifying golden core power, the leader of the Mad Saber sect's Xuan power was forcibly suppressed back into his dantian. The latter could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior, spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. At that moment, the leader of the Mad Saber sect's face had turned extremely pale, and a premonition of death arose in his heart. He was truly incomparably terrified. He had never seen or heard of such a terrifying cultivator. This suffocating feeling was too terrifying. He suddenly realized that this young man was not a Xuan or true core realm cultivator. He was a terrifying golden core realm cultivator. He was a top-tier powerhouse who represented the upper limit of cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty. The other party could crush him to death easily, just like how he had crushed the Zhu family head earlier. What? Didn't you hear my earlier question? Yi Xian looked indifferently at the leader of the Mad Saber sect, who had just spat out a mouthful of blood. The latter knelt on the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying spiritual pressure Yi Xian was exerting on him. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth and stained his clothes. How could I dare to have such intentions? I am to be blamed for being blind and spouting nonsense. Please don't blame me. I hope that you will forgive me, Senior. At that moment, the leader of the Mad Saber sect, who had been kneeling on the broken arena platform, hurriedly crawled toward Yi Xian. First, he begged Yi Xian for mercy, and then he looked at Li Qinyan and the others. No matter what, he could only pray in his heart that Li Qinyan did not hold a grudge against him. After all, he had wanted to kill her just a moment ago. At this moment, he no longer cared about his dignity as a core formation realm cultivator. Just now, he had clearly sensed a trace of killing intent from Yi Xian's gaze, and the spiritual pressure he exuded was still rising. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's strength was far above what it was currently. Just how terrifying was this guy? The leader of the Mad Saber sect was terrified. Under the suppression of absolute strength, he had no chance to escape. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he could only wait for death. Compared to his own life, what did mere dignity count for? This Chen Ping really deserves to die. He actually caused me so much trouble. The leader of the Mad Saber sect was filled with resentment toward Chen Ping. He directly cursed the other party's ancestors for tens of thousands of generations. Had they not told him that Li Qinyan was only a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator? Did they not say that the strongest cultivator in the Li family was the 7th level purple spirit realm expert, Li Zhengyang? Why did they neglect to mention Li Qinyan's teacher? This senior's strength was so terrifying. It was absolutely impossible for him to be an unknown persona. However, at this moment, the leader of the Mad Saber sect was also a little puzzled. In the entire Great Qian dynasty, only Yi Xian of the Qingyun Sect had achieved amazing results at such a young age, but even Yi Xian did not have such strength. Spare you. If you want me to spare you, it's possible. Yi Xian looked at him indifferently, and the mountain-like spiritual pressure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect could not help but sigh in relief. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were petrified and held their breaths. Was this still the same King arrogant leader of the Mad Saber sect? Was he still the same peak expert who had casually crushed a 6th level purple spirit realm cultivator? The incomparably tough arena platform had long been reduced to dust. The clothes of the leader of the Mad Saber sect were stained with blood, and the aura around his body was erratic and weak. However, what shocked everyone the most was that this power, that could instantly suppress a core formation realm cultivator, and even heavily injure him, did not affect any of the cultivators in the audience stands. Undoubtedly, this could only mean one thing. The gap between the two parties' realms was too big. That young man was able to easily crush the leader of the Mad Saber sect, and his control over his own strength had reached an astonishing level. Gulp. Everyone could not help but swallow hard. Their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their eyes were filled with shock. They had thought that the leader of the Mad Saber sect was the strongest cultivator they had ever seen. After all, the former had just casually crushed a 6th level purple spirit realm cultivator. However, Yi Xian's appearance had now shown them the meaning of absolute strength. This was too terrifying. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the leader of the Mad Saber sect was delighted. However, his legs were still kneeling on the ground, as he waited for the follow-up sentence. After all, Yi Xian's mood would determine whether he lived or died. Someone wants to forcefully marry my disciple. They even want to destroy the family that my disciple belongs to. As her teacher, do you think that I, Yi Xian, should interfere? I don't want to see them in the future. Do you know what to do? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they stared at him with wide eyes. This young man was actually Yi Xian, the strongest genius cultivator of the great Qian dynasty, and in existence with unparalleled talent. My God, I actually encountered this legendary genius. Countless young cultivators revealed excited expressions. One had to know that Yi Xian was the nightmare of the young genius cultivators of the great Qian dynasty. He was like a mountain that could not be climbed. However, in the eyes of many ordinary young cultivators, Yi Xian was like a lighthouse. He was their idol when it came to cultivation, and an existence that they admired greatly. At the age of 20, he had entered the core formation realm and crushed countless young genius cultivators of the great Qian dynasty. The young cultivators could not help but clench their fists. The fear on their faces instantly turned into excitement. They had not expected to see their idol, and from such a close distance too. Chapter 65. The dust has settled. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 65. The dust has settled. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian's avid fans jumped up in excitement and waved frantically at him. It was as if they were saying, "Appa, look over here." They also did not expect Yi Xian to be so handsome, and his every move exuded a domineering presence. These fans of his had long fantasized about the day that they would be able to see Yi Xian in person, but they also knew that this was basically a pipe dream. Unexpectedly, this dream actually came true today. Yi Xian was actually in a remote place like Jiangqing City. While countless cultivators were excited, Chen Ping's face was filled with despair, and he directly collapsed to the ground. Yi Xian. Li Qingyun's teacher is actually Yi Xian. It's over, it's over. The Qin family is really doomed. No wonder that woman was able to raise her cultivation level within such a short period of time. Yi Xian alone was not an existence that the Mad Saber sect could contend against, let alone the Qingyun Sect behind him. Don't worry, senior. You won't have to lift a finger to do anything regarding this small matter. I will settle it myself. Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Xian had left a way out for him. At the same time, his heart was filled with joy. Fortunately, he had not impulsively attacked Li Qinyan earlier. Otherwise, what awaited him would only be death. Yi Xian was a terrifying Golden Core realm powerhouse. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this guy had pulled wool over the eyes of the entire great Qian dynasty. Hidden underneath the facade of a middle-stage Shudan realm cultivator was the terrifying strength of a Golden Core realm expert. Most importantly, this guy was only 20 years old. Even the first king of the great Qian dynasty had not reached the Golden Core realm at that age, right? The leader of the Mad Saber sect did not know who was stronger or weaker. However, from now on, Yi Xian had become the person he could not afford to offend. This guy's potential was too terrifying. In less than 10 years, he alone would be equivalent to a top-tier sect. He could even reach heights that the cultivators of the great Qian dynasty had never reached in hundreds of years, the Unity realm. Rather than provoke Yi Xian, he would rather offend a top-tier sect. Chen Ping, don't blame me. It's your fault for being blind and offending Yi Xian. Only by killing you can I escape from the gates of hell. Thinking this, the gaze of the leader of the Mad Saber sect suddenly turned cold. In fact, he did not really like his disciple much. The reason he had accepted Chen Ping as a disciple was to use his family's power. Chen Ping looked at the murderous eyes of the leader of the Mad Saber sect and despaired. Qin Juanhao, who was not far away, also started to tremble violently. His heart filled with dread. Yi Xian, the cycle of karma will punish you, you will definitely, Qingyun shouted in despair. Seeing this, the expression leader of the Mad Saber sect changed. A terrifying power suddenly swept out, and before the other party could finish speaking, it directly hit the two people. Bang! Bang! The terrifying power of a core formation realm cultivator wreaked havoc on the two people, which turned them into a bloody mist. Seeing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect had been crushed by Yi Xian, the former was still a core formation realm cultivator in the end. Killing a purple spirit realm cultivator was a piece of cake. Was this what a powerhouse was like? A single sentence could decide the life and death of a family that had existed for hundreds of years. Countless cultivators fell silent. They felt their blood boiling. This was Yi Xian, the strongest cultivator of the younger generation of the great Qian dynasty. The leader of the Mad Saber sect did not stop there. His spiritual power erupted and he killed all of the elders of the Qin family around the arena. Then, he took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, heading toward the Qin family's residence. He was going to wipe out the Qin family today. Let's go. Seeing this, Yi Xian waved his sleeve and left with Li Qinyan and the others. The audience's eyes fell on the messy arena platform. They were all silent. After an unknown amount of time, the silence was broken. What? What terrifying power! That guy is really strong. Is that how strong Yi Xian is? Is this how strong the strongest genius cultivator in the great Qian dynasty is? The leader of the Mad Saber sect was nothing to him. Today was a day that would be recorded in Jiangqing City's history books. The Zhu family, one of the three major families in Jiangqing City, had been destroyed. A top-tier core formation realm powerhouse, the leader of the Mad Saber sect, had personally descended upon Jiangqing City. Not only that, Yi Xian, the strongest genius cultivator of the younger generation of the great Qian dynasty, had also descended upon Jiangqing City and used absolute strength to forcefully crush the leader of the Mad Saber sect. The latter directly threw away his dignity and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Then, he personally killed his disciple and his disciple's family. This was the biggest thing that had ever happened in Jiangqing City throughout the past 100 years. Many cultivators witnessed the terrifying power of core formation realm cultivators. With Li Qinyan becoming Yi Xian's disciple, the Li family once again became the strongest family in Jiangqing City. Moreover, under Yi Xian's protection, the Li family's position would not be shaken. After all, the two words Yi Xian were more intimidating than those ordinary core formation realm cultivators. It could not be helped, right? He had reached the core formation realm at the age of 20. From this, it could be seen that his future was limitless. In addition to this, Li Qinyan had reached the 8th level of the true essence realm within a very short period of time under his tutelage. All in all, the cultivators of Jiangqing City passed down hundreds of versions of the story. Every version was amazing, and the former's popularity as the idol of countless young cultivators was reaffirmed. Everyone was eager to become Yi Xian's disciple. Even if they could not become his disciple, they still wanted to be an IN.name disciple or something. In other words, if Yi Xian really wanted to recruit IN.name disciples, the countless young cultivators of Jiangqing City would probably line up in droves to seize this opportunity. Those older cultivators could not help but stroke their own beards. Does Elder Yi Xian lack a butler? I'm an excellent cook. Of course, these were only fleeting thoughts and dreams in everyone's minds. Because of this, Jiangqing City became lively again, especially near the Li family's residence. There were many young girls who strolled around the Li family's residence all day, hoping to impress Yi Xian with their beauty. Unfortunately, this was an exercise in futility. Chapter 66. They are really good at bragging. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 66. They are really good at bragging. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation. After Yi Xian left with you and the others, he did not return to the Qingyun sect immediately. Instead, he chose to set off tomorrow. In the meantime, the leader of the Mad Saber sect used lightning-fast methods to completely destroy the Qin family. After completely destroying the Qin family, the leader of the Mad Saber sect hurriedly ran to the Li family's residence to see Yi Xian. After obtaining the latter's permission, he left as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, the leader of the Mad Saber sect used all of his strength to flee the city frantically. Tomorrow, we'll set off for the Qingyun sect. The sect competition should be starting soon. Yi Xian looked at his two disciples and said slowly. Indeed, we've already been away from the sect for quite a while. Yu replied emotionally. Although they had only been away from the sect for less than 10 days, it felt like a long time had passed. Moreover, when she thought of her own matters, she felt that this period of time was even more incredulous. She had suddenly become Yi Xian's disciple, and the latter had performed spiritual power infusion for her. Then, he gave her high-level cultivation methods and martial techniques. He was even generous enough to give her a powerful mount. In addition, he brought her back to Linshur village to take revenge. After that, he traveled to Jiangqing city and took Li Qinyan as his disciple. Although not much time had passed, she felt as if she had lived for a lifetime. It was completely different from the boring days she had in the Qingyun sect. Within this period of time, she miraculously became a genius cultivator who, from the 4th level of the refinement realm, had awakened the sword jade physique and become a 5th level true essence realm cultivator. Of course, Yi Xian's cultivation had also undergone great changes. Although Yu was not sure of Yi Xian's current cultivation level, her intuition told her that her teacher's strength was very likely to have reached the same level as the sect leader. If Yu had known that Yi Xian had already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, she would probably have been left speechless. Moreover, she was sure that if the outside world learned of Yi Xian's lightning-fast cultivation speed, the entire Great Qian dynasty would be shocked. As the sun rose and the first drops of morning dew condensed, Yi Xian brought Yu, Li Qinyan, and the others back to the Qingyun sect. Just a few days after Yi Xian left Jiangqing city, a group of cultivators with mysterious identities came to Jiangqing city. They dressed very normally and pretended to be ordinary mercenaries who had wandered over. Therefore, they did not attract much attention. They were all here to do the same thing, which was to inquire about Yi Xian in the various restaurants and markets. They were all members of the Qingyun sect. Isn't the leader of the Mad Saber sect a core formation realm expert? Why would he be suppressed by Yi Xian? A middle-aged man dressed in black placed his wine cup down slowly. He asked in disbelief as he looked at the cultivators who were discussing Yi Xian's deeds fervently. Is this your first time here? As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator with thick eyebrows and thin eyes looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. In the entire restaurant, this person was the one who described Yi Xian's deeds in the most detail. Moreover, in the process of describing everything, he exuded a sense of joy, as if he himself was the person in question. As he narrated Yi Xian's deeds, he imagined himself as the protagonist. With a wave of his hand, he completely suppressed the leader of the Mad Saber sect. Once he heard the middle-aged man's questions, his eyes lit up. Then he raised his wine glass with a natural expression and walked toward the middle-aged man. The cultivator sat down next to the middle-aged man, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it in one gulp. He first let out a comfortable sigh, and then slowly said. Speaking of this, we have to first discuss the differences between the core formation realm and other realms. As everyone knows, the refinement realm, Qi transformation realm, true essence realm, and purple spirit realm, from low to high, are divided into 10 levels. However, the division of the core formation realm is different. The core formation realm is divided into the Shudan realm, true core realm, and golden core realm. Each realm is divided into early, middle, and advanced stages. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect is powerful, he is only an early-stage Shudan realm cultivator. But Yi Xian is different. His strength has already reached the true core realm. No, it should be said that he has stepped into the golden core realm. The gap between a golden core realm expert and a true core realm expert is like a 10th level purple spirit realm cultivator facing a 1st level true essence realm cultivator. As such, there was no way the leader of the Mad Saber sect could beat Yi Xian. It is precisely because of this that Yi Xian could easily suppress the leader of the Mad Saber sect with a simple raise of his hand. Not only did the cultivator describe Yi Xian's deeds to the middle-aged man, he also vividly described the scene of that day with body language. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked outwardly interested, but he sneered inwardly. It was really ridiculous. How could Yi Xian be a golden core realm cultivator? This guy still did not know what the golden core realm represented, right? He had long seen through this cultivator's strength. This person was just a 6th level Qi transformation realm cultivator. How could a Qi transformation realm cultivator sense the cultivation realm differences of a core formation realm cultivator? Perhaps he had heard about the division of realms within the core formation realm from some unknown source. Now, based on the happenings in Jiangqing City, he was spouting nonsense about Yi Xian being a golden core realm cultivator. Was it not all just an excuse to get a free glass of wine from someone else? This middle-aged man was also one of the sub-leaders of the Qingyun Sect, a powerful purple spirit realm cultivator. Most importantly, he was well aware of Yi Xian's serious injury. For him to be able to survive the 5 poison powder was already a miracle. How could he have broken through to the golden core realm? As a sub-leader of the Qingyun Sect, he was responsible for collecting information on the affairs of the other top sections. How could he not know these secrets? Half a month ago, Yi Xian had only been a cultivator at the middle stage of the Shudan realm. He had been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. How long had it been since then? Not only had his injury healed, but he had also directly broken through from the middle stage of the Shudan realm to the golden core realm. If this was true, he would eat feces. The middle-aged man inwardly denied the cultivator's speculation. His guess was not wrong. This cultivator really did not know Yi Xian's cultivation, and he was indeed talking nonsense. However, despite his muddle-headed drivel, he had somehow correctly guessed Yi Xian's true cultivation level. The middle-aged man suppressed the impatience in his heart and listened to the cultivator describe Yi Xian's deeds before leaving. A moment later, the middle-aged man met up with the other sub-leaders in the wilderness. The few of them communicated with each other and discovered that the versions they had all heard were different. Some of the versions were quite normal, but some were outrageous. The most exaggerated one was that someone had actually praised Yi Xian's strength to the heavens, saying that his cultivation level had already surpassed everyone in the Great Qian dynasty. Even the Great Qian royal family had to retreat in awe when facing Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man further verified his previous guess. The people in this small place are like frogs at the bottom of a well. Their cultivation is average, but they are quite accomplished in bragging. In the entire Jiangqing city, the strongest person has only reached the 7th level of the purple spirit realm. How knowledgeable can they be? I'm afraid that most cultivators only saw the terrifying strength of a core formation realm cultivator for the first time, right? The few of them looked at each other with sneers hanging from the corners of their mouths. Chapter 67. Going further and further down. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 67. Going further and further down the road of imagination. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, we have also confirmed that Yi Xian is indeed still alive. We must inform the elders of this as soon as possible. It seems that Elder Li's beloved disciples may very well have fallen at Yi Xian's hands. This debt must be settled. After confirming the news that Yi Xian was still alive, the sub-leaders of the Qingyun sect rushed back to the sect. Of course, as for whether Yi Xian had killed Duan Wujie and Duan Wui, there would be other sub-leaders who would specifically investigate that matter. If they could not find any evidence to prove that Yi Xian was the murderer, they would still probably put the blame on Yi Xian. In a magnificent hall in the Qingyun Sect. As expected, Yi Xian is still alive. When Li Wuji heard the news, he narrowed his eyes. Menace filled his gaze. But how did this guy neutralize the 5 poisons powder? Gouda frowned. The previous sub-leader had already sent news back, and told Li Wuji and Gouda of Yi Xian's deeds in Jiangqing City in detail. It seems that the murderer who killed Wu Jia and Wu Yi is this guy for sure. Li Wuji's eyes turned cold. In the entire Great Qian dynasty, other than the Qian Gate and the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty, no other force dared to provoke the Qianin, let alone kill one of their elders' personal disciples. Who else could it be but Yi Xian, who previously was in a conflict with the Qingyun Sect? Back then, the elders of the Qingyun Sect had besieged Yi Xian. He had been seriously injured and on the verge of death after that battle. It was impossible for the other party to not take revenge after forming such a great enmity with the Qingyun Sect. However, according to the news, Yi Xian suppressed the leader of the Mad Saber sect in a seemingly effortless manner. Could it be that his cultivation has not regressed? Gouda rubbed his chin as he pondered this matter, his eyes were filled with doubt. It was already a miracle that Yi Xian had survived the 5 poisons powder. It was almost certain that his cultivation had regressed. In that case, how did he manage to suppress the leader of the Mad Saber sect? Humph, maybe this guy's luck is too heaven-defying, and he completely eliminated the sequelae of the 5 poisons powder. As for the Mad Saber sect, that's just a small second-rate sect. The strongest cultivator there has just stepped into the core formation realm, so how can someone like that resist Yi Xian, who is in the middle stage of the Shudan realm? Of course, the so-called suppression here probably does not refer to Yi Xian himself, but the Qingyun Sect behind him. Faced with a top-tier sect, the leader of the Mad Saber sect was forced to admit defeat. It's impossible for Yi Xian to have a breakthrough in cultivation after miraculously surviving, right? To easily suppress a Shudan realm cultivator, his strength must have reached the true core realm at the very least. But only less than half a month has passed since Yi Xian was poisoned by the 5 poisons powder. Even if he is supremely talented, it's impossible for him to achieve such a feat, and those people saying that Yi Xian has reached the golden core realm are just spewing utter nonsense. A cold smile hung on Li Wuji's lips. It was impossible for him to believe such a ridiculous thing. How was it possible for anyone to directly break through from the middle stage of the Shudan realm to the golden core realm in just half a month's time? Of course, he also had his own speculations regarding this matter. To reach such a realm, the only possibility was that he had been infused with the spiritual power of a super expert. However, this possibility was struck off by Li Wuji. For a super expert to infuse enough spiritual power into Yi Xian's body for him to go from the middle stage of the Shudan realm into the gold core realm, then that super expert had to have reached the unity realm at the very least. Throughout the history of the entire Great Qian dynasty, it had been hundreds of years since the appearance of the last unity realm expert. If Yi Xian really got to know such a super expert, why would he need to ask the other party to perform spiritual power infusion on him? He could just directly ask the other party to destroy the Qingyun Sect. Besides, anyone who could step into the unity realm was very like an old monster. How could they sacrifice themselves and their hard-earned cultivation to help others? After eliminating this possibility, Li Wuji could not help but think of another possibility that might have allowed Yi Xian to survive. It was very likely that this guy had obtained a treasure left behind by a Unity Realm super expert by chance, and it was very likely that it was left behind when the other party was on the verge of death. Could it be that this fellow had fallen off a cliff after being deeply poisoned and obtained a peerless cultivation technique? Although this idea was a little ridiculous, it was not impossible. After all, although the 5 poisons powder was powerful, it was still useless when confronted with a Supreme Unity Realm expert. If the other party had left behind some kind of antidote pill, the poison would have been easily negated. Thinking this, Li Wuji's gaze hardened, and his eyes were filled with greed. If the other party really obtained an inheritance left behind by a Unity Realm super expert, it was probably not as simple as a simple detoxification pill. Perhaps there were even more advanced cultivation methods and martial techniques in Yi Xian's possession. If he could steal them from him, he might be able to take this opportunity to step into the Golden Core realm. That's true. In a small place like Jiangqing City, most of the cultivators are weak as hell. How knowledgeable could they be? Gu Da's furrowed brows relaxed as he thought of this. At the same time, he interrupted Li Wuji's train of thought. However, as long as this guy is still alive, the danger to the Qingyun Sect still exists. If the matter of the sect collecting the blood essence and qi is exposed, the royal family will definitely be furious. Li Wuji said. The royal family would definitely be furious about them massacring common people and the collection of blood essence and qi. Although the Qingyun Sect would not be destroyed because of this, the elders would probably have to step down from their positions as elders. Otherwise, how else could they appease the anger of the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty? If Yi Xian really killed Duan Wujie and Duan Wui, he must have found out about the collection of qi and blood essence by the sect. But why didn't he report it to the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty? Thinking this, Li Wuji's facial expression changed. He did not understand why Yi Xian would choose to hide it from them. Did he think that he could take revenge on his own without relying on the power of the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty? All of a sudden, Li Wuji's eyes lit up, and a possibility suddenly appeared in his mind. It was highly possible that Yi Xian wanted to use the collection of qi and blood essence as a bargaining chip with the Qingyun Sect. That way, he could start a massacre and slaughter the personal disciples of the Qingyun Sect at will. If the elders came to settle the score, the other party would definitely expose the matter of the collection of qi and blood essence. That matter was taboo to the Great Qian dynasty, so the Qingyun Sect would have to swallow their anger. What a good plan. Li Wuji's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he was even more certain of his speculation. If Yi Xian knew what this guy was thinking, he would probably burst into laughter. Humph. You can stay arrogant for a few days first. After the patriarch exits secluded cultivation, the Qingyun Sect will no longer exist. Li Wuji's thoughts were dripping with venom. He wanted to get rid of Yi Xian quickly. Not only had Yi Xian killed 2 of his personal disciples, he was holding on to the secret of the Qingyun Sect collecting qi and blood essence. Yi Xian deserved to die. The most important thing was that Yi Xian's talent was extremely monstrous. Now that the other party had been completely cured of the 5 poisons powder, if he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become a great threat to the Qingyun Sect in the future. Only by killing him completely could the Qingyun Sect rest easy. Chapter 68. Heart-Seeking Fruit. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 68. Heart-Seeking Fruit. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Brother Gu, if I remember correctly, the Qingyun Sect, the Huoya Sect, and the Xuan Sect are about to hold a competition, right? At this moment, Li Wuji's gaze landed on Gu Da, who was beside him. That's right. There's less than a month before the 3 great sects competition. Gu Da said after thinking for a moment. This is an opportunity. We can take advantage of the competition to prepare a surprise for the Qingyun Sect. Li Wuji sneered. Gu Di was momentarily stunned, but then his face turned gleeful. Brother Li, you're right. After the patriarch ends his secluded cultivation, Yi Xian and the entire Qingyun Sect will be history. Yi Xian's talent is too monstrous. As long as he isn't dead, I won't be able to sleep at night. Gu Da stroked his beard and smiled. They had already summoned all the disciples who were collecting qi and blood essence in the outside world because the supply was sufficient for the patriarch to use. There was no need to collect them anymore. Moreover, the longer those personal disciples stayed in the outside world, the greater the risk of them dying at Yi Xian's hands. According to the news from the patriarch, he would break through in less than a month. At that time, the great Qian dynasty would have one more top-tier powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the peak of the core formation realm. The patriarch would then only need to make a slight move, and he would be able to easily destroy the Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian would also die. They would blame the death of their personal disciples on Yi Xian. The Qingyun Sect was extremely protective, so they would not hand over Yi Xian. At that time, the Xianin sect would be able to attack the Qingyun sect in a justified manner. Then, since the two sects would be at war with each other, the patriarch would be able to justifiably join the fray. That's right. This was what Li Wuji and Guda had in mind. As long as they told the patriarch that Yi Xian had learned about the sect's collection of qi and blood essence, the patriarch would definitely kill him before he could even reveal the secret. This matter is too important. We still need to discuss it with the others. Then, Li Wuji and Guda left the main hall and went to find the other elders. Yi Xian, who had just returned to the Qingyun sect, was unaware that the Xianin sect had already set their eyes on him before he even moved personally to settle the score with them. However, even if he knew about the plans of the Xianin sect, he did not need to be afraid. After all, he had already entered the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and was only one step away from reaching the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Most importantly, his sword intent had already reached the second level. The cultivation method he practiced was the 3000 Thunder Sword technique, which was a middle-grade earth rank technique. The martial techniques and artifacts he had on hand were also extremely powerful. Besides that, he still had part of the remaining power of the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill in his body. Armed with all these, he would be able to suppress an advanced stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. Of course, with his current strength, it would be a little difficult for him to destroy the Xianin sect. After all, the sect master of the mysterious dark sect had already reached the advanced stage of the Golden Core Realm, and the power of the blood essence and qi collected by the mysterious dark sect was enormous. It was highly likely that the patriarch wanted to use this power to reach the peak of the Golden Core realm, or even break through to the Unity realm. Of course, it was highly unlikely that he could break through to the Unity realm just by relying on the power of the blood essence and qi. After all, it had been hundreds of years since a top-tier Unity realm expert had appeared in the Great Qian dynasty. The previous Unity realm cultivators had basically all left the Great Qian dynasty. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the Great Qian dynasty's royal family still had old Unity realm experts hidden within their ranks. After handing Huan Ling and Xue Min over to Lin Qing, Yi Xian went to the main hall to look for the sect leader. Elder Yi, your cultivation. When Wan Shanhai's gaze fell on Yi Xian, he narrowed his eyes, and a hint of shock flashed across his pupils. He actually discovered that his spiritual sense was unable to see through Yi Xian's cultivation level. How long had this guy left the sect? Could it be that his strength had already surpassed his own? Or was this just an illusion? For a moment, Wan Shanhai was stuck in a state of shock and disbelief. He was a middle-stage true core realm expert. Even if Yi Xian had used some sort of technique to conceal his aura, he should have noticed it. Yet now, he could not sense Yi Xian's cultivation at all. In his spiritual sense, Yi Xian was like an ordinary person, without the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura. Don't be surprised, sect leader. I just made a slight breakthrough in my aura concealing technique. Yi Xian made up a lie on the spot with a straight face. I see. Wan Shanhai revealed a flash of understanding when he heard that. He did not question the authenticity of Yi Xian's words. After all, this guy was the strongest genius of the Qingyun sect in 1,000 years. Was it not quite normal for him to have some attainments in the art of aura concealment? After I familiarize myself with controlling this power, if the sect leader is interested in learning it, you can contact me at any time. Yi Xian continued. That's great. Wan Shanhai's eyes lit up when he heard this. As everyone knew, although the sect's qi storage technique could restrain a cultivator's aura, it was still unable to completely conceal it. However, Yi Xian had succeeded. If he could also learn the technique, then he would be able to perfectly disguise himself. This way, when facing an enemy, there would be an additional uncertainty that the enemy would have to consider and deal with before choosing to fight. May I know the purpose of Elder Ye's visit? Wan Shanhai raised his head to look at Yi Xian. In his impression, the sect's strongest genius in 1,000 years was obsessed with cultivation. Unless there was something important, there was no way he would leave his own cultivation abode. Therefore, he was also quite surprised by Yi Xian's sudden appearance here. I want to ask the sect leader if there is a reward that increases a cultivator's comprehension value in the sect competition this time. Yi Xian paused at first, and then slowly said. Yes, I specially prepared a rare natural treasure called the heart-seeking fruit. I obtained it in the mystic lunar realm a few years ago. Only by obtaining first place in the sect competition can one receive this reward. Wan Shanhai said with a smile. Heart-seeking fruit. Hearing this, Yi Xian revealed an expression of realization. He had heard a little about heart-seeking fruit. It could indeed increase a cultivator's comprehension value, but would only do so by 10 points at most. Even so, it was still an extremely rare treasure that was attractive to most cultivators. After all, comprehension and bone values were basically innate. Although they could be improved through the use of heavenly treasures, the difficulty of doing so was extremely high. Most cultivators spent their entire lives trying, but failed to find a single heavenly treasure that could increase their comprehension and bone values. From this, it could be seen how rare heavenly treasures that could increase one's comprehension and bone values were. For example, Wan Shanhai had already been a cultivator for about 50 years, and he had reached the middle stage of the true core realm. He was even the sect master of the Qingyun Sect. Despite all this, he had only obtained a few heavenly treasures that could increase one's comprehension value. Chapter 69. Bring back the champion rank. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 69. Bring back the champion rank. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Naturally, any heavenly treasures that could increase one's comprehension value by a large amount had long been consumed by Wan Shanhai. In comparison, the heart-seeking fruit was undoubtedly of average quality. It was precisely because of this that it was being used as a reward for the sect competition. Why don't I give out the rewards for the sect competition? Yi Xian brought up the matter naturally, but he could not help but feel a little awkward as he did this. Hearing this question, Wan Shanhai stared blankly at him. According to the rules of the sect, both the sect leader and elders had the right to give out the competition rewards to the disciples, but he still felt that Yi Xian had sprung this question on him out of nowhere. After all, from Wan Shanhai's perspective, Yi Xian was a genius who was obsessed with cultivation, so he should not be interested in things like the sect competition. Moreover, in order to focus on cultivation, he did not even take in a disciple. Could it be that Elder Yi Xian had changed after recovering from his injuries? Wan Shanhai entertained the thought. Of course, Wan Shanhai did not refuse Yi Xian's request. After all, Yi Xian did have the right to give out rewards, as long as the fairness of the rewards was guaranteed. That works too. Wan Shanhai nodded and agreed. Then, Wan Shanhai waved his sleeve, and 3 streams of light suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them was a fruit that was suffused with a thick white light, one was a pill that was covered in mysterious patterns, and the other was a long sword that was surrounded by sharp sword qi. These 3 things were the rewards for the top 3 ranks. The first place would receive the heart-seeking fruit, which had the ability to increase a cultivator's comprehension value. The second place would receive an origin condensing pill, which was a first-grade pill. It could help a cultivator quickly condense true essence power, and for cultivators who were at a bottleneck in their cultivation, it had the effect of catalyzing a breakthrough. The third place would receive the Shuiqing sword, which was a low-grade spiritual artifact. Yi Xian looked at them briefly, and then put away the three items. The reason why he had made this request to Wan Shanhai was because he wanted to use this opportunity to get rewards from the system. How could he miss such an obvious opportunity to gain rewards for free? The prospect of receiving a system reward by giving someone else's property to his disciples was something that made him truly happy. Of course, Wan Shanhai also had many personal disciples, and each one was extremely powerful. In Wan Shanhai's heart, one of his disciples would definitely win first place in the sect competition, and it was precisely because of this that he was willing to take out the heart-seeking fruit. The so-called sect competition was just a formality. Yi Xian also understood this, so when he made the request just now, he felt extremely awkward. He was intercepting someone else's reward. As long as he sent out Li Qingyun, Wan Shanhai's disciple would not be able to obtain first place in the competition. Although Wan Shanhai's disciple was already in the 8th level of the True Essence realm, and was only half a step away from the 9th level of the True Essence realm, Li Qingyun had the obvious advantage over him. The cultivation methods and martial techniques that Li Qingyun cultivated were all extremely high level. Most importantly, Li Qingyun's comprehension value was extremely high. Yi Xian had yet to spar and train with her. As long as Yi Xian trained Li Qingyun's actual combat experience, the latter's actual combat ability would be greatly strengthened. Therefore, the probability of Wan Shanhai's disciple defeating Li Qingyun was extremely low. Sect leader, are there any rewards for the competition of the three great sects that can increase comprehension? After Yi Xian put away the rewards for the Qingyun Sect competition, he asked another question. Wan Shanhai first nodded, and then shook his head. The heavenly treasures for the competition of the three great sects are provided by the three great sects themselves, and there are a total of 3 rewards. For the champion's reward, I provided 1,000-year ice silk armor, the Huya sect provided a 3rd-grade soul returning pill, and the Xuan sect provided the most generous reward, which is an extremely rare heavenly treasure called the Spirit Burst Flower. However, among these 3 rewards, only the Xuan sect's reward has the ability to improve a cultivator's comprehension value. This thing is even more precious than the heart-seeking fruit. I had not expected the Xuan sect to have been willing to pay such a price. Having said this, Wan Shanhai smiled and continued. But at the same time, this also means that the Xuan sect believes that they have a great chance of becoming the champion of the three great sects competition. It is said that the Xuan sect has indeed produced a disciple with an extremely monstrous level of talent. As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Shanhai could not help but look at Yi Xian. Of course, no matter how monstrous the other party's level of talent was, it could not be compared to Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's cultivation had grown too rapidly. Now that he was an elder of the Qingyun sect, he had already lost the qualification to participate in the competition between the three great sections. It seems that the Xuan sect is indeed very confident. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile. Obviously, whether it was the Xuan sect or Wan Shanhai, they all felt that their disciples would definitely be able to win the competitions, which was why they were willing to take out such rare heavenly treasures as rewards. After all, a farmer's waterway would not flow to an outsider's field. If they were not certain that their disciples could win the competitions, they would not have been willing to pay such a price. There were less than 5 days before the Qingyun sect competition, but a full 24 days before the competition between the three great sections. He had plenty of time. Then, Yi Xian bade farewell to Wan Shanhai and returned to Lingjiu Peak. As soon as he arrived at Lingjiu Peak, he immediately called Li Qingyun and Yu over. He planned to properly prepare his disciples during this period of time, so as to increase his chances of winning the competitions. Greetings, teacher. Li Qingyun and Yu bowed to Yi Xian. Rise. Yi Xian nodded, and then said slowly, in 5 days, our Qingyun Sect competition will commence. You will represent me and participate. Just bring back the champion rank. We will obey teacher's orders. Yu and Li Qingyun responded obediently. However, before you participate in the sect competition, I will try my best to raise your cultivation levels. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's gaze fell on his 2 disciples. Other than admiring his disciples' fairy-like beauty, he was also examining their information. Li Qingyun comprehension value. 299 innate bone value. 79, dual. Spirit physique. Innate affinity with both wood and fire attributes. Note. One can only fully activate the dual spirit physique after stepping into the true essence realm. Innately suited to be an alchemist, it can be said the owner of the dual spirit physique can achieve twice the result with half the effort when it comes to alchemy. U comprehension value. 234 innate bone value. 329, sword jade physique. A rare physique that is naturally compatible with sword Tao. Its owner's bones are like fine jade. When this physique is cultivated to the great success stage, the owner can cultivate the most powerful sword qi in the world. Chapter 70. Refining. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 70. Refining translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although Li Qingyun's comprehension value was extremely high, because her dual. Spirit physique had not been activated, her innate bone value was not particularly outstanding. However, Li Qingyun had already reached the 8th level of the true essence realm, and she had already met the activation conditions for the dual. Spirit physique. However, in order to fully unleash the potential of the dual. Spirit physique, she had to successfully refine her first pill. Only after Li Qingyun had truly become an alchemist would her innate bone value undergo a qualitative change. You had already activated her sword jade physique, so her innate bone value had increased by a large margin. However, this was not the limit of the sword jade physique. As the physique gradually evolved, her innate bone value would continue to rise. Li Qingyun's dual. Spirit physique should be on the same level as Yu's sword jade physique. However, it is indeed quite difficult to turn her into an alchemist within 5 days. Forget it. I'd better refine dark glacial frost and mountain chalcedony first. Yi Xian thought for a moment and made up his mind. Why is teacher not speaking? Why is he just staring at us? Yu and Li Qingyun did not dare to look at Yi Xian. After sensing his gaze, they lowered their heads with blushing faces and would only sneak glances at Yi Xian from time to time. However, whenever they saw their teacher's incomparably handsome face, their hearts began to beat uncontrollably. Take out the dark glacial frost and the mountain chalcedony. I will help you refine them now. Ah. Okay, teacher. Yi Xian naturally did not know what was going through their minds. His words directly interrupted their thoughts. Yu and Li Qingyun immediately took out the dark glacial frost and the mountain chalcedony. These were the treasures that Yi Xian had given them. They could increase a cultivator's innate bone value. Then, the 2 women sat cross-legged. Yi Xian reached out and grabbed the dark glacial frost in one hand, and the mountain chalcedony in the other hand. With his current cultivation, he could easily multitask and refine the 2 treasures at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the surging spiritual power in Yi Xian's body gushed out, and the dark glacial frost and the mountain chalcedony in his hands wide began to gradually liquefy. Soon, the impurities within the 2 treasures were removed and transformed into extremely pure mystical power. Then, Yi Xian placed his palms on the backs of Li Qingyun and Yu respectively. Under the control of his powerful spiritual sense, these 2 mysterious forces slowly poured into the bodies of the 2 disciples. He also helped them to absorb the power. Thanks to the assistance of his surging golden core power, Yu and Li Qingyun quickly finished absorbing the power perfectly. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple increase her innate bone value by 8 points, the host has received a randomized 3x critical reward. Congratulations, the host has received a 24-point increase in the host's innate bone value. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple increase her innate bone value by 25 points, the host has received a randomized 2x critical reward. Congratulations, the host has received a 50-point increase in the host's innate bone value. At the same time, the sound of the system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. As expected, obtaining these rare treasures was worth it. Seeing this, Yi Xian was delighted. He had guessed before that, as long as it was given to his disciple by him personally, he would be able to obtain a reward from the system. In addition, he had also participated in the whole process of refining the spiritual treasures. The facts proved his guess to be correct. Previously, when he had given the dark glacial frost to you, he had received the mountain chalcedony from the system. Now that he had helped you refine the dark glacial frost, he had also gained a system reward for helping her to increase her innate bone value. In other words, he had earned rewards twice from just the dark glacial frost. The first time, he had gained the mountain chalcedony, and the second time, he gained the increase in his own innate bone value. It's a pity that the randomized critical reward was not high, or my innate bone value would have increased by leaps and bounds. Thinking this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a hint of regret. If he had gotten wildly lucky and earned a randomized critical reward that was hundreds, or perhaps even thousands of times, would he not have hit the innate bone value cap immediately? Yi Xian did not know what the upper limit of a cultivator's comprehension and innate bone values were. Moreover, he had once wondered if a cultivator's comprehension value reached the upper limit, would they be able to create a martial technique or learn a martial technique in an instant? To verify his guess, he had to find more heavenly treasures that could increase his comprehension value. If his comprehension value reached a certain level, and his sword intent could increase by 1 level every day, would that not be awesome? If he maxed out his innate bone value, would he not be able to absorb all of the spiritual energy of the great Qian dynasty in an instant? Ahem, I shouldn't get distracted. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly, and then quickly collected his thoughts. His gaze then fell on Yu and Li Qingyun. The next second, a line of virtual text suddenly appeared in his mind. Yu comprehension value. 234 innate bone value. 337 Li Qingyun comprehension value. 299 innate bone value. 104, alright. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded, and then closed his eyes and pulled up his own attribute page. Yi Xian comprehension value. 394 innate bone value. 519. Whether it was in terms of comprehension value or innate bone value, his disciples were completely crushed. However, when Yi Xian saw his innate bone value, he was slightly surprised. He had not expected it to exceed 500. Originally, his innate bone value was extremely heaven-defying. After the awakening of the Sword Overlord physique, it had received a huge increase. Now that he had received another 74 points worth of innate bone value, the total exceeded 500. Moreover, it seemed that whether it was comprehension value or innate bone value, the true dividing line was the figure of 500. After exceeding 500 points, one would find it even more difficult to increase one's comprehension value and innate bone value. Similarly, the effects of spiritual items and heavenly treasures that could increase the comprehension value and innate bone value would also be greatly reduced. Chapter 71. Advanced Stage of the Golden Core Realm. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 71. Advanced Stage of the Golden Core Realm. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. To give a simple example, Yu's previous innate bone value was 329. After refining the mysterious power of the dark glacial frost, her innate bone value had increased by 8 points. However, if it had been Yi Xian absorbing the dark glacial frost instead, it would already be a great fortune if he managed to increase his innate bone value by 1 point. Moreover, there was a high possibility that his innate bone value would not change at all. There was no helping it. Yi Xian's innate bone value was too ridiculous, which would result in the effect of the dark glacial frost on him to be greatly reduced. However, if it was a cultivator whose innate bone value was only 20 who was absorbing the dark glacial frost, the increase in their innate bone value should be somewhere between 10 to 20 points. Along with the increase in a cultivator's innate bone value and comprehension value, the effect of these rare spiritual treasures would also decrease. Especially when the cultivator's comprehension and innate bone value reached the critical 500 point mark, the decrease would be even more obvious. Yi Xian could now clearly sense the scattered spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he could clearly distinguish which areas had the densest spiritual energy. He could even judge based on the degree of the density of spiritual energy, what level of cultivation a place was suitable for. This knowledge and judgment came to him naturally. Other than that, he did not need to take the initiative to cultivate at all. The pores around his body would automatically absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and slowly fuse it into his golden core. In other words, he had reached the point where he could autopilot his cultivation, if he so desired. However, if he chose to cultivate manually, the speed of his cultivation would be even more shocking. Even if he did not rely on the system's reward, and even if he did not continue to refine the medicinal effects of the 7th grade Nirvana Pill, he was confident that he could reach the advanced stage of the golden level realm within 10 days. Then, Yi Xian's spiritual sense slowly withdrew from the system space. Before the Qingyun Sect competition, you have to increase your strength. You, quickly take out the origin condensing pill from before. I will help you refine it. Yi Xian's gaze fell on you. Alright, teacher. You nodded obediently, and then she took out the origin condensing pill from her spatial storage equipment. This was what Yi Xian had given her previously and, from the reward from the system, Yi Xian had obtained an even more advanced pill, but he had exchanged it for the dark glacial frost with Huang Ling. Moreover, Yi Xian had already understood how to somewhat exploit the system. As long as he helped you refine the medicinal power of the origin condensing pill, he would also be able to obtain a system reward from when Yu's cultivation increased. This could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Immediately, Yi Xian's surging golden core power gushed out, transforming into a gentle power that wrapped around the origin condensing pill. After refining it, it was slowly injected into Yu's body. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple obtain 20 days' worth of cultivation, the host has received a randomized 18x critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 360 days' worth of cultivation. When you had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the origin condensing pill, the system's notification suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind. As expected. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile. His guess was indeed correct. With Yi Xian's help, you managed to perfectly absorb the medicinal effects of the origin condensing pill, and had advanced to the 6th level of the truth essence realm. I'm still half a step away from breaking through myself. Yi Xian examined his own cultivation level and then murmured. Although he had gained 360 days' worth of cultivation, the increase was not that significant. After all, the cultivation boost reward he obtained was calculated according to Yu's cultivation speed and not his own. This was completely opposite to the effect of spiritual power infusion. The cultivation obtained through spiritual power infusion was calculated according to Yi Xian's own cultivation speed. Although Yu's innate bone value was not low, she was still only a truth essence realm cultivator. Even if she trained hard for a year, it was only equivalent to 3 or 4 days' worth of Yi Xian's secluded cultivation. After all, Yi Xian's innate bone value had exceeded 500. Qingyun, it's your turn. Yi Xian's gaze fell on Li Qingyun next, motioning for the latter to take out the pill he had given her. Seeing this, Li Qingyun was startled. Could it be that her teacher was going to help her raise her cultivation level again? Was this not a little too fast? How did I manage to meet such a good teacher? Am I allowed to fall in love with him? Li Qingyun immediately revealed a sweet smile, and then she took out the pill that Yi Xian had given her earlier. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple obtain 35 days' worth of cultivation, the host has randomized 15x critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 525 days' worth of cultivation. Boom! As soon as the system notification ended, Yi Xian's body suddenly shook, and the aura in his dantian swept out like waves. Originally, he had only been half a step away from the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Now that he had obtained 525 days' worth of cultivation, he naturally reached into the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Teacher. Seeing this, Yu and Li Qingyun were shocked. This terrifying aura, could it be that teacher had broken through again? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. While helping you to increase your cultivation levels, I also gained some insights and advanced a minor realm. Today is really a good day. Triple happiness. Looking at his two shocked disciples, Yi Xian made up nonsense to cover his tracks. What did he mean by having gained some insights and advancing a minor realm? Was this something that a normal person could do? However, Yu and Li Qingyun did not question Yi Xian's words. After all, in their eyes, their teacher's words represented absolute truth. Then, Yi Xian waved his sleeve, and the surging aura was immediately drawn back into his body. I almost forgot about the aura concealing technique. Suddenly, Yi Xian rubbed his forehead after remembering something important. When he had taught you the qi storage technique earlier, he had obtained the aura concealing technique through the system's reward, but he had yet to teach it to Li Qingyun. Qingyun, I will now teach you a secret technique that can help you conceal your aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian stretched out his hand and gently pointed his finger between Li Qingyun's eyebrows. The aura concealing technique was transmitted into her mind. Ding! As the host has imparted the aura concealing technique to his disciple, the host has received a randomized 20x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the nihility technique. Compared to the aura concealing technique, the nihility technique was undoubtedly of a higher grade. As long as one cultivated it, not only would one be able to perfectly conceal their own aura, but they would also be able to assimilate themselves with their surroundings. In addition, one could also use this secret technique to place one's body in a state of suspended animation. Once one's body fell into a state of suspended animation, the effect of time on one's body would be reduced. To give a simple example, a Golden Core realm cultivator originally only had a lifespan of about 700 years. If that cultivator cultivated the nihility technique, and placed their body into a state of suspended animation, they would be able to live for thousands of years. In other words, after that cultivator woke up, it was very likely that thousands of years would have passed. Of course, it was far more difficult to cultivate the nihility technique compared to the aura concealing technique. However, for Yi Xian, this was not difficult at all. Yi Xian looked at Yu and noticed that the latter was still stabilizing her cultivation. He reached out and gently tapped his finger on the latter's forehead, transmitting the aura concealing technique to her. Chapter 72. Elder Yi is their sparring partner. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 72. Elder Yi is their sparring partner. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, as he had already taught you the qi storage technique, teaching her the aura concealing technique did not grant him a system reward. Then, after Li Qingyun had almost finished digesting her games, Yi Xian took out the only low-magic spiritual weapon he had, the cold light ice soul sword. Qingyun, I've looked at your weapon. It's too low-grade. I'll give you this low-grade magic weapon, the cold light ice soul sword. As soon as Li Qingyun opened her eyes, she suddenly saw a long sword that exuded a cold aura in front of her. Even though she had already reached the ninth level true essence realm with the help of the pill, she still felt a chill from this longsword. Yes, teacher, wait. Teacher, are you saying that this weapon is a low-grade magic weapon? Li Qingyun was stunned. Oh my god. Did I hear wrong? Is teacher giving me a low-grade magic weapon? Just because my previous weapon was too low-grade. Did he know how valuable a magic weapon was? In the entire Qingyun Sect, there was no other cultivator besides Yi Xian who possessed a magic weapon. Most importantly, even the second-ranked Qingyun Sect did not possess a magic weapon. Most of the weapons used by the top-level core formation realm experts were spiritual weapons. The highest level weapons they had were only top-grade spiritual weapons. Just like the Qingyun sword that Yi Xian had given to you earlier, which was a high-grade spiritual weapon. However, her teacher now wanted to give her a low-grade magic weapon. Just because her previous weapon was too low-grade. With her current strength, could she even unleash the full power of the magic weapon? Teacher, Li Qingyun's eyes turned red. Although she had been shocked by Yi Xian's selfless actions many times since becoming his disciple, she still could not help but be moved at this moment. Did I save an entire world in my previous life to have had the good fortune of becoming his disciple in this life? He was the best kind of teacher. Qingyun, take it. Yi Xian smiled and patted the latter's head. Okay. Li Qingyun wiped the tears away from her slightly red eyes, which were about to fall. Then, she put the cold light ice soul sword into her spatial storage equipment. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the cold light ice soul sword, low-grade magic weapon, the host has received a randomized 20x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the God-slaying sword, middle-grade magic weapon. The God-slaying sword had 7 blood-red lines on it, and it was filled with the power of slaughter. Now I only have to work on her combat experience to get my next system reward. Yi Xian examined the God-slaying sword for a while, and then withdrew his spiritual sense. His gaze then fell on Li Qingyun. Qingyun, today I will be your sparring partner. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian did not wait for Li Qingyun to come back to her senses. He waved his sleeve and, in the blink of an eye, he brought you and Li Qingyun to the Qingyun Sect's training ground. The Qingyun Sect's training ground was located at the center of Qingyun Mountain. It was 100,000 square meters in size and extremely large. Moreover, the training ground was covered by an extremely powerful defensive array formation. The sturdiness of this array formation was far greater than the Jiangqing city's training ground. It could even withstand a full strength attack from a Xuan realm cultivator. Moreover, as the sect competition of the Qingyun Sect was around the corner, there were already many Qingyun Sect disciples sparring with each other in the training ground. The appearance of Yi Xian and the others immediately attracted the attention of many of the cultivators present. We pay our respects to Elder Yi. Seeing this, the Qingyun Sect disciples hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Their gazes fell on Yi Xian, and their eyes were filled with fervor. This was the strongest genius of the great Qian dynasty, an expert who had reached the Xuan realm at the age of 20. These young cultivators were all proud to be in the same sect as him. However, when everyone's eyes fell on Yu and Li Qingyun, they were shocked. Not only were the two women beautiful, but their demeanor was even more stunning. As they walked alongside Yi Xian, it was as if they had emerged from a painting. Are they the disciples that Elder Yi took in? Those two women are really lucky. I wish I had the opportunity to become Elder Ye's disciple. It is said that Elder Ye's first disciple was just an ordinary handyman disciple. I don't know how or why she managed to become Elder Ye's disciple. Stop spouting nonsense. Why are some people so lucky? It feels like you're spouting nonsense. Are you certain that she really was an ordinary handyman disciple? She looks like a fairy, extraordinary and otherworldly. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Why did I not notice her before? It said that she was only in the refinement realm before this. With the help of Elder Yi, she completely awakened her potential and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. I don't know what cultivation level she's reached now. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on you, their eyes filled with envy. The cultivators who were originally sparring in the training ground took the initiative to make way for them. Yi Xian then suppressed his cultivation to the 9th level of the true essence realm. He reached out and grabbed an ordinary bronze sword from the training ground's equipment storage area. You and Qingyun should also attack together. Yi Xian held the bronze sword and looked at his disciples. Although he had already gained a lot of combat experience from you, if she worked together with Li Qingyun, he might be able to get an additional reward from sparring with her. Moreover, if the two of them worked together, it would also improve the tacit understanding between them. Yes, teacher, Noel Varenyu nodded her head obediently. The storage ring in her hand flashed with a stream of light, and the Qingyun sword was suddenly unsheathed. Oh my God! Elder Yi is actually sparring with them. Aren't they too lucky? I really can't stand it anymore. Where can I find such a handsome and powerful sparring partner? I wish I could also become Elder Ye's disciple, then I would also be able to enjoy such treatment. Elder Yi, quickly look at me and see if I have any special physique. Quickly come and discover me. At this moment, everyone was envious, so envious that they were almost drooling. An elder of the Qingyun sect was actually sparring with his disciples. Although this was not entirely too rare, since it was Yi Xian, things were different. Chapter 73. His eye for talent is quite sharp. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 73. His eye for talent is quite sharp. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Previously, Elder Yi was always completely engrossed in cultivation and had no intention of taking in any disciples. Now that he was willing to become his disciple's sparring partner, it was inevitable that they would feel jealous. However, although they were envious, they were even more shocked. Elder Ye's disciples had actually reached the true essence realm, and the true essence power they emitted was extremely powerful. They seemed to be no weaker than the other elders' personal disciples, perhaps even more powerful. Although no one could recognize Li Qingyun, there were still quite a number of people who knew you. A dozen days ago, you had only been a refinement realm cultivator. How long had it even been? How had she already broken through to the true essence realm? It's fine if her master is monstrous, but how are the disciples also so monstrous? Is the world so unfair? Look at the martial techniques these two girls are displaying. They are so terrifying, and their true essence power is extremely strong. If we were to fight them, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to withstand even one move. They are too strong. Wait. Their strength seems to still be increasing. Could it be that these are using actual combat experience to increase their own combat strength and awareness in battle? My God, just how terrifying are the comprehension values of these two girls? When everyone saw this, they could not help but reveal shocked expressions. It was no wonder they were able to become Elder Ye's disciples. These F*King girls were simply monstrous. In actual combat, they could even adapt to the fight on the fly to improve themselves. Was this something a normal person could do? Normally speaking, if one managed to become an outer sect disciple or an inner sect disciple of the Qingyun Sect, that alone was proof that their level of talent was not low. However, when they saw the terrifying speed at which you and Li Qingyun improved, they felt powerless. These two girls distorted the definition of geniuses. The Qingyun Sect disciples in the training ground were transfixed. As they discussed the battle and the girls among themselves, it immediately attracted the attention of countless other sect members. One Shanghai, who was cultivating in a cultivation room, also noticed what was going on in the training ground. He immediately mobilized his vast spiritual sense to examine the situation. When he took a look at the scene that was unfolding in the training ground, he was dumbfounded. F***ck. Why does it feel like I've been cheated? As time passed, the Yu and Li Qingyun's attacks became more and more practiced and accurate, and the true essence power that they were exuding became more and more turbulent. However, their attacks were still easily deflected by Yi Xian. Are this guy's disciples so monstrous? Wan Shanhai was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He had also heard that Yi Xian had taken in 2 disciples when the latter returned, but he did not think much of it at first. After all, when Yi Xian was seriously injured, from Wan Shanhai's perspective, the reason why Yi Xian had taken Yu in as his disciple back then was very likely because he wanted someone to inherit his mantle. It had only been a few days, but this girl's strength was already so terrifying. Could it be that Yi Xian had used spiritual power infusion? Good heavens! This guy was actually so willing to sacrifice that much. Was he intent on giving his disciple everything? A 6th level True Essence Realm Cultivator. A 9th level True Essence Realm Cultivator. Moreover, their ability to adapt and improve in battle was incredible, and their attacks were as swift as lightning. Even he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Whoosh! Wan Shanhai waved his sleeve, and his figure suddenly appeared in the training ground. Sect Leader. We pay our respects to the sect leader. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. These 2 had actually caught the sect leader's attention. Wan Shanhai nodded slightly in acknowledgement at the crowd, and then his gaze turned to Yi Xian and the girls. It was obvious that the sect leader had been attracted by the battle between master and disciples. However, as time went by, Wan Shanhai's face became more and more livid. F***ck. I was really cheated. This guy actually trained such monstrously talented disciples behind his back. Although my eldest disciple is not weak, he is definitely not a match for these 2. Wan Shanhai sighed when he saw this scene. The eldest disciple he mentioned was called Qin Xiaofeng. He had reached the 8th level of the True Essence Realm, and he was only half a step away from reaching the 9th level of the True Essence Realm. He could be said to be the strongest personal disciple in the Qingyun Sect at the moment, and also the eldest senior disciple in everyone's hearts. Wan Shanhai was also very clear about Qin Xiaofeng's strength. He had thought that the young cultivators of the Qingyun Sect would not be able to beat him, which was why he was willing to take out the heart-seeking fruit as a reward for the Qingyun Sect competition. However, man proposes, God disposes. He had actually overlooked Yi Xian's disciples. The most important thing was that Yi Xian had only taken in these disciples not long ago. How did they suddenly become so monstrous? The true essence power unleashed by Li Qingyun was extremely powerful. Even Qin Xiaofeng might not be able to withstand 10 moves from her. He had been wondering why Yi Xian suddenly had the time to hand out the rewards for the Qingyun Sect competition, but now he knew. This was what he had been planning. This guy was obviously worried that I would find out about his disciple's strength, and then take back the heart-seeking fruit, so he wanted to get his hands on those rewards in advance. This guy was too presumptuous. I am the sect leader. How could I do such a thing? I already said that the heart-seeking fruit would be the champion's reward for the Qingyun Sect competition, so how could I go back on my words? Still, I am feeling a strange sense of heartache. Although Wan Shanhai was standing still, his heart felt as if it was being trampled on by 10,000 horses. Whoosh! Yi Xian had long noticed Wan Shanhai's arrival. However, he did not care. He continued to spar with Yu and Li Qingyun with the same expression. An incomparably sharp sword qi tore through the void and slashed toward Yi Xian. Seeing this, he calmly raised his bronze sword and easily shattered the attack. Wait, Wan Shanhai saw this scene and was dumbfounded. Could this girl have a sword physique? At the thought of this, Wan Shanhai's eyes widened in shock. Although, unlike Yi Xian, he could not view Yu's details, he was able to confirm that you indeed had an extremely rare sword physique. After all, he himself practiced sword chi, and his strength had reached the middle stage of the true core realm. Naturally, he could see from a glance that you had a special physique. Such sharp and destructive sword chi was not something that an ordinary 6th level true essence realm cultivator could unleash. Only those with a special physique related to the sword Dao could unleash such sword chi. No wonder this guy wanted to take her as his disciple. Seeing this, Xuan Shanhai could not help but reveal a flash of understanding. Gu finally understood why Yi Xian wanted to take you in as his disciple. He must have discovered that the latter had a special sword Dao related physique. Good lord, his eye for talent was quite sharp. How was he able to unearth a genius who was born with a special physique? Why did I not notice it back then? When he thought of this, Xuan Shanhai was filled with jealousy. If he had discovered Yu's special physique in advance, then this precious disciple would have been his. Chapter 74. Qingyun Sect's Fortuitous Encounter. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 74. Qingyun Sect's Fortuitous Encounter. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As everyone knew, every cultivator with a special physique had a limitless future. Yi Xian had struck gold. No, I still have to pay more attention to the handyman disciples in the future. Who knows, there might be some unpolished gems among them. Xuan Shanhai muttered to himself. It seemed that even if Chen Xiaofeng faced this 6th level true essence realm disciple, he might not be able to obtain absolute victory. Thinking this, Xuan Shanhai revealed a helpless expression. What was going on in this world? Why were all the supreme geniuses grouping up with each other? Although Yi Xian had suppressed his own cultivation, and on the surface it was indeed a battle between true essence realm cultivators, Xuan Shanhai was somehow drawn into the fight. He even felt that he had gained some insights from Yi Xian. What's going on? Xuan Shanhai was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to watch the fight, but why had he gained some insights from a battle between true essence realm cultivators? Most importantly, when he mentally simulated a fight between himself and Yi Xian at the same suppressed cultivation level, he discovered that he would not be able to defeat the latter, and would even be beaten quite badly. This was 2F** King ridiculous. At the thought of this, Xuan Shanhai was not convinced. He began to mentally simulate the fight again. However, he soon realized that even though he repeated it dozens of times, the result was still the same. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, several streaks of light flew across the sky from not far away. The vice sect leader of the Qingyun Sect and the other elders had arrived. Greetings, sect leader. They quickly bowed to Xuan Shanhai. However, Xuan Shanhai acted as if he had not seen them. He watched the battle between Yi Xian, Yu, and the others with a fascinated look. Sect leader. Seeing this, everyone revealed looks of confusion. Was Elder Yi Xian not just suppressing his own cultivation and sparring with his disciples? What was so special about this? Don't disturb me. Xuan Shanhai glared at the vice sect leader and the others, and then turned his attention back to the fight again. Seeing this, everyone felt helpless. They then followed Xuan Shanhai's gaze and looked over. They had only come over after they had noticed the commotion at the training ground. Moreover, countless cultivators had already gathered around Yi Xian, Yu, and Li Qinyan. With the addition of the vice sect leader and the elders, almost all the cultivators of the Qingyun Sect had come. Such a lively and crowded atmosphere was similar to the atmosphere during the Qingyun Sect's previous competitions. The vice sect leader and the elders had only wanted to come and watch the fun, but when their gazes fell on the battle between Yi Xian, Yu, and Li Qinyan, they were shocked. Just like Xuan Shanhai, they also started gaining insights from this battle. Ednel.co in particular, from the moves that Yi Xian used. He had obviously deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the 5th level of the true essence realm. Holding a very ordinary bronze sword, he easily blocked the full-strength attacks of Yu and Li Qingyun. However, what shocked them the most was that Yi Xian did not rely on true essence power to do so, but rather on his mastery of the moves themselves. Yi Xian had almost perfectly integrated the sword intent he had comprehended into his moves, which was why Wan Shanhai and the others could not take their eyes off the fight. Seeing this, many of the Qingyun Sect cultivators also came to a realization, and they were all glued to the fight. All they focused on was the scene of Yi Xian sparring with his disciples. The attacks of these three people were overwhelmingly powerful, and their surroundings were filled with sword qi. Yi Xian's attacks were especially awe-inspiring. His casual sword strikes contained mysterious sword intent, seemingly showing the way forward. An opportunity. This was clearly an opportunity given by Yi Xian, an opportunity given to the Qingyun Sect. Anyone from the Qingyun Sect, regardless of their status or cultivation level, could watch and comprehend. Of course, how much they would obtain from their comprehension depended on their own talent and luck. Suddenly, Wan Shanhai's body suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Seeing this, the vice sect leader and elders could not help but narrow their eyes. This power seems to be sword intent. Sect leader. Did you successfully comprehend sword intent? Seeing this scene, the elders could not help but be shocked. Yi Xian, who was still sparring with his disciples, revealed a smile. It seemed that the sect leader's comprehension ability was quite good. He was actually able to use Yi Xian's sword intent to comprehend his own sword intent. Alright, that's it for today. You all should go back and digest your gains. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze sword in Yi Xian's hand turned into a stream of light and returned to the training grounds equipment storage area. At the same time, Yu and Li Qingyun also stopped attacking. Both looked like they were out of breath, and sweat was dripping from their foreheads. Ding! As the host has accompanied his disciples through 10 actual battles, the host has received a randomized 7x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained combat experience from undergoing 70 actual battles. As the system's notification rang out, Yi Xian had gained a lot of valuable practical combat experience out of thin air. Through this sparring session, Li Qingyun's strength had greatly increased, but in comparison, Yu's gains were more substantial. After all, Yu had already awakened the sword jade physique, which was an extremely rare sword physique. Yi Xian's sword intent was undoubtedly incredibly useful to her. Suddenly, a white torrent suddenly swept across the entire training ground. The torrent contained soaring sword qi. Seeing this, many cultivators could not help but tremble. They felt their hearts palpitate, but then suddenly awoke from their dazed state. In the presence of this invisible sword qi, their skin started to sting. Of course, this was all an illusion. At the same time, a hearty laughter resounded throughout the surroundings. Wan Shanhai could not suppress the wild joy in his heart. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. This was sword intent. He had actually comprehended the extremely rare and legendary sword intent. He was originally a sword Dao genius, but unfortunately, he had already been stuck at the embryonic form of sword intent for almost 10 years, and had never been able to break through the shackles that held him back. However, just now, when he saw Yi Xian's sword intent, the fog clouding his heart suddenly cleared up. His surging sword qi broke through the shackles and he successfully comprehended sword intent. At this moment, his mind was clear. It was like he embodied the sword intent itself. Congratulations to the sect leader for comprehending sword intent. Seeing this, the elders were also overjoyed and went forward to congratulate him. Wan Shanhai's comprehension of sword intent meant that the overall strength of the Qingyun Sect had also increased by a lot. Chapter 75. Sparring with your disciples. I can do that too. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 75. Sparring with your disciples. I can do that too. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Seeing this, the Qingyun Sect disciples finally realized that their sect leader had comprehended sword intent. Congratulations to the sect leader for comprehending sword intent. Immediately, the congratulatory voices were like thunder, resounding across the entire mountain. To them, comprehending sword intent was an unattainable achievement. They knew very well that this was something that countless sword Dao cultivators dreamed of. Since the founding of the Great Qian dynasty, there had been many talented sword geniuses, but most of them were stuck at the threshold of comprehending sword intent. Legend had it that only by successfully comprehending sword intent could a sword Dao cultivator step onto the true path of sword Dao cultivation. Yi Xian, you really know how to hide things. Wan Shanhai's gaze fell on Yi Xian, and he looked at him with a strange expression. If Yi Xian had not taken the initiative to display his sword intent, he would not have known the realm of sword intent that Yi Xian had already comprehended. At the beginning, he only felt that Yi Xian's moves were filled with some sort of special mysterious power, which faintly resonated with the power of heaven and earth. It was not until he successfully comprehended sword intent that he realized Yi Xian's attainments in the comprehension of sword intent. The most crucial thing was that the sword intent that Yi Xian displayed was natural and free. Flowing, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. It was obvious that the other party had not just comprehended sword intent. Could it be that this guy's attainments in sword intent had reached the second level, or perhaps even higher? Although Wan Shanhai was extremely curious about this, he knew that such matters were best kept secret. I was just lucky. Yi Xian smiled. Lucky. You are the strongest genius of the Great Qian dynasty. You are also an unprecedented genius of the Qingyun Sect. Geniuses should be like this. Wan Shanhai said loudly. He was very happy now. What was a mere heart-seeking fruit compared to the successful comprehension of sword intent? Still, I have to thank you. If you hadn't deliberately showed off your sword intent just now, I don't know when I would have been able to cross that threshold and comprehend sword intent. Wan Shanhai cupped his fists at Yi Xian and thanked him, his heart filled with gratitude. Although his comprehension of sword intent was closely related to his own foundation of sword Dao cultivation, Yi Xian was the catalyst. In other words, in terms of sword intent, Yi Xian was equivalent to his teacher. Therefore, Wan Shanhai's gratitude toward Yi Xian was sincere. Seeing this, many of the Qingyun sect cultivators were dumbfounded. They had not expected that the reason why the sect leader had been able to comprehend sword intent was actually due to Elder Yi. Did that mean that Elder Yi's attainments in sword intent had reached an extremely terrifying level? They were all humans, so why was there such a huge gap between them and him? Could it be that Elder Yi's cultivation had already reached the same level as the sect leaders? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Their gazes fell on Yi Xian, and their eyes were filled with fervor. Moreover, the effect of Yi Xian's display of sword intent was quite obvious. Not only had Wan Shanhai comprehended sword intent, but the other cultivators had also gained a lot. Many cultivators who were stuck in their cultivation of sword Dao were suddenly enlightened and gained a new understanding of sword Qi and their own cultivation. It could be said that any cultivator who witnessed Yi Xian's sword intent display with their own eyes had gained something. Elder Yi is too amazing. Everyone's hearts were filled with admiration and gratitude for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's actions just now were undoubtedly meant for them. He had displayed his own sword intent to enlighten everyone from the Qingyun sect. This was not something that any of the past elders could do. Seeing this, Lin Qing, who was beside him, looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Half a month ago, her cultivation level had been the same as Yi Xian. They were both cultivators at the middle stage of the Shudan stage. However, over this half a month, her cultivation had not made any progress at all. On the other hand, Yi Xian had already reached a level that she could not see through at all. When she learned about Yi Xian's deeds from Huang Ling and Xue Min, her heart was even more shocked. They told her that Yi Xian had refined the dark glacial frost extremely quickly, and that they had also sensed Yi Xian's terrifying spiritual pressure. If what Huang Ling and Xue Min said was true, then Yi Xian had very likely reached the Golden Core realm. Throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty, there were very few Golden Core realm cultivators, and Golden Core realm cultivators that had comprehended sword intent were even more unprecedented. Lin Qing wondered if the sect leader was aware of this. Lin Qing took a deep breath, her heart was filled with shock. She did not expect that the youth who had followed behind her and humbly asked for guidance on the sword Dao back then had already grown to such a level. In the blink of an eye, he had already left her far behind. For a moment, Lin Qing's heart was filled with all kinds of thoughts, and she felt slightly uncomfortable. Of course, this was not because she was jealous of Yi Xian's strength, but rather because Yi Xian's talent was too monstrous. She felt suppressed by his talent. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He also noticed the change in Lin Qing's expression. He glanced at the latter and did not say much. Lin Qing was more than 10 years older than him. Even so, in the eyes of core formation realm cultivators, she was still extremely young. Yi Xian also knew how Lin Qing felt about him, but, at the moment, he did not have such thoughts of discussing the matter. Let's go back. Yi Xian then took Yu and Li Qinyan and left. In 5 days, the Qingyun Sect competition. All Qingyun Sect disciples can participate. The voice of Wan Shanhai resounded across the mountain. Then, in a flash, he suddenly disappeared from the training ground. The vice-sect leader and the other elders also left one after another. When they witnessed Yi Xian's sword intent, they had also gained some insights and hurriedly went back to digest them. Lingzhou Peak. After Yu and Li Qinyan returned, they also chose to enter secluded cultivation to properly comprehend and consolidate today's gains. Now that the sect competition was about to commence, they had to seize every possible moment to improve their strength so that they could live up to their teacher's expectations. After returning, Wan Shanhai also called his disciple over. He planned to follow Yi Xian's example and act as a sparring partner for his disciple, striving to improve his disciple's strength before the sect competition commenced. However, in order to prevent the other elders from making fun of him for imitating Yi Xian, Wan Shanhai cleverly brought his disciple to a place in the wilderness and then began his sparring session. He also suppressed his own cultivation and held a bronze sword in his hand. Chapter 76. I will not let teacher down. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 76. I will not let teacher down. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Wan Shanhai soon felt that something was wrong. Even though his sword intent had reached the first level, he could not fight with his disciples with such ease. Compared to Li Qinyan and Yu, his disciples were completely tied up and beaten. Even though his disciples sparred with him many times, their actual combat ability improved very slowly. After half a day, there were indeed some disciples whose strength had improved, but the margin of improvement was very small. Forget it. The results aren't that good. Seeing this, Wan Shanhai could not help but sigh deeply. Yi Xian was not only a monster, but his disciples were too. He could not be compared to Yi Xian, and his disciples could not be compared to Yu and Li Qinyan either. What could he do? How could he compete? Time flew by, and soon 5 days had passed. There were a total of 20,000 Qingyun Sect cultivators gathered on the Qingyun mountain to participate in the sect competition. The sect competition would last a total of 3 days. It was a competition between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and personal disciples. Among these groups, the number of outer sect disciples was the largest, followed by inner sect disciples and personal disciples. If one ranked top 10 among the outer sect disciples, he or she would be qualified to challenge the inner sect disciples. If the challenge was successful, he or she could become an inner disciple. At the same time, the challenge rules for inner sect disciples were the same. However, whether or not one could truly become a personal disciple depended on whether the sect leader, vice sect leader, or one of the elders favored the successful challenger. If the cultivator possessed outstanding talent, there was a high chance that he or she could become a disciple of an elder. Most of the outer sect disciples were Qi transformation realm cultivators, and only a very small number had reached the true essence realm. A day passed, and the outer sect disciples competition round ended. Among the top 10 outer sect disciples, 3 had reached the true essence realm, but most of them were at the first level of the true essence realm. Although inner sect disciples were generally stronger than outer sect disciples, there were still some inner sect disciples who were only Qi transformation realm cultivators, albeit high-level ones. Among them, many had reached the third level of the true essence realm. The strongest inner sect disciple had broken through to the fourth level of the true essence realm. The second round of the competition also ended uneventfully. The elders had already listed out the rankings. Soon, it was the third day. The competition between personal disciples would happen today. Compared to the first 2 rounds, the personal disciples participating in the competition were undoubtedly the elites among the elites. The cultivator with the lowest cultivation realm was a 4th level true essence realm cultivator. These few days, Yi Xian had also been watching the competition to see if he could find any cultivators that possessed a special physique. However, to his disappointment, there was no one else in the sect who had a special physique. There were a total of 22 personal disciples, which included those under the sect leader, vice sect leader and the 5 elders. They were also the most powerful and famous of the 20,000 cultivators. Among them, the most famous were Yu and Li Qingyun, whom Yi Xian had taken in. Many cultivators had come to watch Yu and Li Qingyun fight. After all, not only were they devastatingly beautiful, but also extremely powerful. This much was apparent from the sparring session at the training ground 5 days ago. Yu and Li Qingyun also did not disappoint Yi Xian. They had won all their fights, and could be said to have crushed the other personal disciples. Why is Yu's strength getting more and more terrifying? Lin Qing, who was sitting cross-legged in the elder's seat, was speechless when she saw how the competition progressed. Although Yu's cultivation had not broken through, her sword qi had become extremely sharp. Cultivators below the 7th level of the true essence realm could not even withstand one of her attacks. Even the beloved disciple of the first elder, the disciple whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the true essence realm, had only lasted 10 moves against you. This is the strength of someone with a sword physique. Wan Shanhai saw this scene and said with a smile. The sword jade physique that you had awakened was a rare sword physique, which greatly improved her physical capabilities and reflexes. Coupled with the Qingyun sword that Yi Xian had given her, even Chen Xiaofeng might not be able to defeat her. Thinking this, Wan Shanhai's heart was filled with envy. Yi Xian was not only a monster, but his disciples were also becoming more and more monstrous. I lost. Junior sister is indeed powerful. After the beloved disciple of the first elder was sent flying by Yu's sword, he climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Feeling the erratic spiritual power churning inside his body, he could not help but smile bitterly. The strength that you displayed was too shocking, just like her fairy-like appearance. She seemed like a towering mountain, lofty and unattainable. I admit defeat. At the same time, on another arena platform, Xue Min also directly admitted defeat. It could not be helped. She had encountered Li Qingyun this round. Had it been any of the other personal disciples, she might have been able to fight and win, but she did not have the slightest desire or confidence to fight Li Qingyun. Looking at Li Qingyun, Xue Min felt that everything was like a dream. A few days ago, Li Qingyun had just been a low-level Qi transformation realm cultivator. How many days had passed since then? She was now able to force her to admit defeat just based on the difference in their cultivation levels. Suddenly, she was overcome by self-pity and sadness. Why did I not end up with such a good teacher? Those two senior sisters are so strong. Yes, yes. Elder Ye's disciples are different. They are both monstrously strong. When the spectating disciples saw the fights unfurled, they could not help but cry out in excitement. One after another, they turned into little fanboys. There was no helping it. Who could resist and not admire women who were beautiful enough to topple nations, and strong enough to bring down cities? If only Elder Yi was also my teacher. How great would that be? At the same time, their hearts were filled with envy, especially after learning about Yu's origins. They could not help but fantasize in their hearts. Perhaps they too were another unpolished diamond waiting to be found. However, every time someone had such a fantasy in their hearts, their friends around them would poke fun at them and bring them back to reality. The crowd was not only immersed in the beauty of Li Qingyun and Yu, but they were also deeply shocked by their strength. Soon, the competition reached the crucial stage. This round of combat was between Li Qingyun and Chen Xiaofeng. When the crowd saw this, they narrowed their eyes in excitement. This would probably be the most exciting match in this third round. Hello, junior sister Qingyun. Chen Xiaofeng cupped his fists toward Li Qingyun like a gentleman. Greetings, senior brother Chen. Li Qingyun cupped her fists politely as well. Everyone said that junior sister Li and junior sister Yu's levels of talent are extremely monstrous. They even called the two of you the strongest cultivators of the younger generation in our Qingyun Sect. However, as the eldest senior brother of the Qingyun Sect, I have experienced some ups and downs, and I will not be affected by these rumors. So, junior sister, be careful. I will not hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed across Chen Xiaofeng's eyes, and his aura turned fierce. The surging true essence power in his body swept out. Peak 8th level true essence realm. What greeted Chen Xiaofeng was Li Qingyun's long sword. Since she had promised her teacher that she would take home the championship, then she would definitely not let her teacher down. Chapter 77. The Power of the Windstorm / You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 77. The Power of the Windstorm / Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The long sword in Li Qingyun's hand shone with a sharp gleam, and a surging true essence power swept out. 9th level True Essence Realm. Good. When he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Li Qingyun's body, not only did Chen Xiaofeng not panic at all, he even revealed a smile. Only then can we be considered evenly matched. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Chen Xiaofeng's body became stronger once again. 9th level True Essence Realm. When everyone saw this, they could not help but stare with widened eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock. So powerful. What cultivation realm have these two reached? Some of the cultivators with lower cultivation levels were puzzled and had to ask. They have reached the 9th level of the True Essence realm. Senior brother Chen Xiaofeng and senior sister Li Qingyun have both reached the 9th level of the True Essence realm. Some cultivators explained patiently, but their eyes were solemn as they watched the fight. My God, they have actually reached the 9th level of the True Essence realm. As expected of our Qingyun Sect's eldest senior brother, his strength is indeed extraordinary. Since the two are evenly matched in terms of cultivation level, it seems that this battle will be interesting to watch. Previously, I thought that senior sister Li Qingyun had a higher chance of winning, but now the outcome of the battle between these two is hard to predict. Many cultivators began to discuss the battle enthusiastically. After watching a few of Yu's and Li Qingyun's battles, everyone had gained a certain level of understanding of their strength. In the same realm, the strength of these two disciples far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, even the talented personal disciples were crushed. This was especially true for Yu. Her sword qi was extremely powerful and contained potent destructive power. Although she was only at the 6th level of the True Essence realm, she could easily defeat a 7th level True Essence realm personal disciple. In the entire Qingyun Sect, only Chen Xiaofeng was able to suppress her. Now, Chen Xiaofeng's strength had improved again, and he was now on par with Li Qinyan in terms of cultivation level. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, the battle would answer that question. As the sect leader's eldest disciple, Chen Xiaofeng's strength and cultivation level had always been far above the other personal disciples. He was also the eldest senior brother of the Qingyun Sect. Once everyone saw Chen Xiaofeng's breakthrough, they were excited. Eldest senior brother, go for it. Within the Qingyun Sect, Chen Xiaofeng's prestige was still quite high. Therefore, many supporters were already cheering for him excitedly. However, in comparison, there were undoubtedly more people who supported Li Qinyan. After all, no matter what era it was, those with good looks would always be more popular. Moreover, Li Qinyan was so powerful, so naturally, she easily gained a group of little fans. You was the same. Senior sister Li, you have to work hard. Beat eldest senior brother into pulp for us. The cultivators watching the battle immediately turned into fanboys and fangirls and shouted excitedly. Most of them were older than Li Qinyan, but in the Tianyuan continent, status was determined according to the identity of the disciple and their strength. Although Li Qinyan had just become Yi Xian's disciple, according to the rules of the Qingyun Sect, other than personal disciples, the rest of the disciples had to call her senior sister. Junior sister, please draw your sword. Chen Xiaofeng smiled faintly and pointed his sword at Li Qinyan. As the eldest senior brother of the Qingyun Sect, he had absolute confidence in himself. After all, he was far ahead of the other personal disciples. Of course, this did not include Li Qinyan, who had suddenly appeared as a variable. Because his own strength far surpassed the other personal disciples, Chen Xiaofeng naturally developed an aura of invincibility. Although his teacher said that Li Qinyan was extremely strong, he did not believe it. After all, one's strength did not depend on the words of others, nor did it depend on one's own evaluation, but depended on the richness of one's true essence power, and one's combat ability. They were both at the 9th level of the true essence realm. How could he cower before the fight? Even if Li Qinyan was Elder Yi Xian's disciple, she was still not Elder Yi Xian himself. Therefore, Chen Xiaofeng chose to retain his gentlemanly disposition. Ladies first. Senior brother, in that case, junior sister will attack first. Li Qinyan did not hesitate, and with a light leap, her figure suddenly turned into an afterimage as she rushed towards the other party. Since she had promised her teacher that she would take home the championship, then she should give it her all. I, Li Qinyan, had the good karma to become my teacher's disciple in this life. I will never forget teacher's kindness, so I should spend my whole life repaying teacher's kindness. My life belongs to teacher. Teacher's words, to me, are like an imperial edict. Even if the words were said casually, I will not ignore them. Since teacher wants me to win the championship, then I, Li Qinyan, will do my best to win. Thinking this, Li Qinyan's gaze became more determined than ever. Ever since she met Yi Xian in Jiaohe City, her life had changed. The Li family had faced a desperate situation, and just when they were about to sacrifice her happiness, her teacher appeared. The young man with a smile as bright as the sun brought her out of the darkness with a gentle gaze. Then, he took her in as his disciple and taught her high-level cultivation methods and martial techniques without any hesitation. The scenes of the past flashed through Li Qinyan's mind. She then entered a strange state of enlightenment, and insight started filling her mind. The next second, the true essence power in her body surged out and enveloped Li Qinyan. The power that was emitting a bright light was slowly imbued into the longsword. In an instant, the tip of the sword started vibrating. It was as if a violent beast was quietly awakening. Immediately, Li Qinyan's unfocused eyes, which were emitting a bright light, landed on Chen Xiaofeng, who was not far away. The long sword in her hand suddenly slashed down. Sword chi burst forth and created waves as it traveled forward. Cracks immediately appeared on the extremely tough arena platform, and it suddenly shattered. This power, seeing this, the elders were shocked. Yuan Shanhai abruptly stood up, his eyes were full of shock. Windstorm / high. Grade black. Rank. Seeing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Yi Xian's face. He had not expected Li Qingyun to actually comprehend the true essence of the windstorm / in this fight. Although she was only a 9th level true essence realm cultivator, augmented by the windstorm / the power she unleashed was no weaker than that of a purple spirit realm cultivator. Boom! The hurricane-like strike, which was filled with destructive power, surged forward and swept toward Chen Xiaofeng. What? Seeing this, Chen Xiaofeng's facial expression changed greatly. Seeing this overwhelming hurricane, he actually felt his heart palpitate violently. When the hurricane was about to land on Chen Xiaofeng's body, a bright golden light suddenly flashed, and a huge palm crushed the hurricane. It was Yi Xian. If he did not make a move, Chen Xiaofeng would have to use the trump card that Yuan Shanhai had left for him to protect himself. However, if he did not use it in time, it was very likely that the windstorm / would kill him. When Chen Xiaofeng came back to his senses, his eyes were glazed over. He was completely stunned, and his face became extremely pale. He had lost. Completely lost. Chapter 78. The Joy of Free Stuff. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 78. The Joy of Free Stuff. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The arena fell deathly silent. One could hear a pin drop. When the crowd saw the sword chi hurricane, they were all stunned. Beads of sweat kept falling from their foreheads. They sensed the dreadful power of that strike. They could also clearly see the change in Chen Xiaofeng's expression. His originally confident smile turned into pale fear. Everyone knew that if Yi Xian had not made a move, Chen Xiaofeng would have most likely fallen to this strike. I lost. After a long time, Chen Xiaofeng muttered dazedly, breaking the silence around the arena. He collapsed on the ground. His arms felt powerless, and his long sword fell onto the arena platform. His eyes were vacant. He had originally been filled with absolute confidence that he would defeat Li Qingyun. After all, they were both 9th level true essence realm cultivators. Even if there was a difference in their innate talent, he would not be defeated so badly. However, when he saw Li Qingyun unleash the windstorm / he suddenly understood that the difference between them was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed. With just one strike, the opponent could kill him. Teacher. Seeing this, Li Qingyun's expression also changed, and she was somewhat at a loss. She also did not expect to comprehend the true essence of the windstorm / in battle, and that it would unleash such terrifying power. Although she wanted to win because of Yi Xian, she did not have any intention of killing Chen Xiaofeng. However, when she performed that strike, she had been immersed in a state of comprehension, and her memories amplified her desire to win even further. This was why Li Qingyun had unleashed such a powerful windstorm / Don't worry about it. Yi Xian waved his sleeve and then came over to Li Qingyun's side. He patted the latter's head and comforted her gently with his eyes. Everyone could see that Li Qingyun had not done it on purpose, so they naturally would not blame her. Moreover, this was the territory of the sect. The sect leader and the elders were all present. There was no way they would sit back and watch a tragedy unfold. Even if Yi Xian had not made a move, the sect leader or other elders would have intervened. Feeling the warmth of her teacher, the panic in Li Qingyun's heart dissipated a little. She heaved a sigh of relief. Sigh. Yuan Shanhai sighed when he saw this scene. She was truly a monster. Although her talent was not as good as Yi Xian himself, she had already surpassed most cultivators. Moreover, she was actually able to comprehend the true essence of that martial technique in battle. Although he did not know what martial technique Li Qingyun was using, from the looks of it, it seemed to be very similar to the Qingyun Sect's windstorm sword technique, but its power was much greater. His disciples' confidence was probably going to suffer a huge blow. However, this was also good. If one's path of cultivation was too smooth, it might not be a good thing. A real rainbow would only shine after experiencing wind and rain. Hopefully, this little disciple of his would allow this experience to temper him. Is the final fight still going to go on? Immediately, Wan Shanhai's gaze fell on Li Qinyan and Yu. After Chen Xiaofeng's defeat, only Yu and Li Qinyan were left in contention for the championship. The other personal disciples were all defeated by these two. There's no need for that. Yi Xian waved his hand with a smile. There was no need to guess the result anymore. Although you had the advantage of her sword jade physique, and was probably stronger than Chen Xiaofeng if she tried her best, she was definitely no match for Li Qinyan who had comprehended the windstorm slash. Therefore, the ranking was obvious. Number 1. Li Qinyan. Number 2. Yu. Number 3. Chen Xiaofeng. The sect leader and the elders had no problem with the rankings of the third round of the competition. They were the top-tier core formation realm experts, so they had a clear judgment of the combat strength of these true essence realm cultivators. The ranking was fair and just. Wan Shanhai and the elders knew very well that even if Li Qinyan had not comprehended the windstorm slash, Chen Xiaofeng was definitely not her match. However, Chen Xiaofeng was too confident and insisted on challenging Li Qinyan. The result of such overconfidence was obvious. After the rankings of the Qingyun Sect competition were determined, it was time to distribute the rewards. Yi Xian was in charge of the top 3 rewards, so naturally, he was the one to distribute them. Of course, there were also rewards for the 4th to 10th ranks, but they were much more ordinary compared to the top 3, and they were awarded by the sect leader. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the heart-seeking fruit, the host has received a randomized 30x critical reward. Congratulations! You have obtained the heart meditation fruit. When Yi Xian gave the heart-seeking fruit to Li Qinyan, the system's notification immediately rang out in his mind. At the same time, a spiritual fruit filled with mysterious power suddenly appeared in the system's storage space. The joy of receiving free gifts. Hee. Yi Xian's expression remained the same, but inwardly, he was so excited that he almost jumped up with joy. He was just a middleman who was giving the heart-seeking fruit to his disciple on behalf of the sect, but he had received a reward from the system. This was practically a gift that fell from the sky. Then, Yi Xian gave the origin condensing pill to you. However, he did not receive a reward from the system because of this. After all, he had already used the origin condensing pill on you once. Finally, he gave Chen Xiaofeng, who was in low spirits, the Shuiqing sword. Chen Xiaofeng's gaze fell on the Shuiqing sword and he fell silent. He felt as if there was an inexplicable knot in his heart. Elder Yi Xian was already a monstrous existence, a young prodigy who had suppressed an era. Now, was his disciple going to repeat his legendary feats? It was really sad to be born in the same era as such a monstrous genius. At this moment, Chen Xiaofeng's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness came from the depths of his heart. Then, the sect competition continued. The inner sect disciples who ranked in the top 10 would have the right to challenge the personal disciples. However, the personal disciples were no doubt the disciples of the sect leader or elders. Their strength was no small matter. Although they were beaten up by Yu and Li Qinyan, it did not mean that the inner sect disciples were not qualified to be their opponents. Although there were indeed many dark horses in this year's sect competition, there was still a strength gap between the inner sect disciples and the personal disciples. No one succeeded in challenging them. In 17 days, the direct disciples who ranked in the top 10 of the sect competition will be the representatives of our Qingyun Sect and participate in the competition between the 3 great sections. Moreover, the competition between the 3 great sects will be held in our Qingyun Sect's territory. After Wan Shanhai announced the competition between the three great sects, the Qingyun Sect competition officially ended. Chapter 79. Going to cram school before you are listening at Novel Full.audio. Chapter 79. Going to cram school before teaching disciples. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The previous two competitions between the three great sects were held in the Huoya Sect and the Xuan Sect's territories respectively. Hence, it was the Qingyun Sect's turn to host this year's competition. Many Qingyun Sect cultivators were also looking forward to this. In the Great Qian dynasty, the Qingyun Sect, the Huoya Sect, and the Xuan Sect were among the top 10 sections. The Xuan Sect was ranked 8th, the Huoya Sect was ranked 9th, and the Qingyun Sect was ranked 10th. Compared to the other two great sects, the Qingyun Sect's strength was undoubtedly much weaker. It was also because of this that the Qingyun Sect cultivators did not obtain good results in the previous competition between the great sections. However, things were different this time around. Now that the Azure Cloud sect had the two freaks, Li Qinyan and Yu, they might be able to create an upset in the competition between the great sections. They were placing their hopes on Li Qinyan. Her windstorm slash was comparable to a full-strength attack of a purple spirit realm cultivator. Although there was no guarantee of winning first place, given Yu and Li Qinyan's strength, they would at least secure one of the top 3 ranks. Those ranks would no longer be completely occupied by disciples of the other sections. Not long after, Yi Xian brought Li Qinyan and Yu back to Lingjiu Peak. As soon as they arrived at the main hall, Yi Xian took out the heart meditation fruit. He still had a chance to earn free rewards, so how could he waste it? Qinyan has already obtained the heart-seeking fruit. Now, I will bestow this heart meditation fruit to you. Then, Yi Xian waved his sleeve, and a stream of light suddenly landed in Yu's palm. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the heart meditation fruit, the host has received a randomized 25x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the spirit-absorbing flower. The system's notification suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind and, at the same time, a flower exuding faint white energy appeared out of thin air in the system's storage space. When Yi Xian's gaze fell on the spirit-absorbing flower, he suddenly felt absent-minded. He seemed to hear some strange music that captivated one's mind. This thing is extraordinary. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. After examining it for a moment, he withdrew his spiritual sense. Today, I will help you refine the heart-seeking fruit and the heart meditation fruit. Then, Yi Xian brought the two girls to the cultivation room in the main hall. Just like how he had refined the dark glacial frost and the mountain chalcedony, he played a supporting role throughout the whole refining and absorption process. It seemed that due to the rarity of these spiritual treasures, even with Yi Xian's assistance, the two girls only managed to absorb 90% of their effects. What a waste! Seeing this, Yi Xian felt his heart ache. Although only 10% was wasted, he still felt that it was a pity. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple obtain 12 comprehension value points, the host has received a randomized 4x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained 48 comprehension value points. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple obtain 23 comprehension value points, you have received a randomized 2x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained 46 comprehension value points. As soon as the system's notifications concluded, his disciple's comprehension values underwent significant changes. U comprehension value. 257 innate bone value. 337 Li Qinyan comprehension value. 320 innate bone value. 104 Yi Xian comprehension value. 488 innate bone value. 519 It seems that it won't be long before my comprehension value surpasses 500. Seeing this, Yi Xian smiled. He had spent no effort at all, and not only had his two disciples' comprehension value points increased, but he had also received quite a few comprehension value points from the system's rewards. It was simply too satisfying. As for the spirit-absorbing flower, Yi Xian did not know if his comprehension value points would exceed 500 after refining it, but he would never try it. To maximize the benefits, he would have to give it to his disciples to receive a better system reward in return. If he did not use the system as a cheat and absorbed it himself, would that not be a waste of God's gift? Besides, given his current comprehension value, he was not lacking the tiny amount of comprehension value points he would gain from refining it. The most urgent task now is to make Li Qingyun an alchemist before the start of the competition between the great sections. At that time, I can also perform spiritual power infusion on you. Yi Xian was thinking to himself. The things that he had previously used on a disciple could be used again after a month. Yi Xian then made Li Qingyun and Yu cultivate separately, while he went over to the fifth mountain peak of the Qingyun Sect. This was the mountain peak of the third elder of the Qingyun Sect, Situ Yufei. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Shudan realm, and he was a true alchemist. If Yi Xian wanted to guide Li Qingyun to become a real alchemist, he had to learn the related alchemy knowledge himself. Situ Yufei was a third-rank alchemist, but he was just an ordinary third-rank alchemist. He could only refine some ordinary third-grade pills. His failure rate of refining high-quality third-grade pills was quite high. However, Yi Xian did not care about this. After all, he just wanted to learn knowledge related to alchemy. It did not matter what his failure rate was. When Situ Yufei learned of Yi Xian's purpose, he welcomed the latter with enthusiasm. Yi Xian was a perfect cultivator in their eyes. He was young, talented, and powerful. Now, the disciples he took in crushed all of the other young cultivators of the Qingyun Sect. When they thought of Yi Xian, they felt inferior. However, now it seemed that Yi Xian was not perfect either. There were also areas that he was not good at. Situ Yufei found some alchemy books and handed them to Yi Xian. He first had Yi Xian read them carefully. If there was anything he did not understand, he could ask him at any time. Ha ha ha, Elder Yi, you have to study hard. Situ Yufei laughed. It is not so easy to become a real alchemist. Without years of studying, it is impossible to succeed. It's especially difficult for those who have never studied alchemy before. Situ Yufei stroked his beard and said with a smile. At the same time, he envisioned Yi Xian's discouraged expression when he failed to become a realm alchemist. If they could see Yi Xian suffer a little, they would feel much better. It could not be helped. This guy was always so fond of surpassing everyone. They both loved and hated Yi Xian. The so-called love was because Yi Xian was the youngest core formation realm elder of the Qingyun Sect. The sect leader and most of the elders had seen him grow up. As for hate, it was because this guy's talent was too monstrous. From time to time, he would surpass them in one aspect or another. Compared to this monster, they felt like they were wasting their time, and it made them feel like trash. Third elder, I wonder how much time you spent to become a real alchemist? Yi Xian asked. He had naturally noticed Situ Yufei's intentions, but he did not expose the latter. Chapter 80. This guy must be feeling embarrassed. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 80. This guy must be feeling embarrassed. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, 1 year. Situ Yufei looked at Yi Xian, and then slowly raised a finger and said proudly. In the Tianyuan continent, only cultivators who had reached the true essence realm had the qualification to become alchemists. After all, to refine pills, one had to extract the medicinal power from all kinds of natural treasures. This process consumed a lot of energy, and only true essence power, or spiritual power of a higher level than true essence power, was capable of doing that. After a cultivator stepped into the true essence realm, their own spiritual sense would also become much stronger, and the degree of their control over the temperature of the flame would also become more precise. An excellent alchemist had to be able to accurately control the temperature of the flame at various points of the refining process. Of course, some people could also become alchemists when they were in the Qi transformation realm. However, they would need to rely on many auxiliary tools and artifacts, otherwise it would be very difficult to refine a medicinal pill. The most important thing was that, without the support of true essence power, even if one could successfully refine a medicinal pill, it would not be of high quality. Other than this, there was also an extremely harsh condition for a cultivator to become an alchemist. That was that the cultivator must possess both fire and wood attributes. As everyone knew, cultivators of that era possessed different attributes. The most common attributes were the 5 elements. Other than this, there were also some rarer attributes like the lightning and ice elements. However, among many cultivators, there would also be people without attributes. Generally speaking, one's attributes were innate. Although one could tamper with it a little, doing so was almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. As for Yi Xian, he was 1.10,000 person who had no attributes, which also meant that he was very malleable. However, his cultivation of the Thunder Sword control technique and the 3000 Thunder Sword technique, gave birth to the lightning element in his dantian. Every one of his attacks would contain a trace of lightning. It was extremely overbearing. However, Yi Xian's body did not possess the fire and wood attributes. Thus, it was undoubtedly difficult for him to become a real alchemist. In other words, he could only become an alchemist if he had the fire and wood attributes. However, he was not the one who needed to become an alchemist. Li Qingyun possessed the dual spirit physique and also had the fire and wood attributes, so this limitation was no hindrance at all. Now, he only needed to study and master alchemy from a knowledge standpoint, and then pass that knowledge on to Li Qingyun. As long as she could become an alchemist, he would be able to use the system to earn some sort of reward that would allow him to become an alchemist. However, Situ Yufei did not know this. Therefore, in his eyes, no matter how hard Yi Xian worked, he would not be able to become an alchemist. 1 year. That's not too bad, right? Yi Xian then took the related alchemy books and returned to Lingjiu Peak. Situ Yufei looked in the direction that Yi Xian had left and burst into laughter. What did he mean by saying 1 year was not too bad? Did he not know that those who could become alchemists within a year were all geniuses? If this guy did not hit a wall, he would not realize how difficult it was to become an alchemist. Although his talent was extremely monstrous and had suppressed the entire younger generation of cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty, it was not so easy to become a real alchemist. Yi Xian, I'll be waiting for a good show. The sect leader and the other elders all learned that Yi Xian wanted to become an alchemist. Haha, that's really interesting. Hee. I'll finally be able to see this guy get discouraged. Just thinking about it makes me happy. When the time comes, this guy will try to refine pills unsuccessfully. His face and scalp will turn black from the resulting furnace explosion. That will be something to remember. This guy is really too much. With such monstrous talent, why doesn't he just focus on cultivation? Lin Qin could not help but feel speechless. Other people could only dream of possessing such monstrous talent, yet this guy not only did not focus on cultivation, but also wasted his time trying to learn alchemy. Was this not a waste of God's gift? Yi Xian's attributes had already been tested a long time ago. His dantian did not contain the fire and wood attributes. Unless there was a fortuitous encounter somewhere down the road, it was absolutely impossible for him to become an alchemist. This guy had already reached the core formation realm. Why was he thinking about becoming an alchemist? Thinking this, everyone was puzzled. If his talent had been average, and he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, it would be understandable if he wanted to spend time on the path of alchemy. However, this guy's talent was so monstrous. Was this not a complete waste of time that could be better spent cultivating? Of course, no one stopped Yi Xian or dissuaded him. They knew Yi Xian's character very well. The latter still knew his limits. He would give up once he knew he could not do it. Moreover, they wanted to see his dusty face. Time passed quickly and, soon, a few days had passed. During this time, Yi Xian had been studying alchemy seriously. If he stumbled upon anything that he did not understand, he would run over and ask Situ Yufei. Situ Yufei was not impatient. He answered each question and taught Yi Xian alchemy based on his own accumulated experience and knowledge. He explained in great detail about the medicinal efficacy of spiritual herbs and treasures, and the precise temperature control required to refine them. Every time he got his question answered, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He was completely intoxicated with alchemy. Given his comprehension value, he could memorize all of the knowledge in the books from just a single glance, and could understand most of it. He had already reached a certain level of mastery. Although his dantian did not possess the dual attributes of fire and wood, he often mentally simulated the refining process. Soon, 3 days passed. Yi Xian could be said to have learned all of the relevant knowledge he needed about alchemy. At least in terms of theoretical knowledge, he was not inferior to Situ Yufei. "Aren't you going to refine pills?" Seeing that Yi Xian was about to leave, Situ Yufei looked confused. This guy had been working on studying alchemy for so many days, but now that he had finally finished learning the theoretical knowledge, he gave up on refining pills. "There's no rush. I'll give you a surprise when it's time." Yi Xian did not explain. He tricked Situ Yufei into giving him a furnace and went straight back to Lingjiu Peak. Situ Yufei looked in the direction that Yi Xian had left and could not help but smile. He had not expected that this guy would be afraid of making a fool of himself. He probably wanted to take the alchemy furnace back and refine pills privately. Forget it. This guy must be feeling embarrassed. I'd better study the pill formula properly. The most important thing now was to study how to refine the soul-returning pill. As soon as Yi Xian returned to Lingjiu Peak, he called Li Qingyun over. "Girl, do you want to be an alchemist?" Yi Xian got straight to the point. Chapter 81. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Innate dual. Spirit physique, peak of the core formation realm. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What? When Li Qingyun heard this, she was stunned. Then, she nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. In the Tianyuan continent, only one among thousands of cultivators could become an alchemist. The title of alchemist itself also symbolized an extremely respected status. Alchemists were people that countless cultivators fawned over. Unfortunately, not all cultivators had dual fire and wood attributes. Very good. In that case, I will personally teach you alchemy. Yi Xian said. What? Could it be that teacher is an alchemist? Hearing this, Li Qingyun was shocked. She had never heard of teacher being an alchemist. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded without blushing or changing his expression. You were born with the dual attributes of fire and wood. You are very suitable to be an alchemist. Now, I will personally teach you alchemy. Then, Yi Xian waved his sleeve and led Li Qingyun into the cultivation room. Then, the two stayed in the cultivation room for 3 whole days. After stepping into the true essence realm, cultivators had already reached a level where they could fast. Their pores could absorb the spiritual energy from their surroundings to replenish themselves. During this period, Yi Xian could be said to have imparted all of the theoretical knowledge he had learned to Li Qingyun. However, he did not demonstrate how to refine pills in front of Li Qingyun. Instead, he chose to teach her how to control the temperature of the flames by hand. He also used words to teach the latter how to refine the essence of spiritual herbs. Now, they had already reached the crucial stage of refining pills. Li Qingyun looked at her teacher's face, which was right in front of her, and her heart started beating rapidly again. She had never come into such close contact with her teacher before. Moreover, she had stayed in the same room with him for 3 days. This was too blissful. However, it was precisely because Li Qingyun was distracted that her pill refining attempts failed. Stabilize your mind. Don't harbor any distracting thoughts. You must succeed. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but look at Li Qingyun. What's wrong with this disciple? Why was she always distracted? Did she not know how to respect her teacher's time and effort? Okay. Li Qingyun nodded obediently and frantically screamed inwardly at herself that she should not and could not let her imagination run wild. At such a crucial stage, she must not disappoint her teacher. There were not many medicinal herbs in the cultivation room, and now she was already down to the last batch. If she failed again, she might have to give up. Thinking this, Li Qingyun could not help but take a deep breath, and her gaze gradually became more determined. As she channeled her fire attribute energy, the true essence power in her dantian surged out like a gust of wind. Then, the wood attribute energy in her body was used as a fuel to continuously increase her true essence power, and she used her spiritual sense to control the temperature of the fire. As the temperature of the furnace gradually rose, the true essence flames slowly burned away the impurities inside the medicinal herbs. Seeing this, Yi Xian also took a deep breath. His spiritual sense swept out and slowly helped Li Qingyun remove the impurities of the medicinal herbs. With Li Qingyun's concentration and Yi Xian's help, the impurities of the medicinal herbs were successfully removed. As time passed, the power of the medicinal herbs with different attributes gradually integrated. The embryonic form of a pill appeared inside the pill furnace. Now that you are at the final stage of refining the pill, you must stabilize your mind. Yi Xian's gaze was gentle as he spoke. Then, his own spiritual sense slowly wrapped itself around Li Qingyun's spiritual sense, slowly guiding it as it controlled the temperature of the flame in the pill furnace. Suddenly, the embryonic form of the pill shone brightly, and as the rays of light dispersed, they revealed a round pill that had been fully condensed. Success! Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. As the scorching flame slowly dissipated, a round pill could be seen in the furnace. Qi-breaking pill. It was an extremely common first-grade pill that could help Qi transformation realm cultivators break through bottlenecks. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple become an alchemist, the host has received a randomized 812x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has become a third-rank alchemist. The long-awaited system notification finally rang out. At the same time, a huge amount of alchemy experience and knowledge suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Boom! Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and digested the experience and knowledge in his mind. From this moment on, he was a top-tier existence among third-rank alchemists in the Tianyuan continent. With the help of the system, he automatically learned how to identify the types of medicinal herbs and now knew the ins and outs of refining pills. Other than that, there were thousands of pill formulas in his mind. The most important thing was that whether it was the experience of refining pills or knowledge of the pills themselves, it was as if he had experienced it all himself. The most obvious change was that the dual attributes of fire and wood had appeared in Yi Xian's dantian. It was as if he had been born with it, and it perfectly fused with his own power. However, this was not the end. The system's notification rang out in his mind again. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple successfully activate the dual spirit physique, fire and wood, the host has received a randomized 29x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the innate dual spirit physique, fire and wood. Boom! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, two powerful auras suddenly erupted. One of them was Li Qingyun's. After she successfully activated her dual spirit physique, her innate bone value soared crazily, and her cultivation continued to rise. The other was Yi Xian's. Now that he had obtained the innate dual-spirit physique, his innate bone value had also been greatly strengthened, and his cultivation also received a boost. The most important thing was that Yi Xian's body had been greatly strengthened, and an ocean of extremely powerful qi and blood essence was suddenly born. This qi and blood essence contained many elemental powers, including the tyrannical sword qi, the power of violent flames, and the gentle water spirit power. The three powers slowly intertwined and then slowly revolved around the golden core. The golden core that was shining brightly now had three different dot-colored patterns appear out of thin air. At the same time, Yi Xian made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Naturally, he reached the peak of the core formation realm. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have fused with the entire world. The aura around his body rippled slightly, and it seemed like he had been filled with a terrifying power that could destroy the world. As most would know, the core formation realm was different from the true essence realm and the purple spirit realm. The core formation realm was divided into the Shudan realm, true core realm, and the golden core realm, which were also divided into the early, middle and advanced stages. However, if one included the peak of the core formation realm, there were also 10 levels in total. After one reached the peak of the Shudan realm, the core would be condensed into the true core. Then, it could be slowly condensed into the golden core. However, when most of the cultivators entered the advanced stage of the golden core realm, they encountered a bottleneck at this realm. To reach the peak of the core formation realm, the one had to fuse with that endless ocean of qi and blood essence. Only by allowing the golden core in the Dantian to condense those elemental powers into patterns could they truly reach the peak of the core formation realm. The so-called qi and blood essence was the innate power that a cultivator possessed when they were born. In other words, whether it was cultivators or ordinary people, they all had the qi and blood essence in their bodies. However, in comparison, the qi and blood essence in the body of an ordinary person was extremely thin and, after they died, would dissipate at an extremely fast speed. As for golden core realm cultivators, not only were they incomparably powerful, their bodies were tens of times tougher than steel. It was also because of this that the qi and blood essence contained in their bodies was also extremely terrifying. Chapter 82. Should I give it a try? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 82. Should I give it a try? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, the blood and qi essence contained in a cultivator's body was not unlimited. Once the blood and qi essence was exhausted, it was necessary to replenish it. This required plenty of time and resources. In order to reach the peak of the core formation realm as soon as possible, the patriarch of the Qingyun Sect did not hesitate to mobilize the entire Qingyun Sect. He ordered the Qingyun Sect cultivators to go to the various cities of the Great Qian dynasty and slaughter the villages secretly to collect the qi and blood essence of the villagers. One person's qi and blood essence might not be enough, but if the qi and blood essence of tens of thousands, or even millions, were collected, it would accumulate to an extremely terrifying amount. The reason why the patriarch of the Qingyun Sect made such a choice was also very simple. He was already old, and had 1 foot in the grave. The growth of the qi and blood essence in his body had slowed down, which made it almost impossible for him to reach the peak of the core formation realm in his lifetime. This was why he had chosen to undertake such an extreme operation. However, Yi Xian was different from him. He was young and vigorous, and his qi and blood essence was growing rapidly. Moreover, he had awakened the sword overlord and the innate dual-spirit physiques. The stronger a cultivator's innate bone value was, the purer their qi and blood essence would be, and it would also be endless. Moreover, when a special physique was first awakened, an extremely large amount of energy would be generated by the cultivator's body to help them achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. It was because of this that Yi Xian was able to reach the peak of the core formation realm. The sword qi generated by the sword overlord physique was extremely overbearing, and imbued his attacks with a strong destructive power. The awakening of the innate dual-spirit physique not only further strengthened his attack power, but also ensured his body had an endless supply of power due to the wood attribute. In other words, even if Yi Xian did not use any cultivation methods or high-level martial techniques, and did not even need to use sword intent, he would still be invincible among core formation realm cultivators. Normally, cultivators would not have two different special physiques, but because of the system, Yi Xian had perfectly fused the two physiques. After sensing the surging power inside his dantian, Yi Xian could not help but let out a long howl. He felt invincible. Yi Xian knew that this was an illusion caused by the breakthrough, but it still put him into a good mood. Not only had he successfully helped Li Qingyun become an alchemist, but he had also reached the peak of the core formation realm. Moreover, thanks to the system reward, he had become a third-rank alchemist. My dear disciple, I really love you to death. Yi Xian patted Li Qingyun's head and said with a smile. Ha! Li Qingyun could not help but be stunned when she heard this, and then her face suddenly turned red. Her heart beat rapidly, and her small hands clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Her face was full of nervousness. Now that your strength has greatly improved, you need to familiarize yourself with the power in your body for some time. In your spare time, remember to revise the alchemy knowledge I taught you. Yi Xian instructed her, then waved his sleeve and left. However, before he left, he specifically checked his and Li Qingyun's attributes. Li Qingyun comprehension value. 320 innate bone value. 104 Yi Xian comprehension value. 488 innate bone value. 596 Because she had awakened the dual-spirit physique, Li Qingyun had also advanced to the second level of the purple spirit realm. Once a cultivator's innate bone value exceeded 500, the difficulty of upgrading became higher and higher. Therefore, even though Yi Xian's awakened innate dual-spirit physique was stronger than Li Qingyun's, the level of improvement was not as great as the latter. Qingyun Sect, 5th Mountain Peak. Failed again. A voice filled with unwillingness could be heard in the hall, followed by the sound of a pill furnace exploding at the same time. Very quickly, Situ Yufei walked out of the pill refining room, looking rather disheveled. Given his strength, a mere explosion would not affect him. However, because he had failed to refine the soul-returning pill many times, he had been filled with dispirited thoughts, and directly allowed the flames from the explosion to pounce on him. It was precisely because of this that Situ Yufei's face was currently covered in dirt. I've studied it so many times. What exactly went wrong? Situ Yufei pulled at his hair, his brows were tightly knitted together. A third-grade soul-returning pill was a medium difficulty third-grade pill, but to him, it was indeed very difficult, and the success rate was very low. Situ Yufei could refine ordinary third-grade pills, but he struggled to refine the soul-returning pill. He had already attempted it 5 times, but had failed each time without exception. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of moving air could be heard. Yi Xian. Seeing this, Situ Yufei's eyes lit up. I've read your books, so it's time I return them to you. Then, Yi Xian waved his sleeve, and a pile of books suddenly appeared in the hall. So that's why you came. I thought you were here to refine pills. Seeing this, Situ Yufei felt disappointed. Then, he casually put the books into his storage ring. What's wrong with you? Did you try to refine some high-level pills? Yi Xian looked at Situ Yufei's disheveled hair and dusty face and almost laughed out loud. Soul-returning pill. Situ Yufei replied, with a dispirited look. Do you have any leftover medicinal herbs now? Yi Xian asked. Do you want to refine the soul? Returning pill. Seeing this, Situ Yufei could not help but frown. He looked at Yi Xian, his face full of doubt. However, the latter seemed eager to give it a try. Apparently, he had guessed correctly. That's right. If I successfully refine it, the pill will belong to you. If I fail, I will compensate you for the medicinal herbs. Yi Xian said. Once he became a third-rank alchemist, countless alchemy experiences, memories and knowledge had appeared in his mind out of thin air. He also wanted to see if he could successfully refine the pill. Yi Xian, are you stupid? The soul-returning pill is a third-grade pill. You are not even a beginner alchemist. Why are you thinking of refining something far beyond your capabilities? If you want to learn alchemy, why don't you refine the qi-gathering pill? That is the most basic beginner medicinal pill. Seeing this, Situ Yufei's mouth twitched. He gave Yi Xian an earnest suggestion. He always felt that this guy was here to cause trouble. A guy who was not even a proper alchemist actually wanted to refine a third-grade medicinal pill. Was this guy crazy? Chapter 83. I Can Call You Dad. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 83. I Can Call You Dad. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, that's fine too. Yi Xian did not object. He had just obtained the memories, knowledge and experience of a third-rank alchemist from the system, so his hands were itching to give it a go. Seeing this, Situ Yufei smiled. Although he had failed to refine the soul-returning pill, and was in a bad mood, it would be a comforting thing to watch Yi Xian embarrass himself while refining the pill. Soon, Situ Yufei and Yi Xian arrived at the pill refining room. Situ Yufei waved his sleeve, and a brand new pill furnace suddenly appeared in the pill refining room. Then, he took out the related medicinal herbs related to the qi-gathering pill. After doing all this, Situ Yufei stood silently by the side and signaled for Yi Xian to start refining the pill with his eyes. Yi Xian smiled, and then the fire-attribute power in his body gushed out and poured into the pill furnace. The pill furnace was immediately set alight. Then, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the medicinal herbs next to him slowly fell into the pill furnace. At the same time, the wood-attribute power in his body slowly spread out, fueling the flames and refining the essence of the medicinal herbs. Situ Yufei, who was next to him, saw this scene play out and could not help but stare. He was petrified, and his jaw almost fell to the floor in shock. Fire and wood dual attributes, this, how did you do it? Situ Yufei's eyes were filled with disbelief. Did Yi Xian not have fire and wood attributes in his dantian? When did he cultivate this? Did this guy encounter some sort of heaven-defying opportunity again? Thinking this, Situ Yufei's heart was filled with envy. However, what shocked him the most was not the dual attributes of fire and wood, but the skillful way in which Yi Xian refined the medicinal pill. Was this guy still an unqualified alchemist? His precision in controlling the temperature of the flame and the method he used to refine the medicinal herbs was clearly something that only an experienced alchemist could do. Even he could not perfectly remove the impurities of the medicinal herbs like this, let alone accurately control the temperature of the flame at all times. Although he did not want to admit it, the truth was right before his eyes. Yi Xian's attainments in the field of alchemy had already surpassed his. This guy was a monster. Situ Yufei did not know how to describe Yi Xian. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping through the field that was his heart. Bvec moreover, when he thought about his previous suggestion, he felt even more depressed. He originally wanted to see this fellow make a fool of himself, but he did not expect that the clown was actually him. Very quickly, under the shocked gaze of Situ Yufei, the qi-gathering pill was perfectly formed. The medicinal pill had 3 lines on it. The medicinal pill had 3 lines. It could be said to be a perfect grade medicinal pill. 3-line qi-gathering pill. Situ Yufei looked at the qi-gathering pill that was gradually revealing itself on the pill furnace, and his body could not help but tremble. Although this was only the most basic first-grade pill, even a third-rank alchemist would not be able to refine a perfect first-grade pill. Oh my God, this monster! Elder Situ, about the soul-returning pill, At this moment, Yi Xian looked at Situ Yufei with a smile. Refine, you have to refine it. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Situ Yufei very quickly took out all the ingredients to refine the soul-returning pill. Then, Yi Xian repeated the process. As the flames slowly rose, all of the impurities in the medicinal materials were removed. Not long after, the medicinal materials of different attributes slowly began to merge. Oh my God, his technique is too perfect. Situ Yufei stared at Yi Xian's alchemy technique fixedly. He was afraid that he would miss any details. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the refining process. It was only when the pill furnace slowly emitted wisps of medicinal fragrance that Situ Yufei came back to his senses. F***CK. It's also a 3-line soul-returning pill. This is too incredible. Situ Yufei picked up the soul-returning pill. Looking at the 3 lines on the pill, his hand could not help but tremble. He had tried to refine this pill 5 times, but he had never succeeded. Now, Yi Xian had refined the perfect soul-returning pill without even breaking a sweat. You are a monster. Situ Yufei looked at Yi Xian, who had a calm expression on his face, completely stunned. How could there be such a monster in the world? Not only did his martial talents suppress the prodigies of this era, he was now also a monster when it came to alchemy. Why was the world so unfair? Yi Xian. Oh, no, Brother Yi, why don't you teach me how to refine pills in the future? Situ Yufei looked at Yi Xian with a fawning expression. His view of Yi Xian had completely changed. Not only was this guy a cultivation monster, but he was also a top-notch alchemist worthy of his respect. How long had this guy been studying alchemy? He could refine a perfect soul-returning pill. He was practically born for alchemy. Situ Yufei's expression was as if he was looking at his first love, so Yi Xian could not help but shiver and quickly took a few steps back. Ahem. Let's talk about this later. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his sleeve and turned into a ray of light, flying toward Lingjiu Peak. Brother Yi, don't go. If you're not satisfied, I can call you Dad too. Situ Yufei immediately became anxious. He hurriedly shouted in the direction that Yi Xian had left, but the latter ignored him and flew off even faster. After some time, Situ Yufei finally recovered from his excitement. Although Yi Xian did not promise to teach him how to refine pills, he had already gained quite a bit of knowledge from watching Yi Xian refine pills just now. If he tried to refine the soul-returning pill again, he would definitely have a better chance at success. A master is indeed a master. His mastery of the refining technique is simply unbelievable. I must review it carefully. Immediately, Situ Yufei shut himself off and focused on reviewing what he had learnt. Only after Situ Yufei finished reviewing and memorizing it all did the sect leader and the other elders learn that Yi Xian could refine a perfect soul-returning pill. What? How did this guy do it? This is too monstrous. I somehow get the feeling that this guy is omnipotent. What's going on? 3-line soul-returning pill. This is a perfect pill. The soul-returning pill that Yi Xian had refined earlier was immediately treated as a treasure by the sect leader and the elders. They all stared at it intently, their eyes filled with shock. No matter what, our Qingyun Sect now has a master alchemist. Although everyone wanted to see Yi Xian make a fool of himself, when they thought about the fact that the sect now had a master alchemist, their hearts were filled with joy, as this would definitely increase the overall strength of the sect. Chapter 84. Secluded Cultivation. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 84. Secluded Cultivation. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as Yi Xian returned to Lingjiu Peak, he started thinking of ways to obtain medicinal herbs. After all, he was already a 3rd-rank alchemist. If he could get his hands on a supply of medicinal herbs, he could refine pills and give them to his disciples to reap more rewards from the system. Moreover, he could also obtain higher-grade medicinal herbs via this method. Of course, he had to have medicinal herbs first. It looks like I have to go to Elder Sidhu's mountain to gather some medicinal herbs. I've refined a perfect soul-returning pill for him anyway. Thinking this, Yi Xian did just that. Situ Yufei was the only third-rank alchemist in the sect. Naturally, there were many medicinal fields on the mountain. Although the other party might not give him the rare medicinal herbs, he would at least get some ordinary ones. He only needed to get his hands on some ordinary herbs and give them to Li Qingyun, from which he would be able to get higher-grade herbs. After discovering Yi Xian's purpose in coming, Situ Yufei did not hesitate at all and directly gave him a pile of herbs. Then, Yi Xian directly gave those herbs to Li Qingyun and Yu. Now that Li Qingyun was already a first-rank alchemist, she could naturally use these herbs to refine pills. Although it was useless to give the medicinal herbs to Yu, in order to receive the system's reward, Yi Xian could not be bothered with that technicality. Besides, you could give those medicinal herbs to Li Qingyun. After receiving the system's rewards, Yi Xian started refining pills in the pill refining room. Time passed quickly, and soon 4 days had passed. Yi Xian walked out of the pill refining room. Today was very special. It had been a month since Yi Xian had performed spiritual power infusion for you. Thus, Yi Xian called you over. It has been a month since I last performed spiritual power infusion for you. I plan to infuse spiritual power into you to help you reach the purple spirit realm. Yu was wearing a light white robe. Her beauty was like that of a fairy. She was absolutely stunning. Her jet-black hair was draped over her shoulders, exuding a cold and aloof aura. However, the moment Yu saw Yi Xian, she revealed a brilliant smile. As you command, teacher. Her eyes, which were like the stars, emitted a faint light. The smile on her face momentarily stunned Yi Xian. No one would believe that such a devastatingly beautiful person was so young. All right. Sit down cross-legged and we'll begin immediately. Yi Xian quickly stabilized his thoughts and began the spiritual power infusion process. As expected. Teacher is getting stronger and stronger. Sensing Yi Xian's power, which was like a vast ocean, Yu's heart was filled with emotion. Teacher's talent was extremely monstrous. Could she really follow in teacher's footsteps? However, she did not have time to dwell on this matter at the moment. Once she felt her teacher's spiritual power slowly enter her body, she quickly calmed herself down. After the Qingyun Sect competition, Yu had been cultivating and training diligently. Her current cultivation level had reached the peak of the 6th level of the true essence realm. Even without Yi Xian's spiritual power infusion, she would still reach the 7th level of the true essence realm within 10 days. However, with the assistance of Yi Xian's spiritual power, which was supported by his peak core formation realm cultivation, Yu advanced multiple realms in an instant. 7th level of the true essence realm. 8th level of the true essence realm. 9th level of the true essence realm. 10th level of the true essence realm. As Yu's innate bone value was already extremely close to 400 points, she could withstand the spiritual power infusion better now. However, cultivators would gradually need more spiritual power to break through each minor realm, and even more so, when breaking through a major realm. When Yu's meridians and dantian were filled to the brim with true essence power, it meant that she had already reached the 10th level of the true essence realm. If a cultivator wanted to step into the purple spirit realm, they had to condense their own true essence power and open up the void in their dantian. Once the void in the dantian was formed, the true essence power in the cultivator's body would undergo a qualitative change. With the help of the void in the dantian, the spiritual power in the cultivator's body would become even more majestic and, at the same time, strands of purple spiritual power would be produced. This was known as the purple spirit realm. The void in the Dantian was also known as the Purple Mansion. However, the difficulty of forming the Purple Mansion was extremely high. Many cultivators at the True Essence realm spent their entire lives striving, but were unable to cause even the slightest crack to appear in their Dantian, which meant that they could not form the Purple Mansion. Boom! Under the surging strength of Yi Xian's core formation realm spiritual power, cracks appeared one after another in Yu's incomparably sturdy Dantian, naturally forming a void. At the same time, strands of purple spiritual power emerged from her Purple Mansion, slowly spreading from her Dantian to her entire body. Under the nourishment of this purple qi, Yu's cultivation started increasing at a mind-blowing pace. First level Purple Spirit Realm. Second level Purple Spirit Realm. Third level Purple Spirit Realm. Fourth level Purple Spirit Realm. Fifth level Purple Spirit Realm. When you reached the fifth level of the Purple Spirit Realm, Yi Xian discovered that if he continued the spiritual power infusion, it would cause her cultivation foundation to become unstable. Helpless, Yi Xian could only choose to stop. Ding! As the host has imparted 90 days' worth of cultivation to his disciple, the host has received a randomized 60x critical reward. Congratulations on obtaining 5,400 days' worth of cultivation. As the system's notification rang out, strands of boundless qi and blood essence suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's body. In the next second, the qi and blood essence turned into streams and slowly poured into his golden core, winding itself around it. At this moment, the golden core in Yi Xian's Dantian was almost completely wrapped up by the boundless qi and blood essence, leaving very few gaps. As long as these gaps were filled, he would be able to reach the limits of the core formation realm, and would be considered half a step away from reaching the unity realm. I didn't expect qi and blood essence to be so difficult to condense. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but squint his eyes. Through the critical reward from the system just now, he had gained close to 15 years' worth of cultivation. In addition to his extremely monstrous innate ability, he had not expected to still be at the peak of the core formation realm. It was no wonder no one had stepped into the unity realm in the past hundreds of years in the Great Qian dynasty. The difficulty level of doing so was extremely high. However, it was also because of this that a cultivator at the peak of the core formation realm was considered extremely terrifying. On Earth, one might even be regarded as a humanoid atomic bomb. As long as I condense a few more strands of qi and blood essence, I will be able to reach the limits of the core formation realm. At that time, I will be able to break through to the unity realm at any time. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's pupils flashed with a bright light. Since there had never been a cultivator in the Great Qian dynasty who had stepped into the unity realm over the past hundreds of years, then it would be up to me, Yi Xian, to break through. At that time, it would be time to settle the score with the Qingyun Sect. Thinking this, Yi Xian asked you to pass on a message to Li Qinyan, the sect leader, and the other elders, that he would be going into secluded cultivation for a period of time. He would not have time to participate in the competition between the three great sections. The participants of this competition were the sect's disciples anyway. The sect leader and elders were only there to keep an eye on things to prevent accidents from happening. It did not matter whether Yi Xian participated or not. Chapter 85. Choosing a time of death for Yi Xian. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 85. Choosing a time of death for Yi Xian. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Just after Yi Xian went into secluded cultivation, a major event happened in the Qingyun Sect. In the sect's Grand Hall. The sect leader and all of the elders were gathered in the Grand Hall. They were discussing how to kill Yi Xian. Once the patriarch came out of secluded cultivation, he would eliminate the Qingyun Sect in one fell swoop. As the second-ranked top sect in the Great Qian dynasty, the Qingyun Sect's strength was extremely terrifying. The Qingyun Sect was ranked 10th, and was a far cry from them in terms of strength. Adding the sect leader, vice sect leader, and the elders of the Qingyun Sect together, they had 7 core formation realm cultivators. On the other hand, the Xuan Sect had a total of 18 elders who had reached the core formation realm. Including the sect leader and the vice sect leaders, they had 21 cultivators in the core formation realm. In terms of the number, as well as the quality, of their core formation realm cultivators, their Xuan Sect clearly eclipsed the Qingyun Sect by a country mile. The sect leader of the Xuan Sect was at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, while the 2 vice sect leaders were in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The chief elder's strength had reached the advanced stage of the True Core realm, and he was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the Golden Core realm. Even the weakest of the 18 elders had reached the early stage of the Shudan realm, and was about to advance to the middle stage of the Shudan realm. It was precisely because of this that the various elders of the Xuan Sect had the confidence to choose to besiege Yi Xian back then. However, there was now a very serious problem. Not only was Yi Xian alive, but he had even killed the beloved personal disciples of the 9th elder, Li Wuji. Most importantly, Yi Xian had also learned about the fact that the Xuan Sect had massacred villages to collect qi and blood essence from the common folk. Therefore, before Yi Xian spread the news, they had to kill him swiftly in order to completely keep this secret hidden. Everyone, the patriarch will finish his secluded cultivation session in a few days. When do you think it would be better for Yi Xian to die? The sect leader of the Xuan Sect sat at the head of the table with a cold expression, looking at the vice sect leaders and elders below. Everyone had already agreed to kill Yi Xian. Whether it was his act of killing Li Wuji's personal disciples or his possession of the knowledge that the Xuan Sect had massacred the villages, both warranted death in the eyes of the Xuan Sect's leadership. Moreover, Yi Xian was a monstrous talent. Although the other party had been poisoned by the 5 poisons powder earlier, who could guarantee that the other party had not obtained a heaven-defying opportunity that would turn the situation around? Therefore, Yi Xian had to die. The only question was when. Some elders suggested that the matter of killing Yi Xian could not be delayed, as they had to prevent him from revealing their secret to the Qian Gate. Some even suggested that they attack the Qingyun Sect today and completely wipe them out. Of course, some elders suggested that it was safer to wait for the patriarch to finish his secluded cultivation and give the Hulia, Qingyun and Shinshan sects a big surprise when they held their competition. Ideas and opinions were tossed around left and right, and they were all stuck at an impasse as to which was the best way forward. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. At this moment, Li Wuji stood up slowly. Seeing this, everyone stopped arguing and immediately turned their gazes to the latter. Seeing this, Li Wuji said slowly, regarding Yi Xian's matter, there are undoubtedly 2 perspectives. The first is to kill him as soon as possible, and the second is to wait for the patriarch to end his secluded cultivation. Elder Lin, Elder Chen, and the others feel that the earlier the better. After all, Yi Xian's possession of our secret means that he represents a significant threat to our Xuan Sect. However, everyone has forgotten something very important. Although the Qingyun Sect is not as powerful as we are, it is still a top-tier sect with thousands of years of history. The opponent's guardian formation cannot be underestimated. Moreover, why is Yi Xian only known as the strongest genius in 1,000 years since the founding of the Qingyun Sect? Why isn't he the strongest genius in history of the Qingyun Sect? You may not know this, but before Yi Xian, there were also 2 extremely talented people in the Qingyun Sect. One of them even reached the peak of the core formation realm, and possessed a deep understanding of array formations. Although he was killed by his enemies in the end, with his knowledge and mastery of array formations, it's impossible that he didn't leave behind a powerful guardian formation for the Qingyun Sect. Do you think we can destroy an array formation left behind by a peak core formation realm cultivator? For now, we can only wait for the patriarch to finish his secluded cultivation, after which we will be able to defeat the Qingyun Sect in one fell swoop. Even if we attack the Qingyun Sect immediately, it is unlikely that we will be able to harm him, much less kill him. It might even force him to reveal our secret in advance. At that time, our Qingyun sect will be the one in danger. There are only 4 days left until the competition between the 3 great sects at the Qingyun sect. We just need to wait patiently. Once the patriarch leaves secluded cultivation, we will attack the Qingyun sect immediately and annihilate them all. Li Wuji did not say anything else at this point. He then turned his gaze to the various elders. When the various elders heard this, they could not help but nod to themselves. In their hearts, they agreed with Li Wuji's words. Elder Li is right. However, when the competition between the 3 great sects is being held, other than the Qingyun sect, the Huoye and Xuan sects will also be present. Are we going to face these 3 great sects at the same time? There were also some elders who did not agree with Li Wuji's words. What's there to worry about? If the patriarch is in a good mood, those 2 sects will be able to survive. If he is in a bad mood, why not just destroy them as well? At that time, we can announce to the great Qian royal family that our Qingyun sect already has an expert who has reached the peak of the core formation realm. Our patriarch will be unmatched by anyone below the unity realm. No matter how many golden core realm cultivators come, it will be of no use. Li Wuji could not help but laugh after he finished speaking. Ha ha ha, Elder Li is right. I am being too cautious. In that case, we will wait patiently for the patriarch to leave secluded cultivation. At that time, the position of the strongest sect in the great Qian dynasty will be changed. An elder said with a smile. In fact, the strength of the Qian Gate and the Qingyun sect were very similar. The reason why the Qian Gate was able to secure the position of the number 1 sect in the great Qian dynasty was because the Qian sect had a peak core formation realm cultivator. The 3 stages of the core formation realm were divided into the Shudan, True Core and Golden Core realms. The peak of the core formation realm meant that one had completed their Golden Core. Below the Unity realm, peak core formation realm experts were invincible. As long as the patriarch could reach the peak of the core formation realm, even if the great Qian dynasty learned that they had collected qi and blood essence by massacring villages, so what? Chapter 86. The patriarch is about to leave. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 86. The patriarch is about to leave secluded cultivation. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect raised his eyelids slightly. Does anyone have differing opinions on Elder Li's suggestion? I agree. Guda was the first to choose to stand on Li Wuji's side. I agree. Let's do as Elder Li says. Most of the elders agreed, but a few of them were still a little worried, believing that the sect should not make too many strong enemies. However, advised by the other elders, they were soon persuaded. Once the patriarch reached the peak of the core formation realm, he would be invincible in the entire great Qian dynasty. Why should they be afraid of a few sections? If they really had the courage to seek revenge, then the Qingyun sect would uproot their sects entirely. Even if the great Qian royal family objected, so what? The other party would not be able to do anything to the Qingyun sect even though both sides had peak core formation realm experts. After all, the once peak core formation realm experts started fighting, the fallout of their battle would not be something the great Qian dynasty could bear. In that case, let's do as Elder Li says. Tomorrow will be the day the patriarch comes out of seclusion. Everything will be settled then. The sect leader of the Qingyun sect nodded. He too agreed with Li Wuji's suggestion. Then, the elders continued to discuss how many cultivators should be sent to the Qingyun sect tomorrow, and how many forces should be left behind to guard the sect. Ha ha ha. Once the patriarch is out, everything will be over. As long as Yi Xian isn't dead, I won't be able to sleep well. Guda said with a smile as soon as he left the grand hall. It is Yi Xian's honor to die at the hands of the patriarch. Hearing this, Li Wuji could not help but smile coldly. Of course, the reason they used such power was not simply to kill Yi Xian. They mainly wanted to shatter the Qingyun Sect's guardian array formation and then destroy the entire Qingyun Sect. Moreover, among the elders who had besieged Yi Xian back then, the ones who had put in the most effort were Li Wuji and Guda. Both of them had reached the advanced stage of the Shudan realm. No matter how talented Yi Xian was, it was impossible for him to break through to the advanced stage of the Shudan realm at the age of 20. In other words, any one of them could easily suppress Yi Xian. The real reason why Li Wuji and the others had chosen to besiege Yi Xian back then was to eliminate him as quickly as possible before the Qingyun sect leader and elders could come to his rescue. They wanted to get rid of this genius rival of theirs. Who would have thought that Yi Xian's status in the Qingyun sect was so high that the leader and the elders of the Qingyun sect spared no expense to save him? Even so, Yi Xian was still severely injured by the 5 poisons powder that Li Wuji had used. As the poison of the 5 poisons powder was extremely potent, Li Wuji, Guda, and the others had not chosen to continue pursuing him back then. Luckily, Yi Xian had awakened the system and neutralized the poison of the 5 poisons powder. However, they would not let Yi Xian off so easily this time. They had to kill him. Moreover, with the patriarch making a move, everything would be foolproof. But if the patriarch kills him, wouldn't the heavenly materials and earthly treasures left behind by that Unity Realm expert fall into the hands of the patriarch? Thinking this, Li Wuji could not help but frown. In his opinion, Yi Xian must have obtained some heavenly materials and earthly treasures left behind by a Unity Realm cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to neutralize the toxicity of the 5 poisons powder. He was very tempted by these treasures. Forget it. As long as Yi Xian is killed, it will be fine. Maybe the patriarch won't look carefully at Yi Xian's possession. I still have a chance. Li Wuji could only comfort himself like this. In the depths of the Qingyun Sect's territory, there was an extremely ancient hall. This ancient hall was vast and deserted, and was not guarded either. Other than the sect leader and a few elders, no one was allowed to approach this place. This was the place where the patriarch of the Qingyun Sect was undergoing his secluded cultivation. The patriarch of the Qingyun Sect had lived for hundreds of years, and he had survived a huge battle hundreds of years ago. Back then, he had already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. However, although he had survived, his cultivation foundation had been severely damaged. In order to treat his own injuries, he had stayed in seclusion for 300 years. Were it not for the long lifespan of a Golden Core realm cultivator, coupled with the fact that he used the power of the Qingyun Sect to collect healing medicines, it would have been impossible for him to recover. After that, he spent another 200 years cultivating and finally reached the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. However, at the same time, his own potential had been exhausted. If he wanted to reach the peak of the core formation realm, he had to find another way. Due to this, he thought of a method to absorb the qi and blood essence of others. As long as he killed enough cultivators, he could obtain the abundant qi and blood essence in their bodies. However, even if he killed Golden Core realm experts, if the number was small, it would not be able to satisfy the energy requirements needed to reach the peak of the core formation realm. However, if he killed too many Golden Core realm cultivators, it would certainly attract the attention of the great Qian royal family. Perhaps that old monster would even try to suppress him because of this. Therefore, he ultimately turned his attention to the ordinary people. The Great Qian dynasty had a total population of 1.7 billion people. Countless people were born every second every day, and the number of deaths was equally as numerous. Perhaps they died from the fallout of battles between cultivators, or were hunted down by their enemies, or were even killed by bandits or monsters. In short, as long as the number of deaths did not exceed a certain degree, the Great Qian royal family would not pursue the matter. Therefore, he used the power of the sect to increase the number of disciples. Then, he sent them out to the various cities of the Great Qian dynasty to bribe the bandits and order them to slaughter the villages. When the bandits were no longer useful, the Qingyun Sect cultivators would cease their partnership with them and kill them. By doing this, they kept the whole matter secret, while also obtaining more qi and blood essence from the bandits they killed. Since they were killing the bandits, they would also be able to use that excuse to drum up public support. It could be said that it was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It turned out that the patriarch of the Qingyun sect was indeed very shrewd. As long as the sect concealed their actions and whereabouts of their disciples properly, the great Qian royal family would not be able to find any clues about this matter. Moreover, in order to ensure that the collection of the qi and blood essence proceeded smoothly, he ordered the sect leader of the Qingyun sect to establish a team to monitor their recruited disciples. If they found out that any of them were at risk of leaking their secrets, they would kill them without hesitation. Of course, if someone found out about their collection of qi and blood essence, they would also kill that person. It was not until Yi Xian appeared that the possibility of this whole scheme being revealed appeared. Moreover, he was the first to receive the information. Therefore, even if Li Wuji and the others did not suggest it, he would still kill Yi Xian immediately after leaving secluded cultivation. Previously, he might have been afraid of the great Qian royal family, but now that he had reached the peak of the core formation realm, he no longer had to restrain his ambition. He did not want to remain at the peak of the core formation realm either. He wanted to gather even more qi and blood essence to help him reach the unity realm. Therefore, Yi Xian had to die. Buzz. Suddenly, incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly rippled out from the ancient hall. The sect leader and the elders who were discussing matters in the grand hall sensed this, and their eyes lit up. Then, they turned into streaks of light and flew out of the grand hall. This is the Patriarch's aura. The Patriarch has finally advanced. Chapter 87. How could I miss the opportunity to earn free rewards? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 87. How could I miss the opportunity to earn free rewards? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The powerful energy fluctuations swept across the entire Qingyun sect crazily. It exuded terrifying and overbearing power. Even the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, who was at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, felt his heart tremble. Is this the power of a peak core formation realm expert? The eyes of the sect leader of the Qingyun sect were filled with shock. Although the Patriarch had not made a move, the energy fluctuations he exuded were enough to suppress everyone here. However, this pressure dissipated slowly like the receding tide. Moreover, they had set up an array formation to block the energy beforehand, which prevented the Patriarch's energy from leaking out. Otherwise, it was highly likely that it would attract the attention of the other top sects or the great Qian royal family. After this terrifying pressure slowly dissipated, the ancient hall in the depths of the mountain range once again became deathly silent. Congratulations, Patriarch, on your breakthrough. Although they could not sense the Patriarch's aura, the sect leader and the elders knew what had happened. The Patriarch had already reached the peak of the core formation realm. Ha ha ha. After hundreds of years, I, Ming He, have finally reached the peak of the core formation realm. As soon as he finished speaking, wanton laughter rang out. Everyone saw a streak of light flash past before a figure appeared in the air. It was an old man with white hair. He had his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with glee. He had suffered so much in order to reach this point. 500 years ago, he had been lucky enough to survive that great battle. After that, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the ancient hall to treat his injuries. During this period, the great Qian dynasty experienced another shocking war. In this shocking war, almost all of the top cultivators of the great Qian dynasty had perished. Yet, he was lucky enough to survive because he was cultivating in seclusion in the ancient hall. Ming He opened his palm slowly. The center of his palm was filled with surging qi and blood essence. As it rippled slightly, even space was distorted. Seeing this, the sect leader of the Qingyun sect and all the elders were shocked. They could sense the terrible destructive power contained within it, and felt that they could not withstand a single blow of that power. The sect leader of the Qingyun Sect was even more shocked. Was this the terrifying power of a peak core formation realm expert? For hundreds of years, no one in the great Qian dynasty has managed to reach the unity realm. I will be the first and I will be invincible. He clenched his fists slowly. His gaze was filled with ambition. The power that made heaven and earth tremble slowly dissipated. If the great Qian dynasty and the Qian Gate did not have peak core formation realm cultivators, he would have become the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Congratulations, Patriarch. The Qingyun Sect will prosper. The sect leader and elders of the Qingyun Sect looked at each other and kneeled before He in unison. Their eyes were filled with respect. Rise. He nodded lightly and said slowly. In 2 days, you will follow me as I flatten the Qingyun Sect. We will obey the order of the Patriarch. However, at this moment, the outside world was unaware of the changes that had taken place in the Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian was still in secluded cultivation, and the Qingyun Sect, the Huoya Sect, and the Xuan Sect were blissfully unaware of the impending danger. They would never expect that the competition between great sects would become the sight of a world. Shaking battle. Lingzhou Peak, cultivation room. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the floor and circulated his spiritual power within his body. He breathed in and out, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and slowly condensing qi and blood essence in his body, turning into blood-red strands that slowly filled in the gaps around his golden core. According to his calculations, it would take another 2 or 3 days to completely fill up the gaps. He also did not expect that, given his monstrous talent, it would still take such a long time to complete this process. However, he soon understood why. When he had infused spiritual power into you earlier, he had obtained 15 years' worth of cultivation, but still remained at the peak of the core formation realm. Only by tempering his qi and blood essence to the extreme could he turn them into the blood-red strands that were coiled around his golden core. In order for the golden core in his body to completely undergo a qualitative change, the number of blood-red strands wrapped around his golden core had to be in multiples of 36. In other words, only by truly forming 36 blood-red strands would the cultivator truly reach the peak of the core formation realm, and more strands would signify the cultivator's progress toward the unity realm. Currently, there were 107 blood-red strands wrapped around Yi Xian's golden core. He only needed to condense one more blood-red strand to fill in the gaps. In other words, he would reach the unity realm after 108 blood-red strands were wrapped around his golden core. However, condensing a blood-red strand from his qi and blood essence would take several days with Yi Xian's current innate bone value. From this, one could see how difficult it was for other cultivators to reach the peak of the core formation realm. Going by how things are progressing, I should be able to reach the unity realm before the end of the competition between the 3 great sects. Thinking this, Yi Xian smiled. Although the strength of the Qingyun Sect was lacking compared to the Huoya and Xuan sects, the gap between the 3 sects was not particularly large. Their cultivators might not be much stronger than those from the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, in the previous competitions, most of the winners of the competition had only reached the first level of the Purple Spirit realm. Given Yu and Li Qingyun's current strength, they could easily crush them. Moreover, Yi Xian had his eye on the first-place rewards. First was the 1,000-year ice silk armor given by Wan Shanhai. It was an artifact with strong defensive capabilities, which was what Yi Xian lacked at the moment. Moreover, he could obtain a reward from the system by giving it to his disciple. Then there was the Xuan Sect Spirit Burst Flower. It was a rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's comprehension value, and its effect was even better than the heart-seeking fruit. Yi Xian naturally would not let go of any spiritual items that could increase comprehension and innate bone values. As an elder of the Qingyun Sect, it was not unusual for him to take up the responsibility for distributing the champion's reward, right? As it turned out, although they were a little puzzled, no one objected. Therefore, he had to end his secluded cultivation before the finals of the competition. Otherwise, he would not be the one to distribute the rewards. Would that not be a huge loss? However, he had just given his disciple a spiritual item that increased her comprehension value a few days ago, so if he repeated it again, he would not receive a reward from the system. Still, Yi Xian could wait a month before helping them to refine it. At that time, he could continue to reap the rewards once more. Moreover, he had never given his disciples any defensive artifacts. The 1,000-year ice silk armor was a perfect opportunity to earn a good reward. Thinking this, Yi Xian sped up the tempering of his qi and blood essence. Chapter 88. Are you trying your best to bluff? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 88. Are you trying your best to bluff us? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The day before the competition, the elders of the Huoye and Qingyun sects arrived at the Qingyun Sect with their respective cultivators. Each sect had sent 3 elders as their leaders. The leader of the Huoye sect's delegation was the sect's great elder, who was at the early stage of the true core realm. The other 2 elders were at the middle stage of the Xuan realm. The leader of the Qingyun sect's delegation was also the sect's first elder, who was at the same realm as Xuan Shanhai. The other 2 elders were at the advanced stage of the Xuan realm and the middle stage of the Xuan realm respectively. Each sect had brought 10 disciples. Just like the Qingyun Sect, the cultivators they brought were the strongest personal disciples they had chosen through their respective sects' competitions. Compared to the other top sects, the Qingyun Sect, the Huoye Sect, and the Qingyun Sect had a pretty good relationship. At least on the surface, their relationship was extremely harmonious. However, after arriving at the Qingyun Sect, the elders of the 2 great sects secretly hinted to their personal disciples to secretly probe the strength of the Qingyun Sect's personal disciples. Although the strength of the contestants would be revealed sooner or later, it was naturally best to be able to hide it. This way, they could catch their opponents off guard during the competition. The cultivators of the Qingyun Sect were normally quite good at keeping secrets. However, the disciples of the 2 great sects were too shrewd. They directly provoked them and forced some secrets out. When they learned that the top 2 in the Qingyun Sect's competition were Li Qinyan and Yu, they were puzzled. The 3 great sects often interacted with each other, so they had some understanding of the talented cultivators of the other sects. They basically knew all of the personal disciples. However, they were completely unfamiliar with Yu and Li Qinyan. They had never heard of either one before. They had believed the most powerful person in the Qingyun Sect was Qin Xiaofeng, the disciple of Xuan Shanhai, or the favorite disciple of the great elder of the Qingyun Sect. Then, they pulled a few more tricks and successfully ferreted out the background of Yu and Li Qinyan. I didn't expect that Elder Yi Xian would take in disciples. That's strange. It said that Elder Yi Xian is obsessed with cultivation. Now, not only did he take in a disciple, but he took in 2. Are these 2 extremely talented? Geniuses were extremely arrogant, and Yi Xian was a monstrous genius. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Xian probably did not choose to take in disciples because his benchmark for doing so was too high. Ordinary geniuses were just like ordinary people in the eyes of the former. Why should he waste his energy teaching them? For Li Qinyan and Yu to be able to become his disciples, there had to be something extraordinary about them. What? Li Qinyan is actually at the 9th level of the true essence realm. She is indeed a rare genius at such a young age. No wonder she was able to become Elder Yi Xian's disciple. No way. You said that Yu's strength has only reached the 6th level of the true essence realm. My cultivation level has already reached the 7th level of the true essence realm. If I were to fight against her, wouldn't I easily beat her up? F***ck. You're telling me that Yu is less than 15 years old. It's no wonder she was able to become Elder Yi Xian's disciple. As expected, they are all monsters among monsters. What did you say? You said that you became Elder Yi Xian's disciple a month ago, and before that, she was only a refinement realm cultivator. This is too unbelievable, is it not? Oh my God! Could it be that Elder Yi Xian has some great magical power? Otherwise, how could a cultivator who was originally at the 4th level of the refinement realm break through to the 5th level of the true essence realm in just a month's time? What? You said that you only spent a dozen days to break through to the 5th level of the true essence realm. I feel like you guys are taking me for a fool. That's right. Even if high-level cultivators infuse their spiritual power into their disciples, they still wouldn't be able to reach such a level. As the cultivators from the two sects probed for more information, they became more and more shocked. However, over time, they all revealed traces of doubt. Especially those who heard descriptions of you and Li Qingyun. Their feats and stories were getting more and more ridiculous. They even felt that the cultivators from the Qingyun Sect had tricked them. A cultivator at the 6th level of the true essence realm defeated a cultivator at the peak of the 7th level of the true essence realm in only 10 moves. How is this possible? Do you really take us for fools? We won't fall for such obvious lies. If the peak 7th level true essence realm cultivator was just an ordinary itinerant cultivator, there might have been a slight possibility of that being the truth, but that cultivator was the beloved disciple of the great elder of your Qingyun Sect. He is a genius cultivator, how could he be defeated by a cultivator who was a minor realm below him? You said that the martial technique displayed by Li Qingyun had the power equivalent to a full strength attack of a purple spirit realm cultivator. Brother, please stop lying. I won't believe anything you say anymore. I think if I continue to listen to your lies, you'll start telling us that Li Qingyun and you's true strength has reached the purple spirit realm. You are all really talented. Why didn't I realize that the cultivators of the Qingyun Sect were such great braggarts? Do you think that everyone is like Elder Yi Xian? Are you and Li Qingyun both peerless geniuses that are rarely seen in 1,000 years? Elder Yi Xian is already a peerless genius. How can the disciples he recruited be so monstrous? Are you guys still dreaming? Don't try to fool us, okay? Are our sects still friends? Can you tell us the truth? Okay, stop talking. We will see for ourselves. We want to see if Li Qingyun and you are as powerful as you say. After hearing the information shared by the cultivators of the Qingyun Sect, the cultivators of the Huoye Sect and the Xuan Sect did not believe a single word of it. The more they heard, the more ridiculous it became. If things were according to what they said, would that not mean that Li Qingyun and you were as monstrous as Yi Xian? Although Yi Xian's talent was monstrous, it did not mean that his disciples were the same. Little did they know that you and Li Qingyun had both made breakthroughs in the past few days. Soon, the cultivators of the two sects went directly to Lingzhou Peak to see for themselves if Li Qingyun and you were as outrageous as the rumor said. Moreover, according to the description of the cultivators of the Qingyun Sect, not only were both terrifyingly strong, but they were peerless beauties that could topple nations as well. Unfortunately, everyone was destined to return disappointed. Li Qingyun and you were in secluded cultivation, and could not be bothered with those people. Just like that, the cultivators of the Huoye and Xuan sects were directly shut out. Time flew by and, soon, a day had passed. Today was the day when the three great sects would commence their grand competition. In just one day, the two great sects had not managed to get any valuable information. They even unanimously believed that the strength of Li Qingyun and you was just for show, and that it was all nonsense fabricated by the cultivators of the Qingyun Sect. Chapter 89. Fairies Descending Upon the You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 89. Fairies Descending Upon the Mortal World Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, the moment you and Li Qingyun appeared, the cultivators of the Huoye and Xuan sects were stunned. How could there be such fairies in the human world? Heck, even the cultivators of the Qingyun sect were stunned by their beauty. You did not say much. Ever since she awakened her jade sword physique, she became as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. Her face was like chiseled jade, her lips were as red as cherries, and her eyes were like stars twinkling in the night sky. She was like a fairy who was untainted by the secular world. What surprised the cultivators of the Qingyun sect's cultivators was Li Qingyun. Although Li Qingyun's appearance had been extremely outstanding, she was still not as beautiful as you. However, today, everyone felt differently. Li Qingyun was like an untainted, blooming lotus flower. She was extremely beautiful and her eyes shone brightly. Now, whether it was in terms of temperament or appearance, the two were almost at the same level. The two women stood out, and seemingly emitted a blinding light that made the entire world pale in comparison. They were fairies in the mortal world, dressed in green and white, that could topple kingdoms and nations. The reason why everyone had such a reaction was also very simple. Li Qingyun had been the same as you from before. After Yi Xian helped her awaken her special physique, her body underwent earth-shaking changes. Moreover, because of her dual-spirit physique, she possessed the warmth of fire and the beauty of life at the same time. It could be said that she was the perfect fusion of two completely different temperaments. It was also because of this that everyone's gaze could not help but fall on Li Qingyun. Moreover, in their hearts, the two women were like high and mighty fairies that could only be admired from afar. Compared to the two women, the rest of the female cultivators were like weeds. They lowered their heads in shame. The two women walked slowly together. When they saw everyone's gazes, their expressions did not change, but they exuded a cold and aloof aura. To outsiders, they would not be as intimate and obedient as they were with Yi Xian. Oh my God, they are too beautiful. Are they the legendary fairies that descended to the mortal world? These two fairies, seeing that I am so handsome, why don't you come and visit me? I thought that the cultivators of the Qingyun sect were deceiving me. If the beauty part is true, then won't their cultivation levels be as powerful as the cultivators of the Qingyun sect described? What kind of genius would be able to match such beautiful fairies? In the entire great Qian dynasty, I'm afraid that only Elder Yi Xian can do it. Your words make sense, but Elder Yi Xian is their teacher. How can master and disciple be together? Let me bear that cross. I'll make them happy. The teacher is monstrous, but his disciples are monstrous too. How can the world be this unfair? In that case, aren't we going to lose? What nonsense are you spouting? They might be extremely beautiful, but they may not be powerful. Don't throw our morale down the drain before the competition even starts, okay? At this moment, everyone was heatedly discussing the beauty of these two women. When the eyes of the elders of the Huoya and Xinjiang sects fell on Yu and Li Qingyun, they were shocked. They were old men who had cultivated for decades. They had seen all kinds of people, but they had never seen such stunning women. They possessed extraordinary temperament, like fairies that had descended to the mortal world. Almost no one aside from themselves compared with them. Are these the disciples that Yi Xian took in? They are indeed stunning. Wait, with my cultivation, why can't I sense their cultivation levels? This is too strange. When did the Qingyun sect have such a high-level aura concealment technique? Seeing this, the elders of the two sects were surprised. As core formation realm cultivators, they could not even sense the cultivation levels of these two personal disciples. All of the top sects had secret techniques to restrain their auras, which were similar to the Qi storage technique. However, this secret technique was not particularly high-level, so it was difficult to block the spiritual senses of core formation realm cultivators. Normally, given their strength, they would easily be able to sense the cultivation levels of Yu and Li Qingyun. Ahem, I'm not too sure either. It must have been specially taught to them by Elder Yi Xian. Seeing this, Wan Shanhai also had some doubts in his heart. Although this matter was a little strange, when he thought of Yi Xian, he felt relieved. What was so strange about what a monster had done? When everyone thought that he had been deeply poisoned, and had half a foot in the grave, he suddenly appeared full of vigor, and his strength had made a huge breakthrough, in just a few days. When everyone thought that he had just randomly found a disciple to inherit his legacy, the other party had awakened an extremely rare sword physique. Moreover, within an extremely short period of time, she had advanced from the refinement realm to the 6th level of the true essence realm. When everyone thought that Yi Xian's strength was only at the early stage of the true core realm, he had become a sparring partner for his disciples. Moreover, he had displayed his sword intent for the cultivators of the entire Qingyun Sect to see. It was precisely because of this that Wan Shanhai had been able to comprehend his own sword intent. When everyone thought that it was impossible for him to become an alchemist, he inexplicably became a third rank alchemist. Moreover, he could easily refine a perfect soul-returning pill. When everyone recalled his astounding feats, they felt a little dazed. They inexplicably felt that their paradigm shifted whenever he was involved. Therefore, was this not just a secret technique that could fully conceal one's aura? Was it not just a little more advanced? What was there to be surprised about? It was all normal, okay. Elder Yi Xian. Seeing this, the elders of the two sects squinted their eyes and then fell into a state of deep thought. Although they did not know what had happened to Yi Xian, he was still the strongest genius of the great Qian dynasty. Although he was inferior to them in terms of experience, his strength had reached the same level as them. Moreover, it was quite normal for such a monstrous talent to possess a high-level secret technique to conceal his aura. However, this also meant that Yuan Li Qingyan's strength was still a mystery. After all, if even the elders could sense their cultivation levels, how could the personal disciples do so? According to the information gathered, Yu was only at the 6th level of the true essence realm 10 days ago, and Li Qingyan was only at the 9th level of the true essence realm. In just half a month's time, these two girls should not have made any further breakthroughs, right? They should have. The sect leader and the elders of the Qingyun sect immediately showed a guilty expression when they thought of this. After all, these two girls were Yi Xian's disciples. He was no normal person, okay. However, even if their cultivation levels had increased, it should not have increased by a ridiculous amount, right? Chapter 90. The start of the competition. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 90. The start of the competition. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At the thought of this, Wan Shanhai felt an itch in his heart. As a true core realm cultivator, he was still unable to sense the cultivation levels of two personal disciples. If this news were to spread, would it not be a great joke? What exactly did Yi Xian do? Previously, he told me that he had gained new insights into how he could restrain his aura. Could it have resulted in this secret technique? At that time, Wan Shanhai had been unable to sense Yi Xian's cultivation. When his spiritual sense came into contact with Yi Xian's body, it was as if it had entered a fog that it could not extricate itself from. Were it not for this guy taking the initiative to become the sparring partner of his two disciples and displaying his sword intent, Wan Shanhai would not even have known that Yi Xian had already comprehended sword intent. He also did not know what cultivation level this guy had reached recently. Suddenly, Wan Shanhai's heart trembled. Wait, he actually did not know Yi Xian's cultivation level at all. When he left the Qingyun sect with you back then, he had already reached the early stage of the true core realm. Regarding this matter, he and the various elders had witnessed it with their own eyes, so there was no way they could be wrong. However, did this guy break through after that? It should have been very difficult to do so within such a short period of time. It was impossible that he did, right? At this moment, Wan Shanhai felt extremely unsettled. Although, logically speaking, it was impossible for Yi Xian to break through so quickly, he had an inexplicable feeling that this guy's cultivation level must have advanced recently, and that it had reached an extremely terrifying level. Was it the middle stage of the true core realm, or the advanced stage of the true core realm? Ah! This feeling was too unsettling. Yuan Shanhai did not dare to think of the realms beyond that. After all, it would already be incredible to be able to reach the advanced stage of the true core realm in such a short time, let alone anything beyond that. Still, he felt uncomfortable. Right now, he could not sense Yi Xian's cultivation level at all. In his eyes, Yi Xian was covered in a fog that he could not penetrate. F***ck. Everything related to this guy is torturous. Yuan Shanhai was on the verge of pulling out his own hair in frustration. Cough cough. Sect leader. At this moment, someone coughed to get Yuan Shanhai's attention. Yuan Shanhai immediately came back to his senses. After which, he raised his head and discovered that the various elders of the Qingyun Sect, and the elders of the two great sects, were all looking at him with strange expressions. Yuan Shanhai revealed an embarrassed expression. If he had not been thick-skinned, his face would have turned red from shame. Ahem, let's commence the competition between the three great sections. Yuan Shanhai quickly changed the topic. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled. Was the sect leader thinking about something just now? Why had his expression been so strange? Is Elder Yi Xian in secluded cultivation? The first elder of the Qingyun Sect looked around and found that Yi Xian had yet to make an appearance. He turned his gaze to Yuan Shanhai questioningly. That's right. Yuan Shanhai nodded. Seeing this, the first elder of the Qingyun Sect revealed a look of realization. He had chosen to enter secluded cultivation at such a critical moment, presumably because of that matter. It was no longer a secret that the top sects had been fighting for the seven-colored chaos lotus back then, and they were also aware that Yi Xian had been severely injured at that time. At that time, some of these elders were present at the scene and had witnessed with their own eyes that Yi Xian had been besieged by the elders of the Qingyun Sect. In the end, the sect master and the elders of the Qingyun Sect spared no expense to successfully break him out of the encirclement. Now, he had not made an appearance at the competition between the three great sections. They surmised that his injuries had gotten even worse. It had been almost 2 months since the appearance of the seven-colored chaos lotus, yet Elder Yi Xian's injuries had not yet healed. However, they did not dwell on the matter. After all, the most important thing now was the competition between the three great sections. The competition format was very simple. It was the elimination format. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, the rules of the competition were more comprehensive than before. There were a total of 30 participants from the three sections. They would draw lots at the same time. The number of lots would be divided into 1 to 15. Those who drew the same number would fight each other. After the first round of the competition, half of the participants would be eliminated. However, in order to avoid special situations, for example, having powerful participants being accidentally eliminated due to the luck of the draw, there was a second chance. For example, if Li Qinyan fought you in the first round, then Li Qinyan would have a high chance of being eliminated. After all, Li Qinyan was only at the second level of the Purple Spirit Realm, while you was at the 5th stage of the Purple Spirit Realm. However, Li Qinyan could easily crush most, if not all, of the other cultivators present. It would be unfair if she was ranked lower than 15th because of her first round opponent. Therefore, to avoid any special circumstances, the eliminated participants in the first round would have another chance. After drawing lots, the losing 15 would fight each other. However, among the 15 participants, one of the lucky ones would proceed without fighting. At the same time, the top 15 participants in the first round would draw lots and fight again. After half of the participants were eliminated, the remaining half would continue to advance. Similarly, one more would be able to advance without fighting. Then, the 7 cultivators who won in the second round would advance together with the 7 people who lost in the first round, but won their revival round. After the 2 elimination rounds, only those who were truly strong would remain. There would be 14 people after the 2 rounds of elimination, as well as the 2 lucky people who received a bye. There would be 16 people who would enter the final round. After that, the rules of the competition would be relatively simple. The remaining 16 would battle it out in knockout competition format, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals. Once the rules were explained, the competition between the 3 great sects officially began. A 6th level True Essence Realm Cultivator from the Qingyun Sect went up against a peak 6th level True Essence Realm Cultivator from the Xuan Sect. The cultivators from the 2 great sects were cheering from below the stage. One could see surging True Essence power gushing out of their bodies, and the weapons in their hands emitted a sharp gleam. As their martial techniques clashed, even the extremely tough stage started to crack. When the attacks and shockwaves hit the defensive array formation, it rippled. Boom! After more than 10 rounds, the Xuan Sect cultivator sent the Qingyun Sect cultivator flying with a slash, ending this battle. In the first battle, the Xuan Sect had won. The second battle. At the beginning of the first round, the 3 sects' performances were all as expected, and there was nothing special about those fights. It was not until Qin Xiaofeng of the Qingyun Sect fought the eldest disciple of the Xuan Sect that the elders in the audience showed a hint of interest. The 2 represented the eldest disciples of these 2 great sects, and they were extremely powerful for True Essence Realm cultivators. This battle could be said to be a peak level battle. Chapter 91. Monster. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 91. Monster. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Boom. Qin Xiaofeng took a step forward as his surging True Essence power swept out. 9th level of the True Essence Realm. He has reached such a realm at such a young age. It's no wonder he is a genius of the Qingyun Sect. The first elder of the Qingyun Sect stroked his beard and commented with a smile. What a pity. His opponent is even stronger. Seeing this, the elder of the Xuan Sect responded with a smile. Boom. An even more powerful force swept out, and wisps of purple spiritual power soared into the sky. What? Purple Spirit Realm. When Qin Xiaofeng saw this, his expression changed. He had not expected this fellow to reach the Purple Spirit Realm one step ahead of him. Other than the Xuan Sect cultivators, the eyes of the Qingyun and Qingyun Sect cultivators displayed their shock. First level of the Purple Spirit Realm. Although his cultivation level was not high, he was still a genuine Purple Spirit Realm cultivator. When was the last time a Purple Spirit Realm cultivator appeared in the competition between the 3 great sections? It had been ages since that happened. However, they now knew very well that Qin Xiaofeng would definitely lose this battle. Their talents were evenly matched. However, the gap between the Purple Spirit Realm and the True Essence Realm was like a natural chasm. How could he overcome it? You can't win. Surrender. The eldest disciple of the Xuan Sect looked at Qin Xiaofeng indifferently. He did not regard Qin Xiaofeng as his opponent at all. This guy was so arrogant. However, when they thought about the strength of the other party, they felt that it was warranted. Even if the other party had not reached the Purple Spirit Realm, even if he was only at the 10th level of the True Essence Realm, Qin Xiaofeng would still be unable to defeat him. Let's fight and find out. Seeing this, Qin Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. His pride would not allow him to admit defeat. The next second, the long sword in his hand released dazzling sword chi as it slashed towards the eldest disciple of the Xuan Sect. As the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect, how could he lose without a fight? Even if he lost in the end, he had to protect the dignity of the Qingyun Sect at all costs. How can an ant shake a tree? Seeing this, the eldest disciple of the Xuan Sect shook his head with disdain. He slowly clenched his right hand, and wisps of purple spiritual power swept out. Moments later, his 5 fingers formed a fist, and a purple fist suddenly appeared and flew toward Qin Xiaofeng. A Purple Spirit Realm expert was extremely terrifying. With just one punch, he heavily injured Chen Xiaofeng, smashing him into the defensive array. Boom! Pft! Chen Xiaofeng's hand, which was holding the long sword, trembled involuntarily. Streams of blood flowed from his palm, and his face had turned extremely pale. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With just one punch, he had been defeated. Moreover, his opponent had not used his full strength. Otherwise, this punch could have killed him. At the thought of this, Chen Xiaofeng revealed a desolate expression. Half a month ago, when he was fighting against Li Qinyan, this had been the case too. He almost died from her windstorm slash. Now, he had also almost been killed by the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect. What the f***ck is going on? Why are there so many monsters? Why can I not keep up with them? Although it's cruel, this is reality. The eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect looked at Chen Xiaofeng indifferently. Although there was no sarcasm in his words, his eyes were full of contempt. He, your strength is indeed terrifying, but you may not be able to win the competition. Chen Xiaofeng used the long sword in his hand to support himself as he got up off the ground with difficulty. He stood up and wiped the blood from his lower lip. Is it because of that Li Qinyan? Seeing this, the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect raised his eyebrows slightly and then revealed a smile. Even if Li Qinyan's strength is as you said, even if she is able to unleash the strength of a purple spirit realm cultivator, she is still not an actual purple spirit realm cultivator. Do you think that she will actually be able to defeat me? The strength of the purple spirit realm is not something you can imagine. Only after you have truly entered the purple spirit realm will you truly understand it. The eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect smiled faintly. He first looked at Chen Xiaofeng, then his gaze fell on the many cultivators of the Qingyun Sect. He naturally knew that the move that Li Qinyan used in the Qingyun Sect competition already possessed the power of the purple spirit realm cultivator. However, it was not her own power. In the end, it was only one attack. He was a true first-level purple spirit realm cultivator. How could a true essence realm cultivator compare to him? Even his casual attacks contained an extremely powerful purple spiritual power. No matter how powerful Li Qinyan's martial technique was, it could not be used continuously, right? Seeing this, Chen Xiaofeng turned silent. The other party was indeed a true first-level purple spirit realm cultivator. Although Li Qinyan's attack would probably injure him, it was too difficult for her to defeat this guy. I have an inexplicable desire to see senior sister Li Qinyan chop him up with her sword. Exactly, this guy is asking for a beating. Look at his arrogant expression. I really want to slap him. But what can we do? After all, the other party only stated a fact. Although senior sister Li Qinyan can temporarily unleash the strength of a purple spirit realm cultivator, she is only a true essence realm cultivator in the end. That's right. The gap between the purple spirit realm and the true essence realm is like a natural chasm. It's too difficult to cross. I just can't stand this guy's arrogance. What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just the first level of the purple spirit realm? Can his talent be compared to Elder Yi Xian? Throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty, which genius can be compared to Elder Yi Xian? He has only reached the first level of the purple spirit realm at the age of 19. Isn't that embarrassing? Elder Yi Xian reached the core formation realm at the age of 20. That's right. Based on this guy's achievements, he's not even worthy of carrying Elder Yi Xian's shoes. In terms of strength, perhaps this guy is currently the strongest, but in terms of talent and age, Elder Yi Xian's disciple definitely has you beaten, okay? Although they are only true essence realm cultivators, that's because they are younger than you. That's right. If they were your age, senior sister Yu and senior sister Li Qinyan would definitely crush you. At this moment, many cultivators of the Qingyun Sect were furiously arguing. This guy was too arrogant. Although there was no mockery on the surface, the contempt contained in his words and expression was extremely clear. Were it not for the fact that they could not beat him, they would have ran up to the stage to give him a slap. When the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect heard their words, his face turned purple. He had not expected the disciples of the Qingyun Sect to be so vicious with their words. At the age of 19, he had already reached the first level of the purple spirit realm. He was already a super genius in the great Qin dynasty. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to advance to the core formation realm in the future. Even the current him, after revealing his identity and strength, would be able to command awe and respect, especially in those more ordinary cities and sects, where they would treat him like their ancestor and worship him. However, in the eyes of this group of cultivators from the Qingyun Sect, he was a worthless person. Furthermore, he could not refute their words. Yi Xian, this guy, was too monstrous. Yi Xian was a monstrous existence that suppressed all of the genius cultivators of the great Qin dynasty. In addition, in the eyes of the Qingyun Sect cultivators, it seemed that Yi Xian's disciples were even more monstrous than him. One had reached the 6th level of the true essence realm before she was 15, and the other had reached the 9th level of the true essence realm before the age of 18. In comparison, he had only been a Qi transformation realm cultivator at the age of 14. So it seems that I am not as monstrous as others. Chapter 92. One Sword Strike. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 92. One Sword Strike. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, although he could admit that he was inferior to Yi Xian, he would never admit that he was inferior to his disciples. No matter how monstrous Yi Xian's disciples' talent is, at the very least, they are currently inferior to me. Humph. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Later, I will defeat them one by one. At that time, I will see what these disciples of the Qingyun Sect have to say. The eldest disciple of the Divine Mountain Sect could only console himself inwardly like this. Only then did his expression take a turn for the better. However, now that his fight had already ended, he would have to wait until the second elimination round of the competition to see if he would face Yu or Li Qinyan. During this period, Yu and Li Qinyan also welcomed their opponents. Everyone's gazes fell on the two beautiful women. They could not help but scream in excitement. When the two women defeated their opponents with just one sword strike, many of the disciples of the Qingyun Sect jumped up in excitement. Senior Sister Li, Senior Sister Li, Senior Sister Yu. Senior Sister Yu. At this moment, the crowd's screams resounded throughout Qingyun Mountain. Their strength is indeed formidable. I had not expected the stories of the Qingyun Sect disciples to be true. The cultivators of the Huoye and Xinshan sects were shocked when they saw this. Yu and Li Qinyan were as powerful as the rumor said. Moreover, the two girls' opponents were too weak, so they had not even revealed their true strength. Therefore, the true cultivation level of these two girls was still unknown. It's really strange. What kind of secret technique are they using? Why can it block our spiritual sense probing? Seeing this, the elders in the audience frowned. Up until now, they still could not figure out Li Qinyan and Yu's cultivation levels. Normally, cultivators could indeed use secret techniques to conceal their cultivation. However, during a battle, once they started channeling their spiritual power to use martial techniques, they would no longer be able to conceal their cultivation. However, what shocked them was that their spiritual senses were still unable to sense Yu and Li Qinyan's cultivation levels while they fought their opponents. In other words, unless the two women took the initiative to expose their cultivation levels voluntarily, no one would be able to figure out their level of strength. It seemed that Yi Xian had imparted a high-level secret technique to these two women. These two girls are really extremely lucky to have been able to meet such a good teacher like Yi Xian. For a moment, the elders of the Huoye and Xinshan sects all revealed looks of envy. A secret technique that could conceal one's cultivation was already extremely rare, let alone a secret technique that could conceal one's cultivation while fighting. With this, unless they voluntarily revealed their strength, their enemies would never be able to figure out their level of strength. This was truly a powerful advantage to have in the cultivation world. Moreover, if these elders were to ask themselves, if they had such a secret technique, would they be willing to teach it to their disciples? No. At the very least, they would have to set many tests for their disciples to pass and gain their trust before considering whether to teach them the technique or not. Did Yi Xian not value this secret technique, or did he trust these two girls that much? Yu and Li Qingyun did not know what the elders were thinking, but even if they knew, they would only smile. Was this secret technique all that great? Their teacher had taught them far more than this. Moreover, every single thing he taught or gave them was extremely precious. How could these elders imagine such a thing? Their teacher's kindness would forever be hidden in their hearts. Moreover, Yu and Li Qingyun knew very well that even if they spent their entire lives trying, they probably would not be able to repay their teacher's kindness. Time passed slowly. Very quickly, the competition between the three great sects reached a crucial stage. Moreover, each and every match that Yu and Li Qingyun partook in made the audience feel more and more shocked. Their eyes seemed to have been permanently widened in shock. No matter what kind of opponent they met, they were all defeated with a single blow. 6th level of the True Essence Realm, 1 sword strike. 7th level of the True Essence Realm, 1 sword strike. Even the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect, an expert who had reached the 10th level of the True Essence Realm, was also instantly defeated by Yu's single sword strike. When everyone saw this scene unfold, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What did it mean to be able to defeat a 10th level True Essence Realm expert with 1 sword strike? It meant that Yu's strength had already reached the Purple Spirit Realm. Were you sure that she was only at the 6th level of the True Essence Realm before? Could a 6th level True Essence Realm cultivator do this? All of a sudden, many cultivators had strange expressions on their faces. At this moment, the competition had reached the top semi-finals. Li Qingyun was up against the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Boom! The eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect cast a meaningful gaze at Li Qingyun, and his Purple Spirit Realm aura revealed itself. Boom! Li Qingyun also did not choose to continue hiding her cultivation. The long sword in her hand vibrated, and the terrifying power of her 2nd level Purple Spirit Realm cultivation swept out. In addition, the dual spirit physique in Li Qingyun's body also exploded with power. One of her eyes was fiery red, and the other one was a lively green. Purple Spirit Realm. And it's the 2nd level of the Purple Spirit Realm too. When the first elder of the Qingyun Sect saw this scene, he stood up with a face full of shock, and his eyes were transfixed on Li Qingyun. When the others saw this, they were also beside themselves in shock and disbelief. The elders of the Qingyun Sect were dumbfounded, and so were the elders of the Qingyun Sect. The sect leader of the Qingyun Sect and the other elders' mouths were wide open, and they were petrified. Purple Spirit Realm. The 2nd level of the Purple Spirit Realm. At the age of 18. How could this be? Wasn't she supposed to be at the 9th level of the True Essence Realm? Chen Xiaofeng's expression changed drastically. He stood on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. When the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect saw this, his expression also changed drastically. Didn't the information say that this woman was only at the 9th level of the True Essence Realm? What was with her current 2nd level Purple Spirit Realm cultivation? She had broken through to the Purple Spirit Realm at the age of 17. When had it become so easy to reach the Purple Spirit Realm? Back then, I had to use all of my strength to barely break through to the Purple Spirit Realm. Why was there such a huge difference between us? Although his heart was filled with shock, the purple spiritual power in his body still swept out. The reason for this was none other than that the fight had already begun. The storage ring in his hand flashed with light, and an incomparably sharp saber suddenly appeared in his hand. Faced with a powerful second-level purple spirit realm cultivator, he had to go all out if he hoped to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Swoosh! The eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect was as fast as lightning. His sharp saber was suffused with a terrifying purple spiritual power. The purple spirit realm aura that erupted from him made everyone's heart tremble. Was this the true strength of a purple spirit realm cultivator? This person probably had not even used 1/10 of his strength when he defeated Qin Xiaofeng earlier. Chapter 93. The arrival of the Qingyun Sect leader. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 93. The arrival of the Qingyun Sect leader. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, moments later, the shocked expressions on everyone's faces froze. Boom! When the sharp saber shone brightly, the fiery red color in Li Qinyan's right eye, and the lively green color in her left eye, suddenly switched places. She waved the long sword in her hand slightly. The expression on the face of the eldest disciple of the Qingyun Sect changed drastically, as if he had been struck by lightning. Cracks appeared on the saber in his hand, and he was sent flying like a cannonball toward the defensive array formation. Just like Qin Xiaofeng, the Qingyun Sect's eldest disciple's body crashed into the stage, creating a deep pit. Pooh! The Qingyun Sect's eldest disciple tried to climb up with great difficulty, but he felt an extremely violent force wreaking havoc in his body. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh my God! She actually beat her with one sword strike. No matter how terrifying a second-level purple spirit realm expert is, she shouldn't be able to defeat a first-level purple spirit realm expert in one strike, right? Could it be that senior sister Li's strength has exceeded the second level of the purple spirit realm? Everyone looked at her with shock-filled gazes. From the beginning to the end, Li Qinyan had remained motionless, except for that one sword strike. It was obvious that she had not used her full strength at all. A monster. She was a monster comparable to Yi Xian. This battle has been won by Li Qinyan from the Qingyun Sect. After the host announced the victor, everyone came back to their senses. The arena erupted with screams and shouts. Countless fans shouted Li Qinyan's name with flushed faces. We won. Senior sister Li Qinyan was too cool. She actually defeated that arrogant guy in an instant. However, when everyone's excitement reached its peak, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Hee, your Qingyun Sect is quite lively. Although the voice was not loud, everyone heard those words very clearly. Immediately, the deafening cheers suddenly disappeared. Many cultivators revealed puzzled expressions. However, the expressions of the sect leader and the various elders in the audience changed drastically. Who is it? May I know which honored personage has descended upon our Qingyun Sect? Wan Shanhai's expression changed drastically as he stood up. His forehead was quietly dripping with sweat. The young disciples might not have realized the danger, but the moment the voice rang out, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was extremely strong, and greatly surpassed him. The competition between the three great sects is indeed quite lively. As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the air. That illusory figure appeared above Qingyun Mountain in an instant. He was a middle-aged man wearing a splendid golden-black robe. It's you. Wan Shanhai's expression turned gloomy when he saw this person, and he clenched his fists tightly. He would recognize this person even if he turned into ashes. It was the sect leader of the Qingyun Sect, Ming Shui. He was a top-tier sword cultivator in the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Why did this guy come to the Qingyun Sect? Moreover, what Wan Shanhai feared the most was not Ming Shui. It was the Qingyun Sect's patriarch, Ming He. Although Ming Shui had come, he could still use the Mountain Guardian array formation to fight against him. But if the patriarch who had been in secluded cultivation appeared, it meant that he had broken through to the peak of the Golden Core realm and was invincible within the core formation realm. Yuan Shanhai's expression turned grave, and the elders of the Qingyun sect also became vigilant when they saw this. The spiritual power in their dantian gushed out endlessly as they prepared for battle. However, they did not act rashly. After all, the other party was a top-tier sword cultivator in the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, a terrifying existence who could crush them. The elders of the Huoya and Xuan sects were also shocked by this sudden turn of events. They were unsure as to why the sect leader of the Qingyun sect had shown up here at Qingyun Mountain, and what the other party's intentions were. However, whether it was them or Yuan Shanhai, they all had an ominous premonition in their hearts. The sudden arrival of a top-tier sword cultivator in the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm meant that something big was about to go down. Moreover, the other party was already among the strongest cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty. Aside from peak core formation realm cultivators, no one else could suppress him. Ming Shui, what is the purpose of your visit here? Yuan Shanhai stared at Ming Shui with a serious expression. Although the opponent was strong enough to kill him, they were in the territory of the Qingyun sect. He would not be afraid of an advanced stage Golden Core realm expert on his home ground. Most importantly, the two sects were not on good terms with each other, especially after the incident with Yi Xian. It could be said that they could even be regarded as enemies. However, Yuan Shanhai was very clear in his heart that the strength of the Qingyun sect was too terrifying. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he might not have the chance. However, the sect leader and various elders of the Qingyun sect were united in spirit. If Yi Xian had really fallen at the hands of the Qingyun sect previously, even if they were unable to avenge Yi Xian, they would definitely have made the Qingyun sect pay a heavy price. However, Yi Xian was lucky enough to survive, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was also because of this that Yuan Shanhai gave up on the idea of targeting the Qingyun sect. However, he did not expect that, despite not targeting them, they had come to look for trouble with him instead. Was it also because of Yi Xian? At the thought of this, Yuan Shanhai's facial expression changed. You don't have to be so nervous. I just want to watch the competition between your three sections. Ming Shui stood in the air with a smile on his lips. Those who did not know the actual context would think that he and Yuan Shanhai were good friends who had known each other for many years. However, Yuan Shanhai did not relax because of this. A jade token in his storage space was quietly withdrawn. As long as the other party made a move, he would immediately crush it. At that time, the Qingyun sect's Mountain Guardian Array formation would be instantly activated. Moreover, the Mountain Guardian Array formation was divided into 2 layers. He could use the jade token in his hand to instantly activate the first layer of the array formation. In order to activate the second layer of the array, he would require the assistance of many cultivators of the Qingyun sect to form an array formation. By doing this, he would be able to completely activate the core of the array formation. With his current strength, he was simply unable to resist an advanced stage Golden Core realm expert. To put it bluntly, even if all the experts present joined hands, they would still be unable to resist the opponent. If Ming Shui had only been an early stage Golden Core realm expert, then perhaps everyone still had a sliver of hope. However, the opponent had reached the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Only by activating the Mountain Guardian Array formation could they resist the opponent. Right at this moment, Ming Shui was looking down at Yuan Shanhai and the various elders with a smile. Seeing his glance, everyone could not help but tense up. The atmosphere around Qingyun Mountain had become extremely solemn, and the expressions of many cultivators had turned serious. What kind of existence was this person who could casually suppress the sect leader and the various elders? Chapter 94. Crisis. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 94. Crisis. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ming Shui stood in mid-air, looking around the crowd as if he was looking for something. His expression was calm at first, but after a moment, he frowned slightly. Where was Yi Xian? Why did he not see Yi Xian here? The Qingyun Sect had mobilized the sect leader, 2 vice-sect leaders and 13 elders, in addition to the patriarch. In total, 17 core formation realm cultivators had come to Qingyun Mountain. The reason why Ming Shui had appeared was to determine Yi Xian's location. This way, he could kill him instantly and prevent him from exposing the secret of the Xuan sect collection of qi and blood essence. However, his spiritual sense had scoured all of the Qingyun sect members present, yet he had not found Yi Xian. This meant that there were 2 possibilities. First, Yi Xian was not on Qingyun Mountain at the moment. Second, Yi Xian was on Qingyun Mountain, but had used an array formation to conceal his aura and presence. It was very likely that the other party was in secluded cultivation. If they could not determine Yi Xian's location, they would be able to kill him quickly. Wan Shanhai and the other elders looked at Ming Shui, whose expression was gradually turning colder and colder. Their bodies could not help but tense up. What was this guy trying to do? Where is Yi Xian? After Ming Shui failed to obtain the result he wanted, he turned his gaze to Wan Shanhai, and a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. Wan Shanhai and the other elders' faces changed greatly when they heard his question. As expected, this guy had come to the Qingyun Sect because of Yi Xian. The damn Qingyun Sect was still unwilling to let Yi Xian go. Many thoughts flashed through Wan Shanhai's mind. No matter what, the Qingyun Sect must have somehow confirmed that Yi Xian was still alive. Previously, their elders had failed to besiege Yi Xian. After finding out that Yi Xian was still alive, they were probably afraid of Yi Xian's talent and feared that Yi Xian would take revenge in the future. This was why they had come to the Qingyun Sect. They wanted to eradicate him. Elder Yi is temporarily training outside. He is not in the Qingyun Sect. Wan Shanhai said calmly. He wanted to force them to hand over Yi Xian. Impossible. Putting aside the fact that he and the elders had practically watched Yi Xian grow up, simply based on the fact that Yi Xian was monstrously talented, the Qingyun Sect would definitely not hand him over. This guy was the living signboard of the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to reach the Golden Core Realm in the future. As long as Yi Xian could reach the Golden Core Realm, they would no longer have to be afraid no matter how powerful the Qingyun Sect was. Moreover, the Qingyun Sect still had the Mountain Guardian Array formation. They did not need to fear cultivators in the advanced stage of the Golden Core Realm. Humph. You shouldn't lie to me. Ming Shui squinted his eyes slightly as he looked at the jade token in Wan Shanhai's hand. Although his aura is untraceable, he must be in the Qingyun Sect. If you let me thoroughly search the Qingyun Sect, then I'll believe that you are not lying. Why should we agree to your request? Before Wan Shanhai could reply, Lin Qing, who was not far away, could no longer hold it. She naturally knew that the jade token to activate the Mountain Guardian Array formation was in Wan Shanhai's hands. Therefore, although she was extremely nervous while facing a top-tier powerhouse at the advanced stage of the Golden Core Realm, she was not afraid. The most important thing was that, through Huang Ling and Shui Min's stories, she already had her guesses regarding Yi Xian's current cultivation. Of course, those were just her guesses. She was also unaware of Yi Xian's exact cultivation level. Even if Yi Xian had really reached the Golden Core Realm, he might not be able to resolve the current crisis that the Qingyun Sect was facing. After all, Ming Shui was an advanced stage Golden Core Realm cultivator. Why? Seeing this, Ming Shui glanced at Lin Qing coldly. Yi Xian killed the personal disciples of an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Shouldn't I pursue this matter? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. So Yi Xian had killed the personal disciples of an elder of the Qingyun Sect. It was no wonder that Ming Shui had come to the Qingyun Sect then. This guy was too bold. He even dared to kill the personal disciples of an elder of the Qingyun Sect. Even if he wanted to take revenge on the Qingyun Sect, he should not have done it so obviously. He was too impulsive. However, was Yi Xian not seriously injured and currently in secluded cultivation? How could he kill the personal disciples of the elder of the Qingyun Sect? The elders of the Huoya and Qingyun sects squinted their eyes. They were uncertain as to whether or not Ming Shui was speaking the truth. If it was really Yi Xian's doing, they could also understand his appearance here. Was it really Elder Yi Xian's doing? What should we do? Many cultivators of the Qingyun sect were worried about the situation. They did not know that Yi Xian had once been besieged by all of the Qingyun sect's elders. Therefore, after learning that Yi Xian had killed the personal disciples of an elder of the Qingyun sect, their hearts were full of confusion and worry. If he had killed ordinary outer sect disciples, there would be no need for such a hu-ha. However, the ones who had died were the personal disciples of an elder of the Qingyun sect. Killing them was almost equivalent to declaring war on the Qingyun sect. Huang Ling and Shui Min, who were in the crowd, revealed complicated expressions when they saw what was happening. They had never expected the Qingyun sect to find out about this matter. If this was the case, the two sects would not be able to find a peaceful resolution to this matter. Yi Xian had killed Duan Wujie in order to save them, so they were both feeling extremely guilty at this moment. However, they were too weak, and they were not qualified to face the Qingyun sect directly. Seeing this, Yu tightened her grip on the longsword in her hand. They had come in the end. Could her teacher deal with such a powerful opponent? She was not confident. Although she knew that her teacher was very strong, she was not clear about his exact cultivation level, let alone whether he could resist the power of an advanced stage Golden Core realm expert. Still, no matter what, she would choose to live and die by her teacher's side. If there was really no way out, she would also choose to go to the netherworld with her teacher without hesitation. She would never abandon her teacher in this life. Ever since she became her teacher's disciple, ever since her teacher traveled thousands of miles to avenge her blood feud, her life had already belonged to her teacher. Li Qingyan's thoughts were the same. Although she had not personally experienced the incidents between Duan Wujie and Duan Wui, Yu had already told her about the past. When her teacher had helped her to awaken the dual spirit physique, she had sensed the strength of Yi Xian. Her teacher's power was like an abyss, deep and unfathomable. Unfortunately, her feelings were just feelings. She did not know exactly how strong Yi Xian was. Still, no matter what, were it not for her teacher's appearance, she would have long been sacrificed for the survival of her family, or perhaps she would have become Chen Ping's plaything. Her teacher's kindness was a debt she planned to spend her whole life repaying. Even if she had to sacrifice her own life to repay it, she would not hesitate. The two of them had only joined the Qingyun sect for a short period of time, so they did not know about the Mountain Guardian array. So what though? They had no intention of retreating. As long as they could stay by their teacher's side, death was an acceptable cost. Chapter 95. Yi Xian, are you still going to? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 95. Yi Xian, are you still going to hide? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, your words mean nothing. Do you have any evidence? Wan Shanhai narrowed his eyes and looked at Ming Shui. Ridiculous. I am the sect leader of the Qingyun sect. Do you think that I will accuse someone unjustly? Seeing this, Ming Shui revealed a sneer while his hands were behind his back. Come out. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two streams of light flashed past, and Li Wuji and Guda suddenly made their appearance. They were each carrying a true essence realm cultivator from the Qingyun sect. Seeing this, the faces of the elders changed. Could it be that Ming Shui was not the only one from the Qingyun sect who had come today? Tell me what you know. Is Yi Xian the murderer who killed my beloved disciples, Duan Wujie and Duan Wui? They had casually picked up the two true essence realm cultivators. Yes, yes, yes. I saw Elder Yi Xian kill the two of them with my own eyes. I swear on my life that it was indeed Elder Yi Xian's doing. Feeling the terrifying power that radiated from Li Wuji's fingertips, the two of them could not help but tremble. It's really ridiculous. Do you think that you can convict an elder of my sect with just a one-sided statement? As for the truth, you'd better wait for Elder Yi Xian to return. He will respond to your accusations. Besides, I've never seen those two men in my Qingyun Sect. Wan Shanhai said with a sneer. It seems that you guys are not going to take the easy way out. Seeing this, Ming Shue's eyes turned cold. This group of stubborn old men. It seemed that killing all of you was the only way to make you understand the terror of the Xianin sect. However, he was still a little worried. He himself could not detect Yi Xian's whereabouts, and the patriarch had not appeared. Could it be that even the patriarch could not detect Yi Xian? Could it be that what Wan Shanhai said was true, and that Yi Xian was really training in the outside world? Or was the secret array formation he had constructed too high? Level? In their plan, they had to confirm Yi Xian's location as soon as possible, then divert Wan Shanhai's attention. Before the other party could activate the Mountain Guardian array formation, they would kill Yi Xian as fast as they could, preferably instantly. As long as they were fast enough, Yi Xian would not have time to react before he died. At that time, no one would know that the Xianin sect had been collecting qi and blood essence. This was the safest way. However, they were unable to determine Yi Xian's location, so it was obvious that their plan had failed. Their only choice was to act now. After the Mountain Guardian array formation was activated by Wan Shanhai, Yi Xian would not continue hiding like a mouse, would he? However, if they did things this way, Yi Xian would definitely choose to expose the fact that the Xianin sect was collecting the qi and blood essences of commoners by massacring villages. Still, so what? With the patriarch around, no one would survive today. Even the great Qian royal family could no longer do anything to them. Since the patriarch had already reached the peak of the core formation realm, there was no need for them to fear the great Qian royal family at all. They could even continue to carry out the collection of qi and blood essence openly. As long as the patriarch advanced to the unity realm, he would become the absolute ruler of the great Qian dynasty. Shua. Ming Shue's figure suddenly disappeared, and a terrifying power suddenly filled the world. At the same time, Wan Shanhai quickly crushed the jade token in his hand. Moments later, Qingyun Mountain began to tremble, and countless mountain peaks emitted resplendent pillars of light and energy, which then condensed into an enormous energy barrier that completely enveloped the Qingyun sect. Humph. Seeing this, Ming Shue snorted coldly. Although he had moved extremely quickly, the Mountain Guardian array formation had still been successfully activated. I would like to see for myself just how hard this turtle shell of yours is. As soon as his words were spoken, his surging golden core power suddenly swept out. His fist emitted bright and dazzling golden light, and it was filled with a terrifyingly destructive force. Even though the Mountain Guardian array formation was standing between them and him, everyone's bodies could not help but tremble. If they were to face this force directly, it was likely that they would be turned into ashes in an instant. Bang! They saw the outline of Ming Shue's fist strike. That incomparably powerful fist suddenly smashed onto the Mountain Guardian array formation. Rumble! The Mountain Guardian array formation trembled. The barrier rippled layer by layer. However, the great mountain peaks of the Qingyun sect continued to pour out energy. Ming Shue's attack did not shake the foundation of the Mountain Guardian array formation. Even so, the power of an advanced stage golden core realm expert was still incomparably terrifying. The aftermath of the impact instantly flattened some of the mountain peaks outside the Qingyun sect, and the surrounding forest instantly turned into a barren wasteland. Seeing this, the disciples of the various sects turned pale. They gulped as they tried their best to restrain the fear and shock they were feeling inside. Was this the power of the sect leader of the Qingyun Sect? With just one punch, the terrifying aftermath of the attack had destroyed 3 mountain peaks. A thought emerged in their minds at the same time. How terrifying! Previously, they had only heard about the terror of Golden Core Realm cultivators on paper and by word of mouth. Now that they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they knew that the strength of the other party could no longer be described with words. With just one punch, their bodies and souls would probably be torn apart. It was not only the disciples who were shocked, even those core formation realm elders also had pale expressions on their faces. Although they were core formation realm cultivators as well, the Xuan realm and Golden Core realm were not on the same level at all. The gap between the two was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was insurmountable. They knew very well that even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Ming Xue. One Shanghai was a top-tier powerhouse at the middle stage of the true core realm. Thanks to Yi Xian's display of sword intent, he had even comprehended his own sword intent. His own strength was already comparable to an advanced realm true core realm cultivator. Even so, faced with a super expert at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, there was only despair on their faces. Yi Xian. Are you still planning to hide? After throwing that punch, the Ming Xue gave up on attacking. The power of the Mountain Guardian formation array was too powerful, and he alone was unable to break it. Do you really think that I'll leave just because I can't break this shield? Ming Xue looked around the entire Qingyun clan, but he still could not find any trace of Yi Xian. Could it be that Yi Xian had really left the Qingyun sect? Thinking this, Ming Xue could not help but frown. If that was the case, things would be troublesome. Chapter 96. Survival Instinct. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 96. Survival Instinct. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lingjiu, Peak, Cultivation Room. Yi Xian had already reached the most critical stage of the tempering process. In fact, he had already noticed Ming Xue's arrival at the Qingyun sect a long time ago. However, because the tempering of his qi and blood essence had reached the most critical juncture, he did not choose to show himself. Although the remaining gaps were extremely small, the process remained difficult. Only after his qi and blood power had been tempered 1,000 times could he form the perfect blood-red strand to fill the gaps. At that time, he would be able to reach the unity realm. If he gave up halfway, then the blood-red strand that he had spent a lot of effort to condense would collapse, and he would then have to spend several days condensing it again. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian chose not to show himself. Moreover, as an elder of the Qingyun sect, he naturally knew that the sect was protected by the Mountain Guardian array formation. Even if Ming Xue's strength had reached the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, he would still be unable to penetrate the Mountain Guardian array formation. Moreover, it would only take the time for one incense stick to burn before he could completely surpass the core formation realm and advance to the unity realm. Yi Xian was also quite surprised by Ming Xue's arrival. He was supposed to be the one with a score to settle with him, but they had come looking for him first. It seemed that they were desperate to kill him in case he leaked news of their crimes. In that case, he would pick a proper gravestone for them when he buried them on Qingyun Mountain. After killing Ming Xue and the others, he would bathe the Qingyun sect in blood. As the second-ranked top sect in the Great Qian dynasty, the sect must have collected a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures in its treasury over the years. This was a good opportunity to plunder them. Perhaps the amount might even fill up his storage ring completely. Why could Ming Xue not sense Yi Xian's aura? In fact, it was not that Yi Xian had set up some secret array, but he had used the nihility technique. Compared to the aura concealment technique, the nihility technique was undoubtedly more powerful. Not only could it perfectly hide a cultivator's aura, but it could also decrease the flow of time around the cultivator. If he chose to use the nihility technique while he was in secluded cultivation, unless the other party's strength was much greater than his, they would not be able to sense his aura. I didn't expect them to bring a bunch of people over. Yi Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly and inwardly sneered. After seeing these people, he understood the intentions of the Qingyun Sect. It seemed that these people were not just here to kill him, but also wanted to destroy the entire Qingyun Sect. It was likely that they would not even spare cultivators of the Huoya and Xuan sects who had come for the competition this time. In that case, their patriarch should be here as well, right? That old man must want to completely conceal the fact that the Qingyun Sect was collecting qi and blood essence. By destroying the Qingyun Sect, not only would he be tying up loose ends, but he would also be able to obtain another large sum of qi and blood essence. That old man has a good plan. He wants to kill two birds with one stone. Thinking this, Yi Xian's gaze suddenly turned cold, and killing intent flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian, if you really want to hide underneath this turtle shell, then I will break it and drag you out. Patriarch, please make your move. Ming Shui suddenly bowed respectfully in a certain direction. Patriarch. Seeing this, the expressions on the faces of the crowd changed drastically, and their pupils constricted abruptly. Was he the ancestor of the Qingyun Sect? How old was the patriarch for Ming Shui to be calling him as such? Also, how terrifying was his strength? The crowd felt uneasy. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gentle breeze blew past. Before everyone could react, an old man suddenly appeared in their field of vision. He may have had white hair, but his body seemed to be filled with astonishing power. He flew through the air and slowly moved forward, his body emanating out surging qi and blood essence. Everyone felt an invisible force suddenly descend, almost strangling their necks, making it much more difficult for them to breathe. Yi Xian, you killed the personal disciples of my sect. You deserve to die. The Qingyun Sect is aiding the wicked. You deserve to be exterminated. The old man stood in mid-air, his black robe fluttering in the wind. His words were indifferent, but they were filled with unquestionable power. He seemed to be one with heaven and earth. It felt like he could destroy everything with a single move. He spoke those words as if he was passing judgment on behalf of the heavens. If he wanted the Qingyun Sect to be destroyed, then the Qingyun Sect would no longer exist. If he wanted Yi Xian to die, then Yi Xian would definitely not be able to survive. In an instant, the entire mountain had turned silent. Everyone could not stop trembling. This is the peak of the core formation realm. Wan Shanhai's teeth chattered crazily as he spat out those few words with difficulty. The appearance of the Ming Shui had made him very nervous, but the appearance of this old man had engulfed him in despair. It was true that cultivators in the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm could not break through the Mountain Guardian Array formation, but it was a completely different story for a peak core formation realm cultivator. The expressions on the faces of the elders of the Huoya and Xuan sects changed drastically as well. The patriarch of the Qingyun Sect was still alive, and had reached the peak of the core formation realm. As soon as those words were spoken, more than a dozen experts flew through the sky and surrounded Qingyun Mountain, each one exuding the aura of a core formation realm expert. They stood guard over every corner of the mountain. It was obvious that they did not want to let anyone go. At that moment, everyone trembled in despair. The Qingyun Sect had mobilized in full force. They wanted to destroy the Qingyun Sect. The elders of the Huoya and Xuan sect were also in despair. The other party did not only want to destroy the Qingyun Sect, but they might also perish alongside them. Sect leader Ming, we have nothing to do with Yi Xian. Can your sect let us go? The first elder of the Xuan sect gritted his teeth and asked. Although the great elder of the Huoya sect did not speak up, his eyes conveyed the same question. Faced with a super powerhouse who had reached the peak of the core formation realm, they had lost all hope. Only by distancing themselves from the Qingyun sect and Yi Xian would they have a chance at survival. No matter what, this was all because Yi Xian had killed the personal disciples of the elder of the Qingyun Sect, causing the other party to seek revenge. Although the three great sects were friendly with each other, it was not to the point where they could rely on each other in life or death situations. Thus, in order to survive, they could only choose to abandon the Qingyun Sect. Hearing this, Wan Shanhai looked at the elders of the Huoye and Xinshan sects with disappointment. However, he did not say anything. After all, this was their choice. Lin Qing and the other elders also remained silent. The disciples of the Huoye and Xinshan sects ignored the glances they received from the disciples of the Qingyun Sect. They did not want to die here. Was it wrong to admit defeat? Besides, they had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Why should they sacrifice their lives for him? However, when they thought about their original relationship with the Qingyun Sect, they still felt a little shame. You want to leave? That depends on the patriarch's mood. Seeing this, Ming Shui smiled faintly. Chapter 97. Sorry I'm late. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 97. Sorry I'm late. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the Huoye and Xinshan sects changed drastically, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Could it be that the Qingyun sect was not going to spare anyone? Moments later, terrifying power erupted from the patriarch's body and transformed into a huge palm that smashed down toward the mountain guardian array formation. Damn it! This group of people from the Qingyun sect had gone crazy. Seeing this, those from the Huoye and Xinshan sects were filled with despair. The Qingyun sect was not going to let them go. The patriarch had given them his reply in the form of an attack. Could it be that this old man intended to destroy the Huoye and Xinshan sects after destroying the Qingyun sect? Their hearts were filled with despair and unwillingness. Right at this moment, that huge palm flew toward the mountain guardian array formation and slammed into it. Boom! The two forces collided, and the shockwaves from the impact spread out into the surroundings. In an instant, many cultivators of the Qingyun sect felt dizzy, and those with lower cultivation levels were even injured. Only cultivators who had reached the true essence realm could barely resist these shockwaves. Moreover, these shockwaves had been weakened by the mountain guardian array formation. If they had faced the shockwaves head-on, they would have been reduced to a pile of ashes. The expressions of the elders of the Qingyun sect changed drastically after hearing a cracking sound. The mountain guardian array formation, which had been emitting brilliant light, suddenly dimmed. At the same time, cracks appeared on the barrier. However, the huge palm slowly dissipated as well. The shockwaves that had swept over Wan Shanhai and the others had been weakened by the mountain guardian array formation, but the people of the Qingyun sect were not so lucky. The terrifying shockwaves were wild and violent as they ravaged the area outside Qingyun Mountain. Seeing this, the elders of the Qingyun sect retreated rapidly. They channeled their spiritual power to form a solidified energy barrier to protect them. The true essence realm cultivators that Li Wuji and Guda had caught earlier were discarded mercilessly by them. The two did not even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. The mountain guardian array formation was full of cracks after taking just one attack. It might not be able to take another hit. At this moment, Minghe raised his hand with an indifferent expression. Once again, an enormous palm was condensed from his spiritual power. Disciples of the Qingyun sect, gather. At this moment, Wan Shanhai let out an angry roar. The spiritual power in his body suddenly surged forth. He waved his hand, and a long sword that was emitting a brilliant light and sword intent appeared in his hand. Sect leader. We are willing to live and die with the Qingyun sect. As soon as he finished speaking, countless cultivators of the Qingyun sect transformed into streams of light and gathered around Wan Shanhai. Tens of thousands of cultivators roared, and their voices filled the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Infuse your spiritual power into the array formation with me and protect the Qingyun Sect. Yuan Shanhai took a step forward, holding the long sword in his hand as he hovered in the air. The elders quickly released their spiritual power as well. Any cultivator who joined the Qingyun Sect for more than half a year would be taught how to infuse their spiritual power into the Mountain Guardian array formation. Of course, it was impossible for a single person to power the array formation with their strength alone. Instead, they had to gather everyone's spiritual power and transform it into qi and blood essence to activate the second layer of the Mountain Guardian array formation. 20,000 cultivators sat cross-legged. The spiritual power, qi and blood essence in their bodies surged forth and slowly flowed into the Mountain Guardian array formation. Moments later, the Mountain Guardian array formation that was originally filled with cracks suddenly emitted resplendent blood-red light. A blood-red barrier suddenly appeared underneath the spider-silk-like cracks. A useless struggle. Seeing this, Ming-He revealed a cold smile. The huge palm suddenly released resplendent light as it flew through the air and ruthlessly smashed toward the Mountain Guardian array formation. Bang! Crack! When the huge palm slammed into the Mountain Guardian array formation, the first layer of the barrier, which was already filled with cracks, shattered. Bang! The huge palm continued on, seeking to use its destructive might to break through the second blood-colored energy barrier. In an instant, under the terrifying impact of the colliding forces, the blood-colored energy barrier distorted. The expressions of the 20,000 Qingyun Sect cultivators changed, and their originally rosy faces turned extremely pale. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the huge palm. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were filled with joy. Could it really be blocked? However, moments later, the cracked huge palm suddenly shattered, turning into countless sharp blades of light instantly pierced through the blood-colored energy barrier. Pooh! The cultivators of the Qingyun Sect all spat out fresh blood, and the aura around their bodies became erratic. Fortunately, the backlash of the array formation shattering was dispersed among the sect leader, the various elders, and the 20,000 Qingyun Sect cultivators. Otherwise, they would not have been able to resist this backlash at all. Even so, many cultivators were still heavily injured. However, the blades of light formed by the shattered giant palm did not disappear. They were once again filled with destructive power as they whistled toward the crowd. At this moment, countless cultivators had despair written all over their faces. Yuan Shanhai wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, his eyes were filled with madness. He had another method to resist this power. He could self-destruct the true core in his body. In addition to the sword intent that he had comprehended recently, there might still be a chance of blocking this attack. However, just as the power in his dantian gradually turned violent, a gentle force suddenly descended out of nowhere and slowly stabilized his true core. At the same time, incomparably resplendent sword qi suddenly soared into the sky from the direction of the Lingjiu Peak. In the blink of an eye, it traversed through space and tore apart those blades of light with crushing force. This soaring sword qi swept across the sky like a half-moon arc. In an instant, countless clouds dissipated. "Sorry, I'm late." A gentle voice suddenly rang out. However, those words contained a monstrous killing intent. A tall figure suddenly appeared in the distance after those words were spoken. He took a step forward and traversed space to arrive in the air above Qingyun Mountain. He stood in the sky. His snow-white robe fluttered in the wind. His incomparably handsome face was stern. His starry eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Chapter 98. The Greedy Li Wuji. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 98. The Greedy Li Wuji. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian. Li Wuji was the first to recognize Yi Xian. His gaze seemed to be filled with monstrous killing intent. However, if one observed carefully, one would discover that there was a hint of greed in his eyes. From Li Wuji's perspective, Yi Xian was able to survive the 5 poisons powder because he had obtained the treasures of a Unity Realm expert. He, you sure took your time. Seeing him finally appear, Ming Xue smiled. This guy was indeed hiding in the Qingyun Sect, and probably only came out because there was nowhere to hide after the Patriarch shattered the Mountain Guardian Array formation. However, his presence here would be useless anyway. Today, all of them would die. Yi Xian, how did you? Wan Shanhai's gaze fell on Yi Xian as he revealed a complicated expression. Although he did not hate Yi Xian, it was ultimately because of the latter that the Qingyun Sect was experiencing such a calamity. Yi Xian, hurry up and escape. Lin Qin cried out anxiously. If she had not guessed wrongly, Yi Xian must have reached the Golden Core realm. As long as the rest of them stopped the Xianin sect at all costs, Yi Xian had the best chance of escaping. With Yi Xian's talent, he might be able to reach the peak of the core formation realm in the future, or even the Unity realm, which no one had achieved in the Great Qian dynasty for hundreds of years. Then, he would avenge them. This guy was too impulsive. Why did he appear at such a critical moment? Teacher. Yu and Li Qingyan's eyes focused on their teacher's figure, and their eyes turned red. When the Mountain Guardian Array formation had shattered, they had lost all hope. Although they did not regret it, their hearts were filled with sadness to not have been buried together with their teacher. Still, they hoped that Yi Xian would leave quickly. They had not expected their teacher to suddenly appear. Although their teacher was very strong, could he really face such a terrifying enemy? The other party had mobilized the power of their entire sect. In addition to the 13 core formation realm experts, they also had a peak core formation realm expert and 3 advanced stage golden core realm experts. Ming He stood in mid-air and stared at Yi Xian expressionlessly. This was Yi Xian, the strongest genius who had suppressed the Great Qian dynasty. Although Yi Xian had used his sword Qi to directly destroy the blades of light formed by his giant palm attack, he was not bothered. The remnant energy in the blades of light did not even constitute 1% of his strength. However, when he saw Yi Xian, the latter still piqued his interest. Although he had been in secluded cultivation for hundreds of years, he had still heard of Yi Xian's feats and achievements. Today, he finally saw him in person. What surprised him was that even though he had reached the peak of the core formation realm, he could not sense any aura fluctuations from Yi Xian's body. Moreover, the latter would only exhibit some energy fluctuations the moment he made a move. Even so, he could not sense Yi Xian's exact cultivation level. It was obvious that Yi Xian had mastered an extremely high-level secret technique. Moreover, with Yi Xian's talent, he was a rare super genius. However, for the sake of the Xianin sect, this guy could not be allowed to live. With his hands behind his back, Ming He said expressionlessly, "Kill him." He was too lazy to make a move personally. In the entire Qingyun sect, only the Mountain Guardian Array formation from before was worth his effort. Now that the Mountain Guardian Array formation had been shattered, Ming Xue and the rest of the Xianin sect were more than enough to destroy the Qingyun sect. Moreover, he could also take this opportunity to absorb all of the qi and blood essence from the slain cultivators here. Perhaps he might even condense another blood-red strand today. Li Wuji, who was not far away, displayed a hint of excitement after hearing Ming He's words. At the same time, Li Wuji signaled an old man beside him. The old man was called Gongsun Wuji. He was also one of Duan Wujia and Duan Wui's teachers. Gongsun Wuji had been in secluded cultivation earlier, so Li Wuji had handled the investigation of the murders himself. Now that the Xianin sect was going to annihilate the Qingyun sect, Gongsun Wuji naturally had to make an appearance. Moreover, the two of them were as close as brothers, so Li Wuji naturally told Gongsun Wuji about the possibility that Yi Xian might have obtained some treasures of an ancient Unity Realm expert. Since the Patriarch was not bothered to make a move, then this opportunity would be theirs. Whoosh! Li Wuji and Gongsun Wuji looked at each other with greed-filled eyes. In an instant, Li Wuji's advanced stage Shudan realm aura swept out. He pulled out a chain that exuded a destructive blood-colored aura. This was Li Wuji's weapon, a high-grade spirit weapon. If one was entangled by the blood-colored power in the chain, even if one was a Shudan realm cultivator, the power of that person's dantian would be temporarily sealed. Yi Xian, hurry up and leave. Seeing this, Lin Qing clenched her teeth. She then rushed into the sky above Mount Qingyun. She had to create an opportunity for Yi Xian to escape. He could not die. Although her efforts might be for naught, Lin Qing still made a move without hesitation. She did not want this guy who gave her an inexplicable feeling to die just like that. It's just a mere Shudan realm cultivator. I can handle it. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand slightly. A gentle power instantly enveloped Lin Qing. Seeing this, Lin Qing was startled. She was actually unable to break free from this power. My guess was indeed correct. This guy had already reached the Golden Core realm. It's time to settle my enmity with the Qingyun Sect. Yi Xian used his fingers to form sword qi and looked expressionlessly at Li Wuji, who was flying toward him. In the eyes of the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, Li Wuji was as fast as lightning, making it impossible for anyone to dodge his charge. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, Li Wuji was as slow as a tortoise. Li Wuji and Gongsun Wuji had also been among the main group that besieged Yi Xian that day. It was precisely because of this that the two of them wanted to eliminate the root of the problem after learning that Yi Xian was still alive. You, Qingyan. Watch carefully. I will show you how to use these techniques. Yi Xian's gaze was indifferent as he stood in mid-air, but his gentle voice was transmitted to Yu and Li Qingyan. Hearing this, the two could not help but be shocked. It was obvious that their teacher wanted to use his battle with the elders of the Qingyun Sect to teach them. The distance between the two parties was less than 1,000 meters, which could be bridged in the blink of an eye. The chains in Li Wuji's hands were filled with blood and qi essence that soared to the sky, and was like a group of snakes trying to entangle Yi Xian. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. His index and middle fingers slowly came together, and then he gently slashed forward. Although it was only one move, it contained endless sword qi. Sword qi suddenly materialized out of nowhere, and swept toward Li Wuji like a hurricane. Chapter 99. One strike for one person. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 99. One strike for one person. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Windstorm Sword Technique, Mid-Grade Black. Rank. In a top-tier sect, this was not considered a high-grade martial technique. However, the moment this sword qi hurricane appeared, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Clang clang clang. When the blood-colored chain landed on the sword qi hurricane, the qi and blood essence that filled the sky was instantly torn apart. Following that, cracks appeared on the chain, which continued to multiply. How is this possible? Seeing this, Li Wuji's expression changed. The spiritual power in his dantian gushed out to form a strong energy shield in front of him. However, everything was futile. Yi Xian's sword qi instantly pierced through the energy shield and Li Wuji. Was this really Yi Xian? Li Wuji's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his life force started to fade. Why is this guy so terrifying? His heart was filled with despair and fear. He had imagined many possibilities, but the possibility of him not being able to take even one of his opponent's moves was not one of them. Moreover, judging from his relaxed expression, this had just been a casual strike, and he had not even used his weapon. It was obvious that the difference in strength between the two of them was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The light in Li Wuji's pupils finally dissipated, and his body smashed into the ground below. The surroundings fell silent. Li Wuji, the ninth elder of the Qingyun Sect, a top-tier expert in the advanced stage of the Shudan realm, had been killed by his opponent's finger. How is this possible? Gongsun Wuji, who was not far away, could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw what had happened. He was very clear about Yi Xian's strength. When he had been besieging the latter back then, they had easily overpowered him. It had only been 2 months since then, yet he had instantly killed Li Wuji, who was at the same level as Gongsun Wuji himself. How was this possible? How terrifyingly strong was this guy? Was he at the middle stage of the true core realm or the advanced stage of the true core realm? Gongsun Wuji did not know, but he knew that if he did not start running quickly, he would become a cold corpse. Whoosh! Gongsun Wuji immediately halted his advance, and then fled frantically in the direction of the patriarch. Ha! Since you've come, stay a while. Seeing him run off, a sneer hung on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. Moments later, he slowly raised his fingers again and gently swiped in Gongsun Wuji's direction. Suddenly, a sword chi hurricane appeared again and rushed toward Gongsun Wuji like a violent storm. No, accompanied by an indignant roar, the sword chi hurricane engulfed Gongsun Wuji. Oh, right, you were here too. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze turned to Guda, who was in the crowd, and he waved his sleeve once again. In an instant, another sword chi hurricane appeared, sweeping toward Guda, this time, flickering with bolts of lightning. Windstorm slash, high.grade black.rank. Damn it. Seeing this, Guda's expression changed greatly. This terrifying power had firmly locked onto him. Li Wuji and Gongsun Wuji had been killed by Yi Xian easily. With his limited strength, there was no way he would do any better. Moreover, this attack was even more terrifying than the previous two. If it reached him, there might not even be ashes left to bury him. However, just as the sword chi hurricane was about to engulf Guda, a cold snort echoed across the sky. A dazzling stream of light flashed by, and Ming Xue, the sect leader of the Qingyun Sect, suddenly appeared in front of Guda. His eyes were icy cold, and his golden core power gushed out of his palm. He then struck the incoming sword chi hurricane. Boom! The two powerful forces collided with each other, and both the skies and the ground trembled. The shockwaves wreaked havoc on the surroundings. It was like a scene from an apocalyptic movie. Moments later, Ming Xue waved his sleeve again and destroyed the violent sword chi hurricane. It was only then that the turbulent surroundings gradually calmed down. Thank you for saving my life, sect leader. Guda looked at Yi Xian with fear on his face, and then bowed to Ming Xue gratefully. Ming Xue did not pay attention to him, but looked at Yi Xian with shock on his face. Golden Core Realm. The other party had casually attacked, but the power of that attack was comparable to that of a Golden Core Realm cultivator. If he had not reacted quickly enough, Guda would have died. This guy was only 20 years old, but he had already reached the Golden Core Realm. Was this not too unbelievable? Ming Xue's heart was full of shock. He had never imagined that Yi Xian would be a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Moreover, he did not even think that the other party had reached the true Core Realm. After all, no matter how monstrous Yi Xian was, he was only 20 years old. Once a cultivator reached the Core Formation realm, the difficulty of breaking through each minor realm was extremely terrifying. However, reality had other ideas. Other than him and the two vice sect leaders, only the forefather could deal with Yi Xian's casual attack. Other than them, the other core formation elders would almost have certainly died. Wan Shanhai saw this scene unfold and was transfixed. He was completely stunned. He had been extremely curious about Yi Xian's true cultivation level, but unfortunately, his spiritual sense had not been able to sense anything at all. So it turned out that this guy's strength was so terrifying. Even he would only die if he had been on the receiving end of that sword chi hurricane. One had to know that although Wan Shanhai was only at the middle stage of the true core realm, with the support of his sword intent, his strength was already comparable to that of an advanced stage true core realm cultivator. Even so, he knew that the sword chi hurricane would kill him. Compared to Wan Shanhai, the elders of the Huoya and Qingyun sects were even more shocked. Was the person in front of them really the heavily injured Yi Xian who was supposed to be on the verge of death? Was this guy not only a middle-stage Shudan realm cultivator? How did he kill Li Wuji and Gongsun Wuji, who were late-stage Shudan realm cultivators, with just one strike? Unbelievably, the sect leader of the Qingyun Sect, Ming Shui, had to personally deal with the sword chi hurricane. Their hearts were filled with doubt, shock, and other complicated emotions. Was this guy really only 20 years old? How had he already reached the Golden Core realm at such a young age? This was too terrifying. Chapter 100. Today, I shall give you an opportunity. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 100. Today, I shall give you an opportunity. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At the same time, Ming He, who had been standing casually in mid-air just now, suddenly moved. Yi Xian. Ming He raised his eyelids slightly and slowly spat out 2 words. The hands behind his back loosened. Yi Xian actually killed Li Wuji and Gongsun Wuji in his presence. This was undoubtedly an affront to his dignity. He had no clue that Yi Xian was that powerful, so even he did not have time to react. 2 elders had fallen. The sect had suffered a serious loss. You are only 20 years old, but have already reached the Golden Core realm. Young man, you are indeed a top-notch genius. In these 500 years I've lived, among the geniuses I've seen, you are ranked in the top 3. Ming He looked at Yi Xian expressionlessly, and his indifferent voice resounded across the sky. But your youth is also your fatal flaw. You are not strong enough. Although Golden Core realm cultivators are powerful, from my perspective, you're just a rather strong ant. As soon as he finished speaking, an incomparably terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Amidst this vast sea of pressure, even the ground could not stop trembling. This was the power of a peak core formation realm expert. When the crowd saw this, they were aghast. Their bodies could not stop trembling, and some of the weaker practitioners even directly knelt on the ground. Even the elders of the Qingyun Sect felt the pressure. However, their hearts were filled with joy. The Qingyun Sect would have no chance of making a comeback. Wan Shanhai and other elders despaired. Weighed down by this terrible pressure, they simply could not even lift a finger to resist. Young man, you should be honored. Because you will die at the hands of a peak core formation realm powerhouse. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming He took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. Ridiculous. At this moment, a cold laugh suddenly rang out, followed by the appearance of an endless and seemingly boundless power. In an instant, the terrifying pressure that was originally weighing down on everyone suddenly dissipated. Cultivators of the Qingyun Sect, today, I, Yi Xian, will grant you an opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, the god-slaying sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Strong gusts of wind suddenly blew past. Holding the god-slaying sword in his hand, Yi Xian stood in mid-air. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at Ming He calmly, as if he was a sword god who stood proudly above everything else in the world. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Moments later, sword chi that was as vast as the ocean, and as boundless as the stars, soared into the sky while emitting an incomparably bright light. The sword chi was filled with a domineering power, which instantly crushed the pressure Ming He was exerting. Yi Xian, with one sword, suppressed the entire world. It was as if he was a sword god who looked down on the world. His body emitted an incredibly domineering aura. This scene was deeply engraved in the hearts of countless cultivators. Many years later, there was a legend passed down in the Qingyun Sect that described the valor and greatness of a peerless expert who had used a single sword to shake the heavens and the earth, rescuing the sect from danger. The terrifying and tyrannical sword Qi raged wildly, causing the whole world to tremble. This was Yi Xian's sword overlord physique. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure that was originally weighing down on their bodies suddenly disappear. Yi Xian's sword Qi seemed to be unrivaled. At this moment, a resplendent stream of light flashed past, and Ming He's figure suddenly appeared not far from Yi Xian. Victory had been in his grasp, but his arrogant expression was now gone. What had replaced it was extreme fear. Peak of the core formation realm. Yi Xian was actually in the same realm as him. Ming He went completely mad. This felt even more ridiculous than if a Supreme Unity Realm expert had suddenly appeared in the Great Qian dynasty. Yi Xian was only 20 years old, but he had already reached the peak of the core formation realm. Was this guy really human? He had cultivated for hundreds of years, and massacred countless people to gather enough qi and blood essence, in order to reach the peak of the core formation realm. Although this was related to his damaged cultivation foundation, it was enough to show everyone just how difficult it was for cultivators to reach the peak of the core formation realm. How is this possible? Ming He's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes bulged with disbelief. He, why shouldn't it be possible? Everything is possible when I'm involved. Yi Xian stood in mid-air, his body emitting a domineering sword qi that could seemingly tear even space apart. You are just a piece of trash who spent hundreds of years cultivating before breaking through to the peak of the core formation realm. Moreover, you are just a piece of trash who relied on slaughtering mortals to collect their qi and blood essence. Only then did you barely reach the requirements to advance to the peak of the core formation realm. Yi Xian's words were filled with a domineering aura, and every word was aimed at Ming He's heart. Ming He's expression immediately turned ugly. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the god-slaying sword. He pointed the sharp tip of the sword pointed at Ming He, and then he enunciated the following words very clearly. Today, the Qingyun Sect will be destroyed. Arrogant brat. Hearing this, Ming He became furious. He reached out his hand, and a long black spear suddenly appeared. All Qingyun Sect cultivators, follow my lead and kill this kid. Ming He's body was filled with surging energy, and his voice resounded in the sky like thunder. Both of them were at the peak of the core formation realm, and it would be difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. Therefore, Ming He wanted to utilize the combined power of the Qingyun Sect to kill Yi Xian. Underworld Blood and the elders of the mysterious Dark Sect had already been petrified on the spot when Yi Xian killed Li Wuji and Gongsun Wuji with lightning-like methods. To be able to resolve the pressure of the forefather so easily, the opponent's true realm instantly leaped out. Yi Xian, he had actually stepped into the completion of the core formation realm. For a moment it was as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and it was hard for them to accept this reality for a moment. It was not until the voice of the Nether River suddenly exploded in their minds that they came back to their senses. We will obey the orders of the forefather. In an instant, all the cultivation practitioners of the mysterious Dark Sect suddenly exploded the power in their bodies, turning into a stream of light and attacking Yi Xian together. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression did not change at all. Attack him from all sides. That was good too. He would not have to kill them one by one.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.